you know, some memories or our time together.
Bear with me one sec.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Really long time, you know.
Yeah, I have a lot of memories with you, and I think I've
Closing
honestly
all tabs. I literally just got in.
like any year was like the guard year. Like my growth, like incredible for me. And honestly,
So today's gonna be a bit of a weird one because I do actually have to end early.
Sticks out for me, but I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite memory from?
I know what time. I don't know roughly when it'll be in this day today.
At the time, I was really happy, and
and I'll run ads. I also need to like sort out some stuff. Wait, thank you for the 2 months.
I remember when we like qualify Iceland.
Let's do this.
When we were in the Iceland, we just talk about a lot of things. And when we were doing FUT camp in Texas, it was really fun.
Yeah,
I remember everything.
Like, let me just double check times for stuff as well.
My favorite memory with us was actually after we lost in Iceland. If you remember, like we were all in the practice room and we were all so sad, and you gave us like a nice talk, and you were like the veteran of the team. You know, we were all really young, like no experienced players, and you like told us how like we're like one of the best teams you ever had,
and you guys are really talented. You know, you guys have a really good future. It was really
yeah, that was a special moment for me. So I remember that like to this day. Now that you've been on T1 for a while, you know, you have new teammates and stuff, but do you ever miss me as your teammate?
Yeah, of course. Because you know what, when I playing against our teammate, even last year teammate, if I had a really like, let's say we have a really bad moment for scaling or like user issue, I know it's bad for them, but sometimes I said, bro, like my old teammate was really good at this. You guys have to fix it. Like you cannot do this. You know,
no way.
Something like that.
It's like Trent with Dart here.
Yeah, so I really miss you guys sometimes. You know.
Have you seen the new cinematic? Not properly, not all the way through.
I miss you too, honestly. Especially Jonah.
All right,
like,
everything
Jonah
should be fine
you always have
now.
like our little sayings, you know, like.
But yeah, I just need to sort out some stuff.
Brain small for, you know, just like
Rubbish and all that.
I have one last
So
question.
give me a couple more minutes. We should be fine for when the first game comes on, like especially 10 minutes. We're good.
Okay. Before match, go drink. Go drink. Have some fun with
We'll go together. No, I got you. It'll be on. It's on me. It's on me. I got you. As many as you want.
Okay. I got it. Yeah. Let's do it that way.
Let's do it. Yeah. Let's do it. Well, thank you guys for watching our interview. It was a very special moment for me and Saya, so that was nice. And make sure you guys watch Masters Shanghai. We are the opening match, so it'll be very exciting.
Well, that was just freaking adorable.
Are we going to address the fact that Saya is the one who got away?
Yeah.
Literally, like that entire conversation was like speaking to your ex, being like, we were so great together.
And you know, I mean, I'm sure like a lot of Valorant fans do know, but like when Valorant was talking about that motivational speech and whatnot, like, you know, people got to remember Saya, you know, did this in Overwatch. Like, he's been a successful pro player for quite some time now, so he knows what it takes to play at that high level, big stages, lots of pressure. So that's a big advantage, you know, for Saya here, right?
Yeah, I do think on the other side of the stage, though, Valen, and, you know, I've had the pleasure of getting to know him over these last couple of years. Dude's a dog.
Yeah.
Bro, and when it comes to game time, he's dialed in a way that I haven't seen very many players be able to get to from a mentality perspective. So yeah, it's all love with Saya before things get started, but once that server,
100%.
Once they get online, I mean, it's all business.
It's going to be wild stuff. Well, actually, now that you mentioned that, let's go ahead and move on, though, to G2 and talk about our number 2 seed coming out of the Americas region. Now, this is a squad that's coming into this with their first global appearance since they won Ascension.
Yep.
And then, of course, for this core, when they went over to Reykjavik and just did not have the best of times. So they're looking, Kakuka, to try and push forward here in this competition in a meaningful way. T1 just happens to be a squad that's in their way.
Yeah, exactly. And they have some similarities, right? Because G2 barely also made it to playoffs. It was like 2 rounds differential that actually made it to get there. But I think that the feeling is very different because of what we see in the server. We see a lot more of consistency and reliancy on the way that they play. Like, you see it and you recognize what they want to do every single round. And fascinatingly enough,
yeah, I don't know how long we'll be around today, to be honest.
Which I think is quite fascinating, considering that, you know, G2, I mean, they have been kind of chastised for being one of the more drilled teams, sticking to the system.
It's a bit of
playoffs, Doug.
Well, the rest of like this week, early next week is going to be a little bit touch and go, I think.
Available to them. Icy was starting to find some success. Leaf is Leaf. You know, like there are parts that are they're finding that dynamic element to the squad.
Yeah, not watching the whole 2 series. No, can't talk about it yet as to why, but no, I'm not probably not going to be around that all tomorrow. But I spoke about that a bit yesterday.
Struggle the first 2.
Oh, dude, I'm done.
And then Scrim Icy showed up, and Scrim
we got Shanghai Pick'ems. We have very quick turnaround.
Because all of a sudden,
I think
breaking kill records in order for them to be winning series. There's a little bit of that pressure that's alleviated, and when that comes alongside Trent doing his thing,
something like that, I think.
Also, obviously delivering like.
I don't know the Vita's too much. Still trailing for JDG. Sure, let's call it that.
I think
but yeah, it's teamwork. It's not JDG work because it's not JDG, but it's teamwork.
Play the way he has since playoffs, essentially.
Crazy that there's stuff going on like at the moment for some teams, but I guess that's just how it is. So yeah, I want to use this as a chance to just watch stuff.
They have to keep going and do it even stronger with opponents that they have not faced for the rest of the
year. Am I happy with this? I think so.
Especially on Icy, it's going to be wild to see how he handles that one. But for now, though,
do I actually have the?
Again, who's in her cave and she's got Valen standing by.
Do I actually have the stats from kickoff?
They've got it all. Hi, Valen. Thank you so much.
The loss to Loud was the last game that I added, so I guess not.
Back on the guard days with Saya. Tell me about your emotions today facing him and being back here. Are you
Let's see.
I mean, it comes full circle, right? Qualified for the first time with him, and now we come to our second.
It's a master sheet. If I just copy that and then.
Feeling pretty confident. Team's feeling good.
This should be it. This should be super duper updated.
Where can people get this T-shirt? They look sick.
Ooh, we got a lot on the way. So if you want, just hit up my manager, Saywolf, DM him, and he got Riot Gun Buddies too. But yeah.
Yeah, let's get it. Thank you.
Because this is just all you do. You get the data from ILM. This has 100 Thieves G2s last game, so yep.
Forget about playing in jerseys and like cool kits and whatnot. Like
grab all of this.
Make it a thing. Like for every event, each team has to like,
sorted out all of China. That's good.
I love it. I love it. Now, you know, we talk about Valen. You know, we talk about him being a phenomenal IGL, a fragging IGL.
Kites, thank you very much for the 3 months.
Here, folks. Like this guy.
Let's delete that. So this should work fine, question mark.
As an IGL Kukuka, which is so amazing. And if he's able to do that here, man,
it's scary.
The potential's wild for this team.
It does have the 100 Thieves Grand Final. Oh, it does. But it's just in a different order to Leviathan.
We're not that good at the
no, but it's amazing to see that he.
Wow, that's really sitting in my PC. I don't know why. Because that's grand final, isn't it? Because they lost, yeah, 13-8 on.
Everybody knows what they have to be doing. They're so acquainted to the plan that
Leviathan's not going to work.
He can focus, but giving the right calls and being.
I need to just do the like broken version of it.
It's impossible to not want it to.
Oh right, because it still have team name. I see instead of weak.
About him is we know he can frag. We know he is an.
Weak doesn't work. Weird.
That I've seen out of that kid is just crazy. I mean, he's so young.
Undifferential.
Like well
that works. That works. That works.
The way he leads
this doesn't.
And then obviously all of the intangibles in the.
I wonder why.
Make him a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I remember when I met him for that first Challenger show that I did with him. And it was like.
Is he also the one that got away for you?
He's the one who got away. He was a great analyst, but I wanted him to be a pro. All right, well, before we get into today's first matchup, why don't we get some spice? Why don't we get a little spicy? Let's do some.
Oh, right, you just delete it. Okay. So now we have all the stats. We don't have the vetoes for G2 and T1. Yeah, G2 one's broken because I haven't done anything with it, and I reckon the T1 one will be broken too. Like it's just stuff from stage 1 that they've had. But that's fine.
My hot take is
wait, that's not fine. Why's that?
Top 3 in this tournament. That's a. Go on, put the peppers up, bro.
I say it's a mild one for me.
Top 3?
I think Leviathan are.
So G2, well, they're good maps. The Ascent is good. The Lotus is good.
That's all that.
Icebox is a bit better. The Sunset's not great. The Breeze is not great. The Split's not great. A lot of numbers now. So their attacking side of Lotus is good. The defensive side on Lotus is pretty good.
So you're
attacking side on Breeze is rough. Attacking side on Split is rough.
I think this is a big take.
T1 stats are a lot worse.
Given that we've got all of the other teams
Aspas is on that team, dog.
I agree. I have full.
Wait, why is this on here?
But I'm just surprised.
Guess I was tracking them early.
Yeah.
All right, Bea, your turn.
But then I stopped because I wasn't really doing much specific.
So my take is that Fnatic
Lotus is probably going to get played.
Tokyo 2023, meaning that after, of course, they.
Hey, Big Break for Life. Have you seen the new Ubisoft game? What, X Defiant? I've seen it, but it just doesn't interest me that much.
That's spicy.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's a spicy one.
Fnatic Ryan, Team Heretics Ryan. I'm not saying. But
Mongolian hot
Hear
pot
me
last
out.
night. Spicy, bro. Like,
Do you want me to tell you why?
it's not tier 1.
because you also just
Unrealistic,
said.
but it is spicy.
You
Because if it was
also said
tier 1, I wouldn't
one,
be
two, three.
doing stuff with them now, I
It
guess.
got really crowded.
But
you know?
that's a hot take.
Show your work.
Hear me out. Especially during playoffs, like to me, we've seen two Fanatics. The one that during the regular season was
Tier
figuring
2,
out
yeah.
every single problem that they had, and the one that we saw in playoffs where they had already figured out the problem that they had and they're already fixing it. If they can keep escalating that and peaking at the right moment, being right after Swiss stage, with all the information that they're gonna have on the teams, making it out. Fnatic is the kind of team that can do that and will do so. Said it here first.
You know, I actually had chatted with Boaster yesterday, and I was like, yeah, a lot of people have been selling you guys short. And he was like, yeah, but all the teams here haven't. So it's very clear that, like, you know, the teams still fear Fnatic. So I will.
So the teams will say this.
The teams will say
the
this.
teams will say that.
Why is this?
Say this.
Yeah, I'm still somewhere in between.
Mine, I figured I'd make mine applicable to our first match of the day.
Is it near me? I can't answer any more questions without it being, like,
Mine is that
obvious.
G2 will make top 4.
You guys are okay.
Top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah, I think G2 can do it. I think.
Who else do you have?
I mean, look,
because again, it gets real crowded.
brother, I got 2
Yeah.
minutes on this segment, so honestly, I can't get into it right now.
Right, so we just
Very fair point, Golden Boy.
The Peppers tell me I'm wrong.
These takes are fun.
4.
So what, Kakuka said that, like, Fnatic's going to just
Honestly,
win the event Tokyo style.
Say, like, you know,
you should have said like FPX is gonna make it out of the Swiss.
dude, honestly, I had to
that
believe.
hot?
I have to believe it, and I couldn't believe that.
I don't have enough red peppers for that.
I think that's incredibly dismissive.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right. Well,
How could you not think that FPX would not make it through groups?
we heard the rest of the field. All right, so you guys let us know.
Like, through Swiss, through this,
Internet. I'm sure it's going to be a lovely conversation.
FPX being
Let's go ahead and check out the results.
half of the teams here,
Earlier we asked you, beautiful
I don't think that's too far-fetched. If I'm thinking of teams that go through, it's probably this one. Let's do who's not going to go through. I don't think them. I don't think them.
wrong. I actually kind of agree with
They're never
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, yeah. And
Twitter's never
also,
wrong.
they're running away with it too because the
I think
was a little bit tighter between
Genji. I think G2.
I'm not gonna say who I voted for,
Yeah.
but it was tighter. And now they're like
I think
running
FUT.
away with it.
Yeah, they really are.
FPX. Freudian slip.
Now they get to experience.
Yeah.
And then out of these three, I don't know.
Yeah, after we've been doing
Yeah.
it for so long.
I think a FUT could beat a Leviathan. I keep saying FUT. I think an FPX could beat Leviathan. I think an FPX could beat FUT. I think an FPX could beat Heretics.
As well. I mean, this is it, guys. We're about to watch our first.
Have you seen Doug and Paperfin predictions?
Really?
My brother.
Not really.
My brother.
I didn't fly to this end of the world to not be excited.
This is a fair point, and to be completely honest with you, I had 20 seconds to fill, so that's why I asked the question. Okay, right here. All right, I'm trying.
I'll be sending this clip to Mr. Farlin.
So, folks, this
Uh,
is it. So
That's fine.
get this group stage started because we got T1 facing off against Gen.
Losing to FPX shouldn't be like a
Day
fucking
one of Masters
what's the word?
Shanghai starts right now.
a bad statement. Should be a disgrace. Yeah, right. Like, having the expectation that losing to a Chinese team is like really bad for your like reputation is a stupid position to think going into the future where China is going to be incredibly like dominant just because of like China in esports or China in sports. It'll be an issue because he ain't losing. I haven't been that like convinced on like FUT. I think they've like had some really good things, really good ideas. I think like their disruptive style with like their comps and the way that they play is good against We only have one of those more now, Viper. First time I see this, actually. Very cool. But I think that like FUT and FPX are very similar teams in like how they play. Like they play a little bit off meta, they play super disruptive, but I don't know how well a playstyle plays up against other teams that are trying to be disruptive. That's kind of my take. Is the cinematic canon? I don't know. Not really. Is it the whole idea of like Valorant's like story is that there's like multiple universes, so anything is essentially canon. It just might be in a different like multiverse. Two worlds that fight each other for AD, and I'm pretty sure there's more. There's like, I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure there is more.
Let's go! 我看中路哦，我有大，我有大，我有大。音乐是我的使命，日复一日，我在不断打磨自己的技艺，时刻准备着，直到有一天，全世界都知道我的名字，我会为此拼到底。我穿他，等我。Nice， 哥，我们目前玩的可以啊，把对面团灭了。这么帅，你打吗？我不行，我得把编曲做完。好。 你今晚要去参加 Cypher 吗？当然了，你来吗？必须的。
Who is this? Not too sure. I don't think they're characters, but they're not pro players.
这座滨海之城是影像与声音的拼贴叠加。
Bro, Shanghai is so beautiful, bro. I love this city. I just want to see it at night.
It reminds me of São Paulo.
Oh yeah, it's just like lock-in, man.
中国嘻哈的扎根深深在这儿，这里也是 Battle Rapping 的发源地。当我听说无畏契约冠军巡回赛要来到这里时，感觉就像命中注定一样。
你有没有想过，如果我们拿了冠军会怎么样？
非常的震撼。就首先就是我们能得到 所有人的认可，尤其是在自己家乡，所有人的认可。
但是这次有很多强劲的对手。
我非常敬仰无畏契约的选手们，他们不停的练习，他们在舞台上全力以赴，就像音乐人一样。感受上海的节奏和律动，这里中国嘻哈的发源地。
There's a rhythm to it. Valorant, it flows like music.
Is this the Chinese Devlin? Oh.
I have this feeling about Shanghai. This could be our time.
我哥一直是我的榜样，多亏了他，我才能走到今天。我想在上海主场拿下冠军，让我哥为我感到自豪。
你们感觉今晚如何
I like that, yeah. Who's Kankak's brother? I don't know how you say it, but it's the ZMJJ in his username. That's why his username is ZMJJKK. Like the KK is for Kung Kung. The first part is his brother's like username. Hello, Fengling. Is this the guy that did the song for ISO as well? I was going to say all of the casting clips up until Doug were casters that aren't here.
The relationship between brothers is complicated.
It's funny. I got Jason into gaming, and now in Valorant...
Format's literally explained by Pansy. To be fair, they do that ahead of time.
No matter
like Kakuka's done like pre-event videos, despite not being there. Fucking Jing showing up like it's an Avengers Endgame moment. On your left. I know there was another song for China that had like some of the even like Chinese players guest on it. I'd have to guess that G2 would win this. It'd be a bit of a shock if they didn't. But I don't know what the Vita's going to be like.
In a fascinating matchup here between two squads.
Yeah, Leaf online. It's a good shout, actually. It's been a while since we've seen most of these players on LAN. Like at an international event. Breeze, Icebox, and Lotus.
International stage, but T1 and their former teammate.
I also just throwing in the Vito, to be fair.
They're breaking down their series layout. Breeze, Icebox, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip.
Breeze, Icebox, Lotus. So what's this like? Breeze.
Icebox is a map that T1 have been banning throughout. Like playoffs is a map that they do not feel very comfortable with, and they let it open for G2 to pick. We need to think if this is going to be a bait that they're.
Let's have a look. So, who are we watching? T1.
For them, it's the map that they
G2
have the most experience and the better results. Let's say. So I am. Like,
so T1. 3-0 on this map. They just haven't played it an awful lot. Because they ran. Oh yeah, they ran Jet Euro Harbor. So they're running the well, not really running the same comp as Gen G, but similar. And I imagine maybe with Viper nerfs you could move this to an Astra, just do Harbor Astra maybe. We could do quite a lot. For G2, they're running Euro Astra themselves.
We've got to mention, man, that was on the screen a moment ago, Josh RT, head coach for G2, the amount of magic he's been able to pull out of this.
They've already Astra with Harbor.
He's going to have to pull the biggest rabbit out of his hat.
Yeah, because G2 used to play the same comp.
Given the grueling nature of Swiss.
What was Icebox is the second map? No, not at all. I mean, this is actually just a horrible map Vita to begin with.
At this event is going to be pivotal. I think it goes without saying. But for this one in particular.
And then, yeah, G2 against T1.
Yeah, and especially for a player, for example, like XQRA, right? Where we're seeing
Harbor Viper Gecko for G2. I kind of like the comp. It's been pretty successful too for the most part. T1 have only played this once. So both these maps, T1 just haven't played an awful lot of.
Situations though, because as we said, T1 only won a couple of matches, managed to squeeze themselves onto playoffs.
So this is a potential, like, this could either be a big backfire to T1 because they just don't have much official experience on it. Aegis Led looking exactly the same as before.
No surprise there. Viper still very much going to be in play, as you mentioned, Doug. At this point, right, there's just no reason to go.
When the game start, pretty much now.
How those changes affect play, you know?
Yeah, I'm most curious about how they're storing up that with
like soon.
On both sides. I think Harbor on the side of T1 makes a lot of sense. I personally really love Harbor. A good Harbor is so miserable to play against. Astra on the other side, I think for Valen, it allows him to call from that role a bit more comfortably.
7.
But again, Icy has to deliver against a double duelist comp on the other side, where you're going to get fake TPs, you're going to get flashes in through the jet smokes, and then Saya's there.
That's another question that I had. Is he going to stick to the Astra? Is he going to go, back to the Harbor? What are they going to do? I think that especially with the showings that we've had across the globe.
Do you want to watch Pie together? I'm very tired and I will fall asleep. I'm not sticking around for that long, Liz. I need to be gone in 3 hours, so. I'm hoping that this is a quick series so I can actually get to watch like FPX and FUT.
Thank you very much, GB.
But I appreciate the offer. Other days, absolutely.
And just all the great food, all the great fans. This venue already, the games haven't started. It's already electric, but welcome everybody. The opening series here of Masters Shanghai. I'm Achilles. This is Paper Thin, and we will be guiding you through this first series.
All right. G2 on defense. So got the Viper wall to go across. They got the anti-Euro trip of the camera back here.
We open things up with this pistol round.
Yeah, this is
a very deep Viper wall.
has been really explosive.
Be interested to see if this is for pistol or not, or whether that's just for like the future. Champs is in Seoul, yeah.
On this map so far this year, 8-4 on both of their attacker side. So definitely want to come out strong, want to make a statement here against G2. You got Rossi creeping up the mid door. It's been read pretty well by Icy. No damage done just yet.
Rossi creeping forward, missing the timing there as Icy gets himself in behind yellow, but
wow, people. Icy backed off, and who was it? Jonah P didn't move. Good peek. Two people fighting. One person going wide, but the one person going wide can't really help.
The new IGL here for the side of T1 pulls back, catches a decent time.
It's 27 HP.
Ping's coming down, trying to suss out where exactly he is.
It is planted for him.
Up pyramid, looking for the catch.
Nice, good timing. Cascade's good, lets you walk up. It's got to get him off of it. Well dealt with for Valen. I think it was this push that I didn't really like that much. I think 2 facing back here is great because it's not an easy place to be taking a fight, but like going wide here, I think you're better off like tucking in because you had good information on like them being around like stairs, and this is where they're rotating from, so you're like one going into potentially like 3 players.
We know how good Valen is in situations like this. He's been so good all year. Top fragger for this team. And just
X-Spirit wins these 8 years ago.
And now only a little bit of investment for T1. A Marshall Saya player loves to grab that even in the eco rounds. Sheriff's going to be for...
How old is X-Spirit?
Looks like Outlaw going to be in play for...
Same wall, so...
Let's see what T1 can do, if anything, on this round.
It's a very like anti-B setup, so you're just fighting for A main a lot naturally.
The tag there onto Izu, who looks to make his exit. Just managed to avoid some of those shots, but a lot of them connecting over onto Carpe, so he's going to be whittled down now to 30 health.
So they fight a little bit for A main, and then immediately they're focusing more on like this like mid split. Aldron sees nothing.
Himself on a fairly deep line, working his way all the way up hall.
This is something...
So seeing nothing gives them good information because they fought for A main, they had a bit of pressure. Nothing happening towards B at all. There's nothing mid, so they have an expectation that there's going to be somebody in halls. They clear them. Especially with this execute coming in, just having players pull back to make sure that halls is clear. And then they can deal with this. This is dangerous because you're up against an eco round.
Gun going to be spotted. Isu going to be taken down. X-Grit still staying stuck here.
One right in the smoke. Great shots. That's why you don't play close against an eco like this.
That shock dart is absolutely devastating. Second one lobbed in. That one not finding damage, but look at the HP.
All 3 players are low.
30 on Carpe, 25 on Rossi, and 46 on Xcurate. Just about any damage from any of these guns.
Because you give them a bulldog and you give them a outlaw and a sheriff, so that's not too bad. Never mind, you give them a bulldog.
Grabs the bulldog, manages to transfer yet again. Now on for the ace. He's got Rossi. There's backup. The outlaw in hand. Can he find it?
Nice. Just as you were saying, he doesn't win that 8 years ago. He gets the ace now, at least. What a start. But also, like, why did G2 make those decisions?
Shanghai for Xcurate. This is where he made his start in esports with Tai Lu back in the day.
Do we not have it from Xcurate's POV?
Shanghai on fire. Unbelievable.
POVs? There we go.
In the eco still, yeah.
Wow.
Cash having those sheriffs, having that Marshall. Marshall doesn't get anything done, but Xcurate, he just takes it into his own hands, and yeah, he's already back on his
Giving fucking Shanghai a show.
crowd saying welcome home.
But yeah, like fighting here against an eco is just asking for it.
This crowd has been electric.
So eco now for G2, their plan is to just push and fight for like mid, catch people off on these off angles. Yeah, nice little like double peek in that angle.
Cannot be there.
Having one player watching elbow so you don't get sort of crunched on. 2 people pushing and fighting here. And actually grouping up and taking more space elbow is really nice.
Both of these teams actually pretty quick to get plants down.
Especially because it's just maybe the Euro that's going to show. So you don't know that the Astra and the Cypher would be there with them.
Trying to work through mid. There is a big stack here in elbow of G2 players.
Triple stack in elbow.
I don't see how that works. You mean to push here?
Waiting to see if they cross up, move their way.
Just because this is such a prevalent position and people are playing from, like on defaults, and it's not easy to trade unless you're like tucked in over here, which you probably don't want to be doing because again, eco.
Wall going to be coming up. As Valen is
Another one's gone down, but at least it got traded this time. All of these kills are getting traded. Thrifty on thrifties.
Now it's all on Saya player. This might just be back-to-back eco rounds coming through.
Unreal. I mean, Saya was nuts.
I think the best thing to usually do in like anti-eco rounds is, on attack at least, just keep it straightforward. But just be going like A main, going B main. Like fighting anything for mids on an anti-eco is always a risk.
It's that quick little headshot, but now he's got to get this one down on the ground. Now he tries to
He still loses the fight anyway.
But he cannot find it. Leaf with 3 as G2 will get themselves a MasterCard thrifty to just go ahead and swing themselves right back into the lead.
Not all fun things work. I do like this. MasterCard thrifty, very discreet. But I guess you're not going to have it show up in the round because it's China production.
Take advantage of some of the open space in mid, in hall, things like that. And so far, G2 has been very, very aware of it.
Good response though from G2 to get thriftied like that and then to thrifty back. It's like I'm watching Shanghai, like watching China though.
They could change things up, but they're back on quite a bit of an eco themselves.
You guys overblow the whole whimsy thing, I swear. I mean, I don't. I think that saying it's just off vibes, I think, is a discredit to how much work PaperX put in on like theory and strategies and utility.
A very fast shutdown on that push here from G2, reading the map well. They work their way forward. One pop flash, 5 bodies on the floor.
Easy to have fun when you're winning, I guess.
Really likes to do here on this map is get a
like watching PaperX when they're struggling.
Valen, whether it be Ice,
doesn't feel very fun.
Have a lot of different setups. That time, even Jonah P getting involved with some of that Viper utility, things like that are what make them really dangerous on their on this map. They're really.
I think it's tricky because I always hear players be like, "Oh, I want to do this like PaperX does." And it's like you can't do what PaperX does. Like
economically, finally, T1 can get
unless you put in hundreds more hours in playing various agents and like theory and stuff.
Have that to try to couple in with this for now. It is just going to be a straight up scouting mission. 2 players going to be spotted here.
Flash right in the corner.
Exits the portal, hit onto the door. Tries to go for
oh man, Leaf just gets him like pre-aims. You got a cage to push up a... This is the defensive one actually to use the neural theft. Side play tries to play off of it.
Risk has to try to reposition.
Good ultimate. Cosmic Divide's going to be used afterwards. Great peek from Jonah P. Just off of the Euro clone coming through.
Headshot, Carpe gets taken down. Rossi trying to hold. He's only good for 1. And now it is all on Xcurate. Once again, this time a 1v3. Time ticking on his side. Can he nail the shots? Can he shut them down? He spotted a pixel out of place. Catches.
Oh, nice try.
He will be able to get him in the
I think Icy actually killed him through the harbor, like, cove as it was just breaking.
To make sure he can try to get that next neural theft. And they will go ahead and now move up 4-1.
And you're seeing one of the things that's been the calling cards of G2 so far this year is their teamwork. Their ability to...
He got a headshot, and he shot him through the cove, even. Yeah, it's good timing, that.
Around the corner, they know he's right there.
Good peek off the neural theft. I mean, we'll see in a second, I assume.
Even with that harbor all
Oh, no.
They're gonna swing right past it. And
They should change that, like, until it's fully gone. That shouldn't work.
well here. The pace is going to be pretty quick in this.
You hear the sound effect of it being broken.
Earlier, but actually, when I was looking through the stats, I was even a bit surprised by this, that both of these teams on their attacker side, the majority of their...
It could also be one of those, like, observing things, though. Of just, like, the observing client doesn't...
when it comes
isn't great at seeing that.
T1, you can already feel it. They want to get there. They want to get that plant on. They want to get into post plants. And especially against G2, that's been something they've been weak at, actually, coming into this stage. Is their post plants can be a little bit shaky when it comes to retakes. So definitely something you want to try to take advantage of. But so far, they're getting cut down kind of in the process of getting to those.
So far, I think, like, some nice flashy stuff from T1, but I think G2 have been playing the map a lot better. Like, just good retakes. Very sensible, very straightforward. The only thing that was, like, poor from them, I guess, was the anti-eco.
Flash on himself as he tries to swing the corner. Gets taken down by the headshot from Leaf. So things a bit disjointed. Izu currently not on the board. See.
So they'll just shoot it and it disintegrates. Yeah, it's not a wall.
Throughout the Pacific stages, you don't want to be seeing that more downtrending Izu performance coming into Master Shanghai.
I think the utility does make it clear that it's doing that, though.
You're sitting pretty, but having that one loss, having only one more series, that blanket, it's not good. But now Knives out, rush forward. Icy going to be taken down, but Saya player traded out. 1-for-1 in that exchange. Is going to be caught trying to take some presence.
Is it a force or a buy next? You've got Rossi that's bought up, and everybody else is saving enough money to buy next. So I don't know what's going on here.
Just falling back, gonna give up a little bit of space. Try to cut off any road.
Like, it's weird that the money is as weird as it is after a timeout.
Up at the beginning of the round. They have a pretty good idea. This is going to be B. They haven't felt any pressure through mid or anything like that. Damage going to be done. Carpe, good for one.
Got a readjustment.
You kind of need the plant. Yeah, you could get the plant. That's good. So there's a bit more money to work with for next round.
See how he survives this. 15 HP. Carpe in a very committed position at the moment here. And Hunter's Fury would like to have that potentially for the post plant, but also you do have Jonah swooping his way around.
Because this is, if there's a map, I think that having full armor instead of half armor helps a little more. It's probably Breeze.
Opening shot, unable to find the instant punish, and now it's taken down to
1 HP.
They're just sending everything at him, running their way forward.
I feel like triple controller could be interesting here. Yeah, you have a lot of like presence with smokes if you do that, but you don't really have much like going power. That's the issue. It's a little bit
one of those trap plays from Valen.
I don't know how to describe it. A little bit flimsy.
To get in there, do some damage. Valen gonna hold back here again. I love the patience that we're seeing from.
Like, I do think that there is a simplicity to just running Sova, KO, Jet, and stuff like that.
Very nicely done.
No go button for any exec or retake. Exactly, yeah.
It's gonna be a huge part of this, but now Saya is gonna be.
And there's no initiator in the game right now, other than like a Sova on Breeze that like can fill those gaps. Before, you might be able to get away with it because you could just run like old Sky.
That's where they really.
But you can't run solo initiate KO. It just have to be Sova, but then you don't have flashes. I think one of the so you'd go like Sova, Yoru, Harbor, Astra, Omen.
Much slower here from T1.
Or like Viper, Astra, Omen. I don't think you go Viper, Harbor, Omen / Astra. Do you need flashes? I think for this map, if teams are still going to commit to playing Viper.
He's going to go ahead, put the mask on, go sprinting forward with the dimensional drift. I mean, he's just seeing so many players at the moment, but he's not playing close enough for them to get the sense that he's actually here on top of him now. Hunter's Fury opened up, Execute taken down. Final shot, able to get the tag as well, and there's the finisher. Side player will fall. Leaf coming up with that kill. Izu finally able to find a kill here. Knows that that's going to be the fake out. Pushing towards him.
Oh, nice movement. Really clean from Izu, actually.
Find the headshot. Izu starting to come alive. Comes up with 3, and now Jonah going to be noted here.
Good trade too, actually, from Rossi. All right, it works out.
T1, they'll now get themselves a second-round win.
Yeah, that's a huge win for T1, especially with both ults invested, with the op coming into play as well.
Yeah, I don't really know how to describe it. I think it's just...
loss for G2. I love this play, though. The dimensional drift. Wait for them to get into the tube and then send the Hunter's Fury down through that choke point. That's a brilliant setup from G2. It's just finally Izu able to get some damage done with.
He just gets past, and G2 aren't necessarily that aware of it, I guess.
There from the IGL of T1, X-Curate gonna maybe push in.
Same wall. I guess you could do this wall more because of the cascades, and like any harbor walls can sort of fill that gap too.
Available here from Carpe, staying sat back in shop, but no one being spotted. Everyone now widely drifting their way.
And I wonder if it's a bit of a, because we see G2 play like pure retake on A.
It's gonna start hearing some of these footsteps, but can he hold the line?
Good off angle. Not a great peek. He knows the Valen's there. Not great from G2. Like, one dying here I think is good, but if you have 2 other players here, try to like peek together. I guess they're like very keen to trade it as soon as the kill comes in, but if you do that, you need to be like keenly aware.
Looking to maybe give us a second ace. Icy gonna start drifting away as the audience starts chanting for it, but it doesn't seem like Icy's gonna really try to give him the opportunity.
Good morning, Peblo.
Out of his hands, and they will take it from him.
All right, it's actually been a good fight back now for T1 since the timeout.
Clawing their way back a bit. Gap now cut in half.
Yeah, this is good awareness here from T1. G2's really been spreading the map, but we haven't seen a lurk like this quite yet, especially a 3-man lurk. G2 love their lurks, though. That's something you absolutely have to be aware of. So credit to T1 that so far that card
The buy seems to have helped a lot.
but they were very
Yeah, I mean, they just won the last round, so they're going to have a good buy.
with his aim. You know, he's been talking.
Or was it G2 on an Eco? It must have been.
That even though he's not the IGL anymore, it's kind of a win-win for this team. You know,
Full buys here. What have you got? You've almost got Viper's Pit. You got Reckoning. You got the spike on Rossi. So what? Like Reckoning, execute onto site. You still got the Euro trying to fight here. I mean, actually, really good work from the Euro clone.
Able to get on top of that Viper, takes him down. Mystery across, otherwise not finding any other connections. With the walls raised, you can tell G2.
Nice G2 weren't expecting that the Reckoning would be used on the execute. Right, yeah, really nice work. Viper's Pit actually used here to block off all of like mid. They know where last is with Valen, who probably wants to be saving.
Valen, does he try to challenge here? I mean, Cash aplenty on the side of T1.
Hey, if he can get out, he can get out, but he's not going to be let. Oh, Easy's turned up. How's the game looking so far? Pretty even. At the start, it was very G2-sided. Now it's very T1-sided. I guess the only weird thing about that from G2's perspective is, like, I guess you're having the Viper here to like bait for the Yoru that's playing here, but they were caught first of all by surprise. That was super loud. Like Viper's trying to bait for the Euro here, but they weren't really considering that A, the Reckoning would be used, and B, that the Hunter's Fury would be used off the ping, I guess.
Again, Izu just going to be gathering up these orbs. He's back across the opposite
Yeah,
side.
fun breeze gameplay. Euro makes it fun for sure.
Once again, trying to take some space here, working his way forward. Trent on the opposite side.
Eco now for G2.
At the bridge, but he has that Sheriff. We've already seen, very much so, how much damage these Sheriffs can get. Trent now starting to push his way forward.
I don't think it's worth to be here for Sire player. For that reason, you've just given him a gun. I don't mind actually having a player in this position and just holding it late. So long as these guys do something. You can't have them just sat in cannon and then have a player push on their own.
Onto this B side, Valen playing close, not going to be caught by that, but X-Curate reads the position beautifully, just sprays.
Yeah, these anti-egos for a T1 are not amazing.
Does shut down Izu, so kills still being found, but Rossi able to go ahead and displace the site for now. Rest of that util not having to be respected whatsoever.
That'd be a position for Yoru. Yeah.
Trying to see if he can deal some damage. Still does have that.
But I would have put like if there was a Cypher on there, I'd be getting the Cypher to try and push up.
Excellent awareness from X-Curate to at least get this into an even situation, and they're just gone!
You see what I mean, though? Like, I feel like when we're watching this kind of quality of Valorant,
I thought that might take a little bit longer. But
how unfair it feels for me for people to be like, there's no chance that FPX can qualify for Swiss. I'm like, are you watching the same gameplay that I'm watching? Like, I like both of these teams. I think they're very good, and I think it's very hard to be playing at that level, like on a stage like this at a moment like this. But it's not like this is leaps and bounds cleaner than what we'd see from FPX, for example.
You shouldn't be mad at your players because you want to see that ego in the server. You want to see them coming in there and challenging this team.
But at least the response from T1 was good there. Like, they lose a player, but they still managed to just go for the execute in the end.
It's just about, putting the leash on every now and then.
FPX can hang. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not trying to be one of those, like, China glazes for the sake of glazing. Like, I understand why people might not be necessarily too keen on them, but I don't know. I don't think you can convince me that FPX can't play at this level.
On this defender side for the rest of it, we only have 2 more rounds to be played out.
And some of these things that G2 did early on are now being identified and addressed by T1 very quickly. So, the timeout didn't work immediately for T1, but eventually it got there. And again, Xcurate reading these tucked cubby positions that G2 is taking. Things like that are going to be so key right now for T1. If they're going to come through here positive in the scoreline, again, attacker side really is where T1 typically does their damage on this match. Valen, thinking about contesting.
You watch too much China Valorant and land at EMA with no FUT will RKO them out of the top row. It's not even that. Like, I think losing to FUT is fairly, like, valid because FUT are a good team. But, like, do I think FPX could beat either of these two teams? I feel like they could.
Alongside the wall, guns down 2, sends in the ult. Rossi trying to take space here on that B site. Does note Leaf over in Nest. Now 2v3 to try to close this out. Just get
I'm not even saying...
Able to come in.
Yeah, what are we doing?
It's somewhere over there.
So you're planting more towards here because you don't have control. You're expecting flanks to a certain degree. Aldron's been used. Recon's available.
See if you can spot anybody.
And really good from G2 to not show anybody. There's a poison cloud going up. Like, are they going to expect 2 here? They might not even expect 1 at this rate. Save bite's good. Oh, and it gets Jonah. Yeah, really good play from Trent. Kappa tries to take his time with the shot, but he can't quite do it. With 3-man towels. I guess this was maybe their, like, alright, they've just taken the timeout, let's do something, like, crazy. Let's do something way off base that what we've been doing so far. I think is good.
Good luck guessing that we're going to do that twice in a row. Leaf with just a brilliant position, playing the anti-flash nicely, and then gets that neural theft. Makes it a lot more comfortable here on this retake, able to come from a couple different angles.
Alright, 6-5.
Rossi with a good prediction there, has a stake.
Yeah, it's less about like FUT versus FPX and more like out of the 8 teams that are in Swiss stage, I don't think it's very fair to say that FPX don't have a chance to make the top 4 in them. Do I think it's hard? Yes. Do I think it's likely? Probably not. Is it impossible? No.
Ready to go. Silver will go ahead and grab that, but does he just send it off the rip? Hunter's Fury to try to open things here as Trent sat back in Pyramids looking for the kill, and now that reckoning, it doesn't matter! Xcurate dead!
Yeah, Hunter's Fury, showstopper. Great thing to just do on like the last round of the half. There might be like ultimates in here, like it just shuts out the Euro. Like Trent has been amazing, but Trent is just amazing flat out.
Saya now all on his lonesome, beating a 1v5 ace clutch to bring us back to parity between these two teams at the half.
Why did the kills seem like they decrease in FPS when the final kill happens? I don't... You mean in-game or like from observing?
4K here for Trent, a flawless round to end the half for G2.
This is GG 7-5? What makes you say that?
Absolutely fantastic action here from G2. Good restabilization, but still one time out of peace between both of these squads.
G2's attacking side is worse than their defense. And T1's defense is better than their attack, statistically at least. I don't know how much that's really worth going off. Actually, I do want to watch it on Twitch because I want to get the... Like, you guys can get drops.
All right.
So let's go and watch it this way.
But turns out, Cuckoo,
I also love that Jane's back. It fills my heart to see that he's
exactly. After
like
that first start, I mean,
back in.
shaky rounds here and there, back and forth with us.
Yeah, I just want to get the Jaiho title.
I think that G2 came with a very clear
Get in with the program. Yeah, I'm just making sure that I get it. Like, obviously, you guys can get it too. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, I haven't checked chat. Sorry about that. But if you watch it on Twitch, you'll get a title and a gun buddy.
Every single team, both teams had an opportunity to crumble at multiple times throughout that half, and all of them showed resiliency. Remember, G2 gets ecoed in the second round, and then G2 goes up 5-1, and then you think, okay, T1's gonna fold.
T2
bounce back to get it to 5-5 because extra is popping off, and then G2 were able to stabilize at the end.
Yeah.
On a big international stage like this, the pressure to crumble is outrageous, and both of them weathered it well.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, speaking of weathering it well, I mean, extra right there with this wild high-speed moment courtesy of Horizon gets the ace. Now, for a moment there, Kukuka, this was the only round that they had won, but what a hell of a round to win. I don't even know how he hit that second shot. That was insane.
For a very long moment, we have to say, and not only
T2 versus G1.
had to have a hero play for them to get the second one, even the third one. You know, they required a little bit of this individual moments to shine, to get.
What does T1 stand for?
Love to see him celebrate because
like G2 is it good game? Is that what G2's meant to be?
after that, but hey, they managed to turn it around. I think that it looks great.
One thing you can say for certain, though, is that T1, they have done their homework on what G2 likes to do, and they have been catching them off guard with that. Now it's time
ace?
to flip how this all plays.
Oh, good morning, Raph. I can see Raph like slightly out of their enclosure like this. Game is 2. Oh.
How the rest of this one does shake out.
What happened to game is 1?
But a decent little rally back at the end from G2 to make sure that they weren't going to be at a disadvantage. Make sure that
Terraria 1.
now that they've secured themselves a lead, see how they fare moving over onto the attack side.
I mean, it's going to be an execute. Snake bite still strong.
Push forward there because of the pipe, but easy.
ICTP, like literally just snakebite fully nerfed, still winning this round single-handedly.
Let's get taken down, deal some decent damage here. The rest of T1 start getting corralled over towards this B site.
Everybody's like booked in for G2.
Maybe just a little overambitious.
I think for T1 you just can't lose to Jules now.
Lock down the back of the pillar.
Leaf ready to push.
Oh, and Leaf plays it so well. This cage is so good.
Valen looking for that transfer over onto Carpe, unable to find that kill, but now Carpe all on his lonesome and tagged down to 33.
What a sick round from Leaf.
Now starting to come through, but all the util has been used. Sent out.
It's meant to be the one. I see. That's cool.
Recon does get the ping. There's it, looks to reposition. They're looking to double phase. As there's the jump peek. First one, taking him down. Gets the reveal out on the Leaf as well.
Come on, Leaf.
Basically needs the headshot. Leaf, not quite giving it to him. Cuts across, gets himself behind the pillar.
My pickups are going to be wrong about FPX. At least let me be right about this. I mean, he's buying so much time at the least, too. Yeah, crazy good round.
Another 3K from Leaf. Feels like maybe the fourth one he's had so far of this map.
Like, I actually really like putting him on this like sentinel role because you know his aim's good, but also he's just very clever with how he takes some of these fights. Because he has his teammates stuck on site, the defenders have to adjust to him, so this cage just lets him sort of peek out into this little cubby position is amazing.
Take contact so well because of that duelist nature that's built into him. And of course, in situations like this, Valen was good for it last time. This time it's Leaf. Carpe wanted it. Of course, just
Cape losing a couple of like clutches, but I don't think that's much different from before, right? There he is again.
Just another one right through the cyber cage.
I've not been watching that much G2, but have they been playing Leaf exclusively on like Sentinel?
Extra taken down. Leaf just taking a lot of forward space. And he's going to take another life as Carpe will also fall. It's one of the sheriffs now taken out of the equation as Rossi will finally be able to put him down.
Really hope FUT versus FPX gets muddy. Yeah, if it gets muddy, like FPX are going to win.
He does eat quite a bit of damage, and now we have G2 working their way across over towards B. Side player.
But it sort of depends on them. Hold on. I feel like my front door has just been opened.
Those footsteps, I do believe, been just right on the edge of that audio range, but that leaves now all of the work to be done on Izu's shoulders. Flash timing is looking great, and he goes ahead and shoots, gives away his position. Now they start looking for the push, and they will very swiftly be able to flush him out. Saya working his way forward is not ready for Valen to be lingering here.
Never mind. Door was locked, so I think it was like maybe next door's balcony or something.
Try to deal any additional damage here. Get any charge towards that pit.
I think it just depends on like confidence, you know? I think where everybody could drop a 30 on any given day will lose to us because the series is muddy. Wake up, Ryan.
Playing Their positions perfectly.
I don't know. Like, it's not even like because the individual players from FUT would be behind. It's just the general narrative that people are having. Like, Heretics with DRG. Do I think that DRG are going to win that series? Probably not. But if we go into that series and Team Heretics like lose the first pistol and maybe even lose the bonus, like they get thriftied, like T1 thrifty G2 right at the start of this, right? G2's an experienced enough team to be able to like bounce back from that nicely. But I can definitely see teams like Heretics and even FUT, because it's up against like a China team where we shouldn't be losing to China teams because everybody thinks that they're like tragically bad. That's gonna fuck them more than anything.
Look at this. I mean, the outlaw coming through from Leaf. He knows that most of them
should FUT lose. No. Can they lose? Yes. But I also do think that like for FUT at least, this is really clean. See, like if FPX had a start of a map like this, right, where they like win the pistol, it comes down to a clutch, they're on a bonus, they just destroy everybody.
Rushing forward, looking here for Excurate. Just sat back orange, hoping to see if he could try to make something happen. Creeps up, nothing spotted here. But now the Nebula there to go ahead and cut off vision as Trent makes his exit back over into shop.
I have a bad feeling about this match. Yeah, I mean, if T1 like loses this round, it could be free fall.
But Excurate already going to be spotted, dead. Leaf, oh, he knows exactly.
Yeah, it's the save, and Leaf is just gonna fuck him.
He's suspicious about this position. See if he can actually get away with his life, retain this weapon, or if Leaf will take it from him. And yeah, it's going to be the latter. He's been so damn clean with it this whole match so far. It's now 10-5. Bonus is converted.
Unbelievable. They're so clean right now.
You're looking at it the wrong way. Anyone can lose a game in the right circumstances, except that when what favors FPX isn't far from what FUT made their name. Yeah, like I know, like FUT got to this point by being like FPX, you know.
Even Josh can't believe it.
But I think the difference is like for FUT, if they get into a muddy series against Na'Vi, it's always the sort of feeling of like, or like, it really depends on how FUT consider like their opponents, really.
So timeout called here from T1. Last one that they're investing.
Because I think it's easy to sort of pull better teams down into the mud to play with you, which is what I think FUT do really well. Like they make you uncomfortable by playing comps like their Lotus comp against teams that are almost highbrowing it. You know, you've even got people like Sliggy saying like they should never lose to this comp, but a lot of teams will continue to lose against that comp or anything like it because it's very like disruptive. It's hard to play up against. It's tilting to play up against with how well it does. Nobody wants to lose to a comp like that. But do I think that that whole playstyle would impact how FPX play? No. Nor do I think that the way the FPX play with their triple controller and their clove and stuff on Icebox, I don't think that would necessarily impact how FUT play. Overall, I think it's going to be a really good series. Muddy or not, I think that like stylistically, it'll be really interesting to watch how they do.
Guardian in the hands of Saya player. It's not like he's very close to having that Bladestorm online either. This could.
However, Heretics, which are a little bit more like, and I say this like, I really like what Heretics do. I think Rians is a fantastic like initiator. I think that the utility and the ideas that Heretics have are great, and they have the players to like execute on it. However, seeing Heretics play up against that disruptive style of FUT. Historically, I can't remember. Like they obviously would have played the they wouldn't have played the losers bracket game. Did Heretics ever run into FUT in playoffs?
TP in around the back.
Or did they avoid each other because Heretics went up through the upper bracket and then FUT obviously ran into Fnatic to get eliminated?
Unable to find a second. The side player will also fall. That Guardian not getting any damage dealt. Excurate now, last one alive. It might just be similar scenes of him tucking away.
Like, I can't remember like what the bracket was off the top of my head. Heretics 1-2-0. No, that's what I don't know. I never saw that game.
Okay, how did they leave the site last time?
Like, I was trying to remember, like, did they play? Because I did watch EMEA, but I just guess I blocked it out my mind.
Too big of a difference as G2 actually looks to be exiting towards the B main side of things, so will not be crossing paths with X-Curate just yet, although, take it back. Leaf and Icy.
Like, I guess, like, Swiss, how much time you have to prep with path to take. Like, my point is that I can see Heretics falling into that trap.
TP just in case he starts getting caught, or never mind. It'll just be the fake TP.
But, like, this is me mostly talking out my ass. I haven't really paid that much attention to EMEA because I've barely had time to. I just put it on and just stare at the wall behind my screen.
Back there at the end, it would have been great for X-Curate, but just not quite coming through. It seems like he just wasn't even ready for them to be in that position either.
Yeah, it feels like maybe he had kind of just...
So yeah, maybe I shouldn't be talking about like the stylistic approach of teams that I'm just not watching that keenly. But then again, people are talking their shit about China and they've not really watched that too much, so what's the difference?
Right now, 20-7 is Leaf. He is having just an unbelievable map, having so much impact with his guns. Those neural thefts have been huge for them to set up some big plays. That's a spot.
It's a really nice setup.
Spot was there, but TP was taken out, so...
And this Euro Ultimate's good because it doesn't necessarily give away which side that you're going for. Like, you could do this and go for an A split. But obviously, they know it's to be executed now because of the Viper Wall. Leaf's found his way in again, just with this little cage.
Managing to find one, but Leaf turns back, finds himself a second elimination. Carpe tries to slow things up. Hunter's Fury going across. So a little bit of damage dealt.
He's chatting about a team he hasn't seen since Champs. I've seen them play. I've seen, like, FUT play their Lotus comp and stuff on that. But I haven't watched them intently pre-Shanghai.
This is going to be so difficult. You still have a recon dart. You could try to clear this pit, but it's going to be challenging.
Like, I don't know their vetoes. I don't know what their main picks and bans are.
Still playing here within the site itself. Aside from Trent, who gets himself tucked back, playing on that long angle. Spray coming through. Nice double reveal off the recon. Knows that they're going to be here. Tries to go the flash timing, but X-Curate gets caught by it. Saya able to find one, Carpe the other. Jonah at 72. Pit still raised. Shock dart now getting lobbed in. Jonah taken down by Carpe's. The pit has now fallen, and Trent has to try to hold this, but he cannot.
I tell you what, though. I'm very excited to see FUT on Haven again. Because they played the Gecko and stuff beforehand, and now Gecko's buffed. I'll tell you for a fact, whatever FUT run Haven comp-wise, I'm taking. You know, especially if it's got Gecko. I'm like, I am taking that shit.
Two in the corner, and then the shock dart to clear the Viper.
They did. They did. I think it was solo initiated Gecko. I could be wrong.
In a 2v1, this is just fantastic stuff from him. I mean, he's had a couple great moments, some good utility, and that more than
I swear, Krax loves to play KO everywhere where KO isn't great, and the maps that KO is strong on, they play something else, like Haven. Gecko, Viper, Clove, Ray, Cypher. I don't think the double controller is that dead on a map like Haven, but I think it's dead with Viper. I think like Omen Clove could be the future, or even Omen Astra. Depends on how much Euro's played too, and also it depends on the duelist changes. Cairo, thank you for the 2 months. I'm excited for later. I was meant to message you yesterday, but I forgot.
As Leaf just looks to continue inching his way forward. But it looks like
Astra Clove just isn't like dynamic enough. If you're running Clove, you want to be going like at pace, or you want to have the freedom to like mid-range the map a bit more.
A-site has been completely evacuated by T1, so it's there for the taking for G2.
Well, I like what T1 does here. They're making sure that there isn't going to be...
But yeah, I was meant to say, like, I know that you typically do hybrid casting, which, like, is fine, but I'm just typically, like, very vanilla color casting, so I'll let you play by play mostly.
Attention fully paid over towards
You're working with Carol later today, Ryan? Godspeed, Ryan, Godspeed. Yeah, because Pavlos is in Bristol. But then I was like, wait, I live in Bristol. Why do we not just, like, do casting from, like, either mine, or we can go to the Og's office and work from there? All right, these retakes are actually working really well for T1.
Down the defuse comes through. T1 now get themselves up to 7.
Oh, it's huge.
As opposed to the twin turbo charge casting that Ryan does.
Shots against his former teammates. Hitting some
I mean, I don't like to do play-by-play that much.
And good diligence here from T1 to make sure that this lurking player is accounted for. Once they clear that Viper out, they're like, yeah, okay, we should be able.
Does that mean I shouldn't do any play-by-play? Probably not.
Come from a couple different angles. It helps when Saya's winning a battle like that. Now he had full armor, so even if he gets hit by the Outlaw, he's down to 10, but that could have really changed the ending of that round potentially. Then just one stray shot from Valen or something might have been able to set this to match point, but instead, T1 trying to claw back.
Wait, does Mo know Cairo at all? I assumed with that statement that he did. But if he doesn't, that's a little bit rude.
They've got the Cosmic Divide. They've got the
But I honestly don't know.
Hunter's Fury.
I just know, like, Mo can instigate me as much as he wants.
Just too good today.
Just don't instigate others if you don't know them.
How many he's already used here in this series, but I mean, Hunter's Fury, instead of trying to set up a Trent, but Leaf is just killing everyone.
Yeah, they do. Good.
3 more.
I always have to double check.
He does. He is unstoppable, Saya.
Nice, Leaf.
He cannot. It's another.
I'm known for being rude, obviously. Like, pretty much, yeah.
He's unreal. He's unstoppable. It's just crazy. I mean, they're trying to set up Hunter's Furies off the neural theft. Who cares? Leaf just needs the neural theft for himself. This is just disgusting. What an adjustment there. Sees the ping. Easy money. Goodness gracious, what a round.
And the only positive to come out of this is that the Hunter's Fury, the only positive for T1 is that the Hunter's Fury was used and it didn't get any value. That's it.
Viper's pitting A main. The buy is pretty rough. But you got good ultimates.
To try to force out overtime. Expert taking a peek over here. It's going to draw that reckoning.
Wow, that reckoning is...
They're still spread.
They really want it to either push them back to get people to rotate, which they're not doing, or they want to really Sherpa these people in.
Timing. Timing indeed. Word that somebody who's going to try.
Oh man, like 4 ultimates in play for T1 and they still might lose. I know their buy is ass, but still. And like, there's no choice really. You got to use the 4 ultimates, but...
So does get himself over towards window. Excurrent with a nice timing. Creeps out and does...
The reckoning wasn't great.
With the Cypher gone, maybe T1 can actually...
The jet push-up wasn't great because of the reckoning.
They've got him pretty well trapped in mid. There's a pretty good surround here for the side of T1. Just are they going to be able to win?
I just don't know how I feel with double controller that isn't double walls.
I mean, that's a huge one, but
It's meant to... It makes the Euro much more, like, gimmicky. But I honestly think if you're going to play the Astra here, you need, like, a jet.
Checks over, doesn't see anything. So
because that's what Gen G run, right? They run a jet instead and run jet, Euro, Sova, Viper, Astra.
Recon at the ready, easy.
Because this combo is great, but you need something else to go in.
Even with 1 HP is going to be good to find that kill. With Valen falling at the end, it's a good shutdown.
Been supplied for 3-4 years of the game just to be called rude.
Being able to be recovered there for Rossi, so he's going to be carrying over Stinger and will have to reinvest, but
if anything, is more of a testament.
As they hold on by a thread.
Yeah, just a little bit of shakiness from Team 1 and kind of
to be rude, but to not be like banned in the majority of people's streams.
Off of that reckoning, you know, it was popped really early there by Excurrent, and Saya just kind of didn't anticipate.
It's a powerful element of people thinking like, this guy must be very influential for him to still be here,
really anticipate fast enough
despite being abrasive.
It is what it is.
Leaf just working his way forward.
But I also don't like Harbor on this map either. I know TMV's made a video talking about it.
More than enough for him.
Really, I don't like double controller all that much. What is that wall? This one? It's good for like cutting off B main to stop people pushing up, but it also gets a bit of holes.
It's a 6v5 with the way Leaf is playing right now.
Drone across up through mid. Nothing to be spotted. Carpet just jiggling out, trying to maintain that Hull's control, but Excurrent getting ready to receive the brunt of G2 over here at A. Sets up the wall in advance. Recon getting a ping out on the 1. Just going to be drifting back. Look at them, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think the Harbor's good, but I like if I think this is Astra, I think this is a better comp.
Mid is clear, so
It does manage to connect, but
because it's like Astra on the A site fighting it is a lot better. Like you can give yourself little smokes to play off. Like Excurate now, he has this like cove still, but do you have a good chance to use it? You end up peeking into 3 people.
No, he does not.
Like here, you can like grab, you can stun, Cosmic Divide on the defense, you can smoke yourself and just give yourself something to play around, like a glorified Cypher Cage. Oh, really nicely done from Icy. Really nice map for G2. I'm glad they're getting rid of the map from this map pool. Singular Leaf Carry. Pretty much. But also it's just very I don't know. I think
an insane performance from him. 28 and 11 on the score.
What makes Breeze and like Icebox especially frustrating for me to watch is I think seeing different comps is a really good sign. But I feel like some of the comps that we're seeing are just ran for the sake of it almost. I don't know how to explain it.
Will we?
Maybe. So they say.
I don't know, will we? Fucking hot mics.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
I mean, it's a much better advert than the old Omen one, showing off Pearl gameplay. Honestly, I'll take all of these adverts over the fucking Andalusia one. Don't ask about Lola. What was with the weird fade there? What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think for Icebox and for Breeze, I don't really like Silvercare that much. But I like it more than trying to like force weirder ideas to fill gaps that don't need filling. I think it makes a lot more sense for like tier 1 teams because you don't want to be like super easy to read. But at the same time, so many of these comps, it doesn't matter if teams know that you're playing them. It just like is that you are just better, right? I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's so based on like fundamentals and playing stuff well. I would rather take the vanilla comps of like Ascend and Icebox and Breeze, just take the boring shit and make it doable, than to try to outsmart your opponent with various other comps that you've taken from elsewhere. Because at least if you take the most basic comps, you get a full understanding of what the map, how the map is sort of played at a very default de facto level, and then you can make agent changes based on that. Like, it's like you're missing a step. I like the meta in which teams are using Euro for flashes, yeah, but like Euro works best, I think, on Breeze as almost like an initiator. What maps can FPX win against FUT? It's a good question, actually. Let's look at that. I also need to add the stats from last week. So if we have FPX here and we have FUT. So we won't see split played, I'd have to imagine. What's the win rate on some of these maps? Center's only been played once by FUT. So it's mostly been banned out. It must be banning out Breeze. So I imagine that would continue. So no split, no Breeze. FUT going Icebox. Icebox would be interesting if we do see FPX running a triple controller still. Lotus, depends on what FUT's going to run, but I think Lotus FPX win. Sunset. I can't remember what FPX have been doing on Sunset. I don't think they've played it for a bit. Yeah, they haven't played it since... I don't think they've played it since Madrid. And then they beat DRG, which was in group. So they haven't had to show this an awful lot, but they're running Gecko KO and Viper instead of a Cypher. So maybe we could see Sunset. Maybe, like, it should change, right? Like, I don't know why you'd run Viper now, nerfed. So you could do that. And then Breeze. So no Breeze, no Split. Bind. I don't know, like, FUT's map record doesn't really scare me that much here. But to be fair...
First map win in Shanghai, and I got their coach Josh RT here with me now. The turnaround time between the Grand Finals Americas and this event,
it's sort of about map and sort of see. Sunset, they beat Carmen Core. They lose to Vitality and Carmen Core. What they run in? Breach, Gecko Omen, Gecko Breach. They tried Deadlock against Vitality. They're running the normal compound split, but they're not going to play it. They're playing this monstrosity over on Lotus.
I dealt with that very well on map 1. Thank you very much for your time and good luck on map 2.
And then they're running Silver KO. Breeze not going to be played. Gecko KO.
And Kukuka here because Doug had to trek across town. He abandoned us to go commentate. What a bum. Anyway, so no, but oh my goodness. I
just think the attack is boring for both Icebox and Breeze. I like good mid-rounding and stuff most of the time. That's not really allowed to happen. I agree. Like, it's very hard to adjust to your strategy with Breeze and Icebox because of how big they are and how tricky they are to get around. But there's also the other side of the coin where it means that teams have to be very deliberate and how they play at the start of the round at the very least. Like, you can't... These are two maps that you can't just sort of like make it up on the fly as much. You have to be well disciplined, well played, well coordinated. And like, I guess that's kind of stuff that I like to watch. Like, I don't mind watching boring comps on Icebox play if we see like good adjustments and different, like, you know, you're not just doing the same sage wall to plant. You're doing different sage walls to plant in different spaces, and the team should accommodate for that. I'd rather watch that than, I don't know what would be a more crazy like mid-round D map. Probably like Ascent, I suppose.
He always is. That's the thing about Leaf that makes him so...
Like, Ascent to me feels more boring because you can go from one thing into many things, and the many things are so drilled into the map and how you play it, everybody ends up doing the same stuff.
He was always in the face of his opponent.
You could go for a straight execute that gets blocked, you reset, you go tick top mid, you break the alarm bot, you go back short, you Eldron through there, you go for an A-split, you go K ultimate, you go for an A-split, and you plant there, and yeah, it just ends up being a bit like blah.
The way that he's playing with the utility, it suits him very well. Like, he's very aware of every single thing that he's doing. But again, I think that it's very surprising to see this. This is the first time the T1 has lost Breeze this entire year. In fact, this iteration of the roster had not lost this map. And obviously, that was one of the reasons why they decided to go for this map as their opening map for Master Shanghai. But the way that G2...
Almost 350 ACS for G2. For Leaf. Shit, I need to run ads. And I'm also going to go for a Wii, so BRB.
And Xeriod especially had a very... Xeriod the first half, Saya player the second one, he was the one taking things closer. But there were a couple of situations where we saw things off time, and we do not know if that is for the pressure of being on the stage. You seeing that this is the map that you probably had the most prepared, and you've been red, and you have no response.
Yeah, the Izu play I think came to mind, right? Like, had he hit the dimensional rift, you know, just a little bit earlier, might have been able to get the timing a bit better, right? You could definitely tell that there was a coordination issue with their timings. They were really struggling to find air, and that is honestly a credit to Valen and Josh RT on the preparation here, right? Because very prep heavy team.
The way that they are implementing the Astra, like this composition is so strong. Like, again, if you want to see a sum up of this map, watch the last round. Like the Astra ult with the cages, the wall, like everything that goes on, like the way they segment the map is so beautiful and it's so strong that it's very hard to.
But yeah,
most definitely.
I think answering the question, I don't know what maps we'd see realistically.
Online a little bit more, and I just realized our buddy is turned the other way. Oh my word, he's got to address the camera. He's the fourth analyst here, and in case also my brain couldn't handle it.
Oh yeah, let me check a couple of things whilst we got a bit of a break.
My brain
Is this can aligned?
the can aligned. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you're really seeing these teams, or at the very least, you're seeing G2 with some excellent reads. But now we're going to find out what's going on over in the T1 camp. We have, of course, the coach of T1 standing by with Yinsu to get some thoughts. Yinsu, what's going on?
I'm now joined by Coach Autumn from T1. Now, Icebox is coming up next. It's not really a map that you guys play a lot of, so what can you expect from G2?
I already know G2 already showed their Icebox a lot, and I watched that, their bots, and I can see they don't have duelists, so, and we prepare our Icebox for this Masters for a bit, so probably I can guess their playstyle would be same.
FX versus FUT Icebox Bind Ascent should be the maps, I believe. I mean, yeah, the meta changes, I suppose, make it very interesting, but yeah.
If our preparation is well, probably we have a chance to.
I think it's just comfortably saying that there wouldn't be any split or breeze.
Bring it back on map 2.
But also, we have seen FPX play split in the past.
Coach Autumn's out here saying, like, we've seen what G2 can do on ice.
So maybe the permaban could be different for FPX.
Stupendous. It's a map that they've definitely leaned on quite a bit. The Harbor Gecko has been a great composition that they've implemented. I love the way that the Valen plays Harbor on this map.
But also, why would you start playing split now when you know that it's going to be out the map pool?
There is a lot of film on this map for them.
But also, it does mean that if FPX do have something to show, there's no point holding on to it. You might as well show it.
We know that if they still play without the duelist, if they keep that composition, we know that the turnaround time between playoffs and Master Shanghai.
Because we haven't seen them play split since the role changes of moving Autumn to different stuff. So you never know. You really never know. They're a clever team. Might have some interesting ideas.
Them, I believe this entire year, they first banned it in multiple occasions, and there has to be a reason for them not to just ban it against a team like G2.
Okay, well, they're gonna stick with the chamber. Reyna's coming back to play. We got the Sage. This is gonna be interesting how it plays out. I wish I could tell you, but T1's just gonna have to show it.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
I want to see how the ideal diff is going to be here. You know, with X-Spirit and Valen, we talked about Valen and how well he works around everything that is going on in the map. Yes, they've only had one showing. If they decided to go for this pick, if there was something to prepare against, it was this composition. To me, I'm really looking to what's gonna happen.
Strange comp.
To the attack, but with all the utility that G2,
I feel that's going to be moderately expected. Is this something the T1 ran in the past or not?
Yes, the plant could come easy for the side of T1. I don't see this composition working in the international stage, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them to have to pull through, but you know, T1 has proven that they can deal with the adversity in the past.
Who are the big streamers? So you got your Tarex, Ness, Demon 1 is streaming, Slig is streaming, Grim.
And how we talk about the post-ban and everything, there's not much that T1 can do. They have to be extra aggressive for them to supply and try and change that.
Hey, well, they have the Reyna, so maybe that's going to be the saving grace for them. Let's go ahead and find out how this whole thing's going to break down. Send it right back over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
I guess there's less people streaming overall because I guess it's late. If you put a player with less comms on, is Sentinel or Controller?
It's the same composition overall.
When AWOL on us? Oh, with Tom?
Showed this versus Gen G. It was the first time that we had ever seen.
At least he made content and stuff. Do you think put a player on less comms? Like, probably better on Sentinel to put them. Because Controller means Viper, and Viper means, like, wall up, wall down.
So we just shuffle around 3 different players.
Yeah, and it makes a
Controller's all about just timing.
Very good Viper player. See Xcurate getting up there, but Orb going to be able to
Because if you execute and your smokes aren't ready and aren't called, people push out and die to positions that they assume would be smoked.
It is hard to say for sure what you can expect out of T1. Not only do you only have one look at this particular comp, but now it's going to be played potentially slightly differently. Yeah, Icebox, one of the maps where Reyna can absolutely thrive, but with Izu piloting it, I'm not exactly sure what to expect. I'm pretty sure this is his first Reyna performance ever, too.
Well, the Gecko Flash gets beneath. Not aware, actually. I do like that Sage Wall, too.
As all of a sudden the Leers come out.
Like, I think gone are the days where you do this and you, like, plant in this corner and play post-plants. Like, it's a lot weaker nowadays. I think most, like, walls that I see are the ones that just go across here.
You don't have to worry about some of those explosive hits because there is no duelist for the side of G2.
Because if that Sage Wall gets broken, you have the Viper Wall too that can just go straight across it.
Executes, make their plants. And you can see Josh RT a little bit frustrated with that one, but just a good pace.
And you think it's better to give it to the guy lurking most of the time on attack that would have to relay anything he sees? Yeah, because he's not relaying as much.
Those A hits, they'll kind of hang out by the ramp over in mid as well. And they kind of swarm you as you're trying to get comfortable on those pistols.
Because you also might have your controller lurking too. Like, both roles are similar. Like, both roles aren't great if you got people that aren't coming on it, because you're gonna have, like, you know, like Ascent, you'd have your Omen defaulting towards A, you would have your Killjoy defaulting between B. Same sort of job, same sort of role.
He'll get as close as he possibly can. Tries to cut his way up over top, but eventually does have to go ahead and take that one down. So, Wall coming up, interrupting some of these kills is Mosh in over the top. To force them off that plant, and so far it does. So an interrupt coming through. Couple knives there onto the wall to try to break through. Saya will be able to get this plant down.
Also with, like, Omen and stuff, you've got like execute utility to a lesser extent, like Paranoise and stuff.
Able to come up with one as Rossi will fall, but otherwise 4 players from T1.
How does GIG look so good with a guy who pings?
Making sure they carry that
because, like Fukashu can relay stuff better, I suppose.
Going to be a lot of
like, they don't speak English really, like they come in Mandarin, but they'll like explain stuff to Fukashu in English if they need to.
In round 3, if they can establish.
But also, like, if Fukashu calls something like Killjoy B, people know what that means.
To get X-Curate into his comfort zone, a phenomenal opper, and it's going to have to be really stalwart for T1. Good start, a good recovery. And use the poison orb to cover mid. Of course, not able to be recovered anymore in the newest patch. And just a little bit of info being gathered. Going to catch 2 around that corner.
Yeah,
I didn't see anything else. Valen is scooting over towards the other
We've
side.
had more examples, I suppose, of like import players coming in on Sentinel, even initially, and then as they get more comfortable,
fantastic headshot to go ahead and open
it can be integrated more.
On this defense for G2. Still having the players try to make their way across, but Izu able to find one, so now 4v4. Gun here. Op is on a very forward, deep line for X-Curate. Very easy.
I thought the spike was left up here, but it wasn't. It was the chamber TP. I just saw like a big block.
The wall back up. Off shot, not going to connect. But
the attack up pushing in on this angle is crazy.
Stabilizes his aim, finds a second.
But it works.
Now it is all on Leap. He's been a menace.
Like, why would you buy? Well, I guess you're on chamber, but it's not like you're on your way to having a tour de force.
They will start off this map 3-0.
But buying an op on a bonus and then being on site and fighting with it is definitely a decision.
Covering with the op, and then immediately Saya player realizes there's contact from the rafters, swings in. Carpe as well getting involved. In the next
Good swing, good adjustment.
The screen's angle. Get that final kill.
The crowd echoing.
Respect X-Curate. Is it a tech pause or is it a timeout?
See a pump of the brakes. 3-0 beginning. Not what G2 were likely.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I was like, because the stage is bigger. They've made it bigger. I'm fairly. Actually, have they?
13-11 in the loss.
No, maybe they haven't. But it's just a color scheme. It's the same studio that BCT China's from.
But for the most part, it's just a lot of good shit.
It is a G2 timeout,
so having
which I think is very valid because
3-0, that is not what G2's looking for.
Like,
so
what do you do?
Going to be burned nice and early here, wanting to just go ahead and course correct, not let this get out of hand.
And you could make the argument that G2 might have an idea how to play against the Reyna comp because they have. Crew does run Reyna on this map. They did play it earlier in the playoffs in Americas, but it's a very different comp that Crew runs. They run the double initiator. They run the Gecko and the KO, whereas this is, you know, wildly different. You got essentially, you know, 2 Sentinels with the Sage and the Chamber, so it's a very different look that T1's going to bring you on the back of that Reyna. Yeah, there's still kind of the dismisses and the other things that Reyna can do, but the follow-up behind it is going to be a lot more playing for trades, a lot more looking for some long angle fights with that Chamber, things like that that we're already seeing come into play.
And it's already just been overall very clean. I mean, Rossi's the only one who's died on T1. He's died in every single round. So Cash being banked up by the rest of these players.
All right, pushing up and fighting on A main. Leaf actually gets one, but he's traded. Nicely done from T1. Everybody can just group up and fight. And they are tripping over each other a little bit, but
Blind there on the trend, the drop in. A side player playing this aggressively, and he's starting to do it.
even the audience is like, ooh.
Onto the corpses. Jonah P trying to see if he can get anything done here with that Marshall. The slow orb to stave him off. Izu around the back. Finds it. Doesn't even need to use the dismiss, but he's like, man, I got money. Goes ahead and pops it. And that is going to be T1 still looking good. But this is the round that we expect that time.
He shot Valen. He did.
See how things look.
I need to keep an eye on the times. So I got like 2 hours. Or like an hour and a half.
Already trying to get in the heads of T1 a little bit by getting aggressive, getting ahead of these plants, because this is something that you can't do against this comp as easily, especially because of the Sage Wall. Give them that extra space where they can kind of set up, and Zaya's just been an absolute...
You're just taking a lot of fights, but like a lot of this utility doesn't come back. Like if you can like fight for this or like feign that you're fighting for this, kind of like they are now, you can get these Leas out early. You can get like the Sage Wall and slows out early. So if you're playing for like a pure retake, you don't have as much utility to go up against. It's just really the Viper Wall and maybe a recon from Carpe.
But now we have this about to be basically quad push coming down through mid with
And yeah, the idea of like, because there's no killjoy, you can like flank around comfortably. Especially with there being a Viper's Pit too. The trip actually does not catch them.
Now arriving, they have managed to avoid that trademark.
Oh, is it that he's too far away from it now?
A lot of pressure here for Saya.
The trademark actually put in shallowly, so they're able to just push their way forward and not have to alert that at all. Saya, I don't think he's going to be ready for this at all. He's got a couple players.
Because he might be out of range, honestly, at this level, but I don't know for certain. I can't remember, like, off the top of my head, the range for Chimbus Util.
Tries to look over to the right-hand side, but he ends up falling, and now it's just Rossi here in the pit. He's bought a decent amount of time. He still has these bites.
Managed to get out.
Rotate back around here from the front. Finds the first.
Nice, Rossi. Really well played. Love this little like wrap around here.
And T1 get up to 5.
Sublime timing here from Rossi. Just gets ahead of Jonah P as he tries to enter that Viper's Pit. Wraps around, lets him start defusing, completely catches him off guard. Phenomenal play here. Got to that.
Were they? Yeah, they would have been aware of how many people flanked them actually, because the Chamber died here and fought them.
Access to that ult, and yeah, just not aware of it. I like the change here from G2, sending a lot of players to the flank, but it was pretty well read. My team was Excurate.
Screaming for the operator.
There's definitely no gap now. There was a gap before, but I also don't know if it would have been online.
Possibly can. Now another disjointed buy here for the side of G2. They do have that thrash. They have that.
So even that whole idea of being able to flank and fight them, that one opportunity they had, they still didn't win with.
It looks like, yeah, Excurate does readjust his trademark. Knows that he misplaced it last time.
Yep.
And they're going to try and do the same thing again. I guess now we'll see for certain, like, if the Chamber is on site fighting. They're going to Poison Cloud to get around.
They have the res as well.
Oh, and Carpe has the read. He knew that they could just go ahead and smoke it.
Ooh, clean.
Comes up with 3. Jonah finally does put an end to it. Puts him down.
Nice shots.
With a nice headshot. As Leaf able to get up close.
Rossi's an op now. He's just going to go towards belt. He gets free. I'm surprised that nobody was looking up here.
Player will be able to finish him off. So 6-0. T1 continuing on their merry way.
And this time it's an even earlier positioning to deal with this late flank for T1. It's going to be Carpe showing us some flashy shots. That transition onto that second player was phenomenal.
The thing is now that you did that on an eco, so winning those fights was hard enough as it is. But now you're on a full buy. Are you going to do the same thing again? You have 4 ultimates. Like, we're not even really playing retake now. We went from just fighting them on site to dying, to then trying to flank them, but then also dying. And so there's no opportunities to use these ults in. And our plan again is to like be aggressive and like face with the Silver here. Out of like, I guess you have no other duelist, so who else would it be? The Gecko?
Off the rip, so very nicely done there by Valen to get them an early advantage.
Look how quick T1 is rotating here, and I thought maybe G2 was going to mirror them, but they're not. They're going to clear that utility. That's going to alert them to T1's presence. How comfortably is T1?
You got the Sage Wall. Where are you going to put it? I like this. Poison Cloud has gone up on the defense. You wait it out. You wait out the Nanoswarm. You see where the second Nanoswarm is, so nothing's really going to stall you in this position. Other than Hunter's Fury, but it feels like Sire player was at least somewhat expecting it.
Still not out. Thrash does go forward. And right now, T1, I mean, maybe feeling committed to this position, especially as that pit is now coming through.
I wonder why he didn't recon there.
At this site, but T1, they want to bail out. They
Just saving it and resetting.
Someone suspecting this is starting to rotate back into A.
And he's got that lockdown. If they start coming this way, he can buy
Yeah,
even more
30
time,
seconds.
push them into more uncomfortable angles. Love this.
But he's in such a
Yeah, he's in such a he's not playing around that at all.
He needs to be able to find the surprise if he wants that lockdown to find value. But now the swarm is coming through. There's the res, and that's the perfect timing for Rossi to come up over the top. Takes him out. Now that lockdown, not going to be seen. Shock Dart's starting to try and delay. Plant going to be coming through. Wingman gets the spot onto one. There, down below, and Carpe just plus forwards.
What a G2 doing?
Last one standing. And this has been a catastrophic round for G2. He gets the spot onto one, but Carpe breaks line of sight. They still have 5 players alive.
That's a bit too hopeful of Leaf.
Can he do anything here? Can he find damage? They suspect that he's going to be coming through from that A main side. They might be up on belt, and yeah, I think he just has to save. He's going to see if anybody tries to exit, maybe try.
Leaf misplayed it. Yeah, it's even if you get one there, you probably get traded.
And all the ults they invested in this round. I mean, I guess the slightly good news is he didn't lose the lockdown. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know what, if it was worth it. I thought for sure Leaf was going to be in a position there.
He must have missed the angle density class. Yeah, just get him in Anders school.
It's still no closer to a round victory for G2.
But it really is like Paperfin called it, of just like, you have the lockdown, like you could just stall them out a little bit more. G2 not normally pretty decent on Icebox? Yeah, it seems to be, but like, I think their comp is good. I just think some of their decisions they're making. Actually, Rossi's position to clear that is good. I think maybe it's also, if there's no cops there on the attack to res, T1 don't clear that as complete as they did. But because somebody's died here, most teams are like wanting to punish a resurrect. So they're going to like keep and hold and fight for that space. So that's another reason why like Leaf probably shouldn't have been in that position.
Now just going to get tucked along here into the corner. And the pace very much gets slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, G2's played a lot, and I think they've won a lot too.
Looking for these angles for X-Curate. Cove is going to go up, though. He's just going to continue to hold that angle, see if anyone's going to try to push out.
G2
anything like that. But for
on
now,
Icebox. Yeah, they lost to Leviathan, but it was in OT. They beat Crew. They lost to Loud. They beat MLBR, Leviathan, Fury, and Evil Geniuses. And they lost to EG and Crew in kickoff, I think.
A re-up of the high tide here for Valen.
I mean, G2,
So, yeah,
they're still going to be in this site. They have no reason to suspect otherwise. That alarm bot is still sat over.
kind of weird, I guess.
And nothing's been seen.
They've played it a lot, but I wouldn't say that they've been like dominant.
Yeah, quick heal, quick clear on that recon. The wall falls, and this is the moment now.
They've got a good amount of reps on their comp here.
Dumped into the corner. There it is. The snake bite does flush out Icy. Really good awareness here from T1. Rossi going to be taken down. Trent is able to put that vandal to use.
This is brutal off of G2.
Find more. There's the jiggle from Carpe. Knows that there's going to be another, and it's a bit of a 50-50 for him, but Carpe just goes in for the challenge, gets the headshot. It's now 8-0 for T1.
Well, I mean, credit to G2 for doing their homework on Breeze. Credit to T1 for doing their homework on this map. I mean, they are reading every single position so nicely. The shock dart into the into the snake bite combo with the slow there. Yeah, no, there's no chance there. They just knew his position. He's just dead.
This is rough. It's very rough.
Well, he can't get out. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, I'm not surprised that second timeout's here.
Reading the map right now. Every time G2 wants to take an angle, every time G2...
Like on attack, you don't really have too much help.
...to take a fight, T1 is one step ahead of them, cutting them.
But also T1 above their timeouts too, so if
everything they're trying to do, these quick...
we do see like G2 make this a bit closer.
And I think that if you ask a coach, you know, what is the worst feeling? They'll probably say it's having to call both timeouts in the first half, especially when you don't have any round wins. It's something that you want to be able to hold in your back pocket, but you just can't leave the players floundering like this any longer. So perfectly understandable to have to call this one now here for G2, but you know, they need this to then work. It needs to find value. They need to be able to run back at least.
What's going on? G2 are looking very uncomfortable. I'm not going to say it's that scoreline. If I say it, it'll happen. It's like the perfect game, right? Can't talk about the perfect game before it happens. But
great positioning, great awareness. Good util when they need to, but right now it's just more about everybody kind of
T1 looking in a really good spot here.
And being in the right place at the right time.
Like they've had this attack pretty much since the very beginning.
Gonna scout ahead of this high tide, just see if there's any info. Alir, just in case somebody had tried to push out early for G2, but still have that lockdown for Leaf. Let's see if that's part of what this timeout was about. I suspect it is.
Where's he gonna ult from? I mean, that's great. So he's doing it from stairs. He's still going to dedicate to the plan. Easy's still just going to fight. I mean, two players are going to get detained, right? Oh, no, actually, none of them do. Wow.
Playing that one on a razor's edge is T1, but Extra now going to be taken down. Leaf starting to come up a little bit. That's the operator now dealt with. Izu trying to find a pace.
And then Easy's just going to go back in because he's Reyna. They've got half on it. And they're planting up in the open, so the operator's just really good to fight it. And it's very scary to go and face and fight this. But you've got more bodies now. Alright, there we go, G2. It's crazy because it's not even a Reyna or the Chamber getting valued. No, exactly.
That's read pretty well there by T1. That was a conscious decision to invest that Hunter's Fury before the lockdown came down, because they knew they had the timing to get Saya player back out after he puts the plant down. I mean, a lot of teams aren't going to get aggressive off the back of their lockdowns these days. They're going to wait it out because you can never...
It's just a mess with the hardball.
Potentially that lockdown to get a free pick and leave. So they have to play back. T1 tries to...
I do like the idea, like with T1 knowing that they're able to actually plant and get out and how much time it's going to take. I do like the idea of using the Hunter's Fury like preemptively. I think they did it over towards here because that's usually where the Killjoy might stand when they've got like a lockdown in hand, right?
Obviously, very, very good. A little bit of congestion, though, at the front of the orb is still T1 continuing their march.
This still just feels fairly comfortable for T1 still.
Front part of the site, just like they did on the pistol round.
Drone for drone, but I mean, right now, Trent, he is...
Yeah, they're getting a lot of information with the Eldrum, but like that's fine. It's a minute and 15 on the clock. They can reset and go back if they want, but they don't want. Yeah, like Pimfin just said, like, you don't need to be discreet. Now you might want to reset and go back.
They're also kind of hoping that this is maybe faked, that somebody else, you know, is...
Like, you've left the Reyna in a really nice spot, yeah? You just cut noise for a bit that might make them consider that you've rotated away. Somebody has to peek, and it's on an aggressive angle that the Reyna can just fight you on. It's maybe a bit overheating. Ah, never mind, it's fine. Knows that he's around elbow. Just gonna peek out. It's read super nicely from Leaf. You know that he's still there, and if it allows people to like push up like this, you are walking into him one at a time, so these two players need to chill.
For him to get G2 a second round win.
This I'm fine with. This I'm not as fine with. Anything more and I'm getting annoyed. Yeah, nice.
With a shorty, will be able to put him down. Not giving him any more wiggle room. They shut it out. That's T1 now, 9-1.
Yeah, loving the way that Izu's been playing this Reyna in the last couple of rounds. Gets the kill, uses the dismiss to get information. Immediately the Lear follow-up. Goes on top of the wall, Leaf's ready for it, but now Xcurate finding value with that op. Something missing out of the previous round, something that is hitting in this round for T1. That is a difference maker for sure, because you can't let Leaf get hot, as we saw on Breeze. He could start taking over maps. At this point, though, 9-1 for T1. Good, pretty in control.
And you can see, I mean, the heavy stack just only leaving Jonah over towards B, because it has just been this A site over and over again.
Leaf again, pushing up aggressively.
Want a piece as well as the Thrash does get invested, but it's not going to be able to come up with any detains. I see.
It's hard to fight for this space without a Gecko, without a KO, sorry. Like a KO flash to be able to, like, it's hard to play the way that G2 are trying to play with the comp that they have.
Can't quite connect the shots. Takes a bit of damage, but it's going to be Xcurate, the IGL, picking up 3 to get T1 up to double digits.
And now T1 is hitting their win conditions. It's great executes, they're great awareness as well, but now Xcurate starting to heat up.
Oh, they leave the op in spawn?
On T1, whether it be Saya or Xcurate, starts hitting their op stats.
He's got to get a rifle. He's got the tour de force, and if he wants, he can go back and get the operator.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Have we seen a single plant on B? The one that they tried. Interrupted.
I mean, they tried.
It's just been nothing but A.
Yeah, like I said, there's no ambiguity to this, Achilleos. They're just reading. They're just reading G2 so well. Tour de force.
Tour de force at the ready, but
You get marshaled. Okay, this is the round that G2 actually win.
T1 bleeding out multiple players. Leaf forward spot, but Rossi snappy with it, finds that headshot.
And then you got somebody flanking, but it's been spotted. Jonah P getting to safety. Very nicely done.
You can see T1 not feeling comfortable. Losing out on those
When I said that Rain and Chim might get value, just doing exactly that. I still don't think that they are. I mean, the players on them are.
That Hunter's Fury is on the opposite side.
But if you think about it,
Like, the Rainer's ability to just be in and out and to, like, dismiss to get out, but also to re-aggress onto the A site after planting. That's really nice to have.
where they can work the angles really nicely as a team here. Yes, they have the Lears, but you don't have the ability to sort of clear deeper angles. So
Full contact walking up because there's no utility to watch. There's only 2 players alive.
Sage works a treat here. Not sure if that was if he was supposed to raise him up or not, but
Xcurate does end up dying there as the fight comes through. But Jonah
2 people grouping up together. He's still got 30 seconds. Where are you going? Rossi's just gonna go kill him. Wow, even around like that G2 felt like they could get some advantages there. They still end up losing. Because the right responses are there for T1. Like, alright, we're in a 3v2. We can just cut noise and then just walk onto the A site.
look like this on their opponent's map pick. Crazy stuff here. I mean, good shooting from G2, but it's just not
Like, this decision, this call to just full run. Really nicely done.
Situations where it just feels like a night and day difference for both teams compared to that first map.
Pipson is loving this attack half. Is Pipson streaming?
Thank you so much, fellas.
Or do you just mean more in the sense of like...
Just a flip-floppy game that you're seeing here, but T1 comes out of the gate swinging, literally, 11-1. I mean, honestly...
Context missing for my small brain.
They just went A the entire time.
Literally. A is the name of the game. I mean, I was surprised, right? Because I see G2's name in the server. And back in EMEA, when they were competing there, they would be the ones going A all the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah, like, Kukuka said it then.
Look at this one. Round number 7.
It's weird because, like, when I look at, like... I almost keep forgetting that this org was an EMEA. Like, I almost just treat it as a separate entity, almost, that it's not even the same org. Because I guess it's not.
On G2, and it didn't matter the way that they then
But the players are very, like, distinctly different. And also I look at the players and it's, you know, like, the guard plus Leaf.
how they had to be aggressive, how they had to be consistent, how they should not be scared.
With Nuki on Raze. I don't... Raze on Icebox, I'm surprised that more teams aren't flirting with the idea of. But I guess most teams wanted to not play any duelist.
There's literally nothing that G2...
I don't think there's much point playing Reyna because it sounds like Reyna's going to be somewhat reworked.
Even pushing through mid, pushing through B, being a little bit more aggressive on it.
I said to Pips a bit without making a G2 connection. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's why I was like, why would Pipson like this? But if you had said that, like...
And he was like, you know, we know that they don't.
If you'd said Pips and G2, I would have gone, oh right, yeah. The fact that they kept going A.
Round after round. Well, look at this. We're gonna send it back over.
Which is why I said it's kind of like weird, because it was like almost like I didn't make that connection.
It very well could be, but not at all in the way that we maybe had anticipated, considering what happened on Breeze, considering what T1's record has been like on this map. But this is, as Autumn was saying, you know, we workshopped this quite a bit. Didn't have to change the comp, just change who plays what. Next Curate.
This could be a very quick map.
Chamber pushes forward, finds that first kill as Leaf gets taken down.
I'm just left in awe of how T1 is just looking so much crisper on this map. It's incredible. I mean, right there, just X-Curate kind of understanding where they like to peak early, taking advantage of it. Now, Rossi.
I think this is a very, like, I mean, yeah, Autumn said it right at the start, didn't he? Saying that, like, he's seen a lot of G2, the way that they play, and came up with just a super aggressive look. I think the way that T1 do approach the meta for the most part is good. Like, I don't like the chamber.
Getting into a forward position. This does leave Valen a little bit stranded, but he's still able to come away with one before falling to side player's hand. Side player continuing to try to push up, try to find that additional punish. Does end up getting caught.
Like, Sage, Reyna, Sova, Viper, Killjoy. Yeah, quite like. Ooh. Oh my god. You are just being diffed on aim today.
Another pistol round win to give them map point. That is disgusting.
He's been outrageous.
Hello, Sully. I don't know if you were here before. IGL, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the call is to just go kill, and it works.
Bringing the Pacific Anthem over to Master Shanghai.
Oh.
The only thing I could fault T1 in that round was Saya overswung. That was about it. I mean, it was just great map control there with how X-Curate is able to push out control.
Like, the fact that Easy on Reyna is 8 and 9 is, like, because I feel like the Reyna is actually doing so much. Like, just with how like, antagonistic it is.
In terms of the shooting, everything was them.
My only criticism was that it wasn't another ace for X-Curate. He let somebody else get a kill. Could have had back to back.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, you're fighting for B. You have no like pressure here towards A, because I guess mostly you can. Like, even leaving the Killjoy here against these two agents, you know that they're going to try and fight you. Obviously, 11 chances for G2 to bring this one back. Sometimes it's just better to group up with the buy that they have and just fight.
Do some damage before they really start with this retake.
Really just that Gecko utility left.
Jake is loving this bit of promotion. Oh yeah, of course. I like Jake.
Easy to try to lead the charge. He does end up falling down. Aggressive push forward. And that's X-Curate with a no-scope outlaw headshot. What a snappy reaction from him. Either way, they continue to storm their way forward. And his Valen, he was the last one standing. He does fall. T1 damn near perfection on Icebox as they close this out 13-1. They are not
easy peasy.
Quietly into the night. They are fighting back in a major way, and they are extending this.
Do you think FPX could do this against FUT? Probably not.
The lower finals, the very last match they played in Pacific, and they come into this.
But like, seeing teams like G2 really struggle with like teams that come in with that kind of energy is a good sign for teams like FUT and for teams like FPX. Fuck, even DRG. But the thing is, you're not going to see DRG play comps like that. They're going to play very standard, so. Yeah, I like Jake. The day after I announced that I wasn't doing EMEA last year, he called me on the phone. He was like, do you want to come work Pacific? But you'd have to move, and I was like, I don't want to move. And they've been pretty open with sort of saying, like, if you ever want to, you can. It's just they're not in a position, I suppose, to fly out talent and have them stay in Korea. Like, they'd rather use people that are already in Seoul to work with, which I think is fair. I am a fan of how they do things over there. Yeah, same. AP3, hello. Dude, that's so nice. I mean, yeah, like it's... Because I asked him about it, like, this year. I was like, is there opportunities to do stuff? And he's like, if you're in Korea, sure, but we can't fly you out and put up your hotel. Like, if you can work, but you'd be paying for that stuff yourself. So it's like, if that's something that you can do, then, like, let me know. Do all the talent stay in Seoul? I believe so, Cairo. And I'm pretty sure they would, like, help. I think it's just, like, they're not going to fly talent out. Which is weird that they haven't done more stuff for, like, OCE talent, I guess. Because that should be a little bit easier to do, but who knows. I also don't know what getting a work visa like is like in South Korea. How do they stream Twitch in China if Twitch is banned there? They can probably like VPN it, but also like this is Tencent. And like part of this is going to be like we stream on Twitch for the West. So like Tencent are going to be like okay with it. So there probably is some workaround. Because it might also be that this gets funneled into Dublin and they do production stuff out of there. So it doesn't really matter. Like it's all from big fiber optic lines that go like around the world. Just tell them you know Seth at the visa office. Better yet, I could just like the DRX CEO is probably one of the easy, like probably fairly influential within Korea. I could just be like, yeah, I've done work at international events. This guy knows me. I don't know if he does, but I'm pretty sure he'd also be like, yeah, this guy's great. Certain laws in China, business technically is excluded from the ban, but need a request. Call Kanyang easy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that the way to look at it is just in like not China. It's Riot. It's just in charge of like everything. In China, it's Tencent.
Man, I mean, look, I'm gonna just be honest.
It is just, it's not Riot's game in China. It's Tencent.
But that was literally just a dumb.
And you might think, wait, that doesn't sound fair. Tencent own 80% of Riot, full stop. And one of the deals is that like Riot still get to be in control and not be controlled by like their major shareholder. But so long as it within China, it is Tencent's baby to do what they want with it.
Everybody was being extra aggressive. We weren't even seeing on the replays how they were feeling every single moment.
Yeah, and Saya player was having a field day out there.
Yeah.
You know, something that we didn't get to talk about because honestly, it
and if anything, having neoliberalism, global capitalism works well for us because it means that like Tencent, who are in control of Valorant, and the Chinese government, so they don't take a lot of the flack on how things are run over there. But like Tencent can push a very conservative regime, I guess. Well, not conservative, I guess. Socialist? Essentially, Tencent can help and aid the Chinese government into playing ball a bit more than they maybe would.
Literally like nothing G2 could do would work there because there was just so much just aggressive potential.
Is there any crowd shots? That's a good point. No, not yet.
It was hitting some wild shots as well. I mean, across the board, this T1 team just dominated as we take a look here at the breakdown and really
Tencent love money as much as EA. Oh yeah, no, of course. I don't doubt that.
I mean, you know, Valen and Leaf just getting absolutely neutralized. And then
What the hell, 13-1? Yeah, I mean, G2 just kind of got pounded. I don't think they played very well with the agents that they had. They were sort of pulled into fighting quite a lot. But T1 played well.
Individual by individual, for example,
they didn't do the halftime spray thing? No, I know. It's unfortunate. I need to run ads, actually, so I'll do that I'll go stretch my legs a bit again. Do I need to fill up my drink? No. And I got about an hour left, so we'll probably get to watch the rest of this series. Sort of depends actually if I'm needed.
So much that you really can dig yourself not only out of the score pit that you find yourself in, but the mental prison that you're in. I mean, they certainly did. They certainly did.
Yeah, because I'm not needed for. Yeah, like they messaged me now.
Executed game there by T1. You saw on the other side how prep G2 was for T1's Breeze. T1 obviously did the homework on their Icebox. Now this takes us to Lotus here. But before we do that, though, we have our HyperX Reflex moment. We got to give it to Xcurate there for that awesome 3K that he was able to pull off. I mean, really, you could have just pick and choose any round, but this was just, again, another one of those just wacky shots with the Sheriff they're receiving.
Okay, yeah. So I've got 2 hours.
He gets the first
Not
one
one.
with the Handhunter, then he gets the Sheriff and gets onto 3 more kills to secure the pistol round. Didn't even need it.
No.
They could have given away some rounds with some.
Yeah, what were we even talking about before?
Like, yo, let's
Oh, with
yeah. Let's get him a few more.
Because I think one of the things that like from talk, because obviously I tell people that there's no API access for China tier 1 or tier 2 over here because it's Chinese data and sharing data is not really something that they're keen on doing. But from people that are a lot smarter than me said that maybe like after this event, having a global team of Riot be in Shanghai and just be like, is there a way that we can make this work?
These 2 teams, it feels like more evened out.
But I'd say that would be very, very unlikely.
Lets you see Lotus all the time. It's a map that I literally cannot get enough of because every region has a bit of a different interpretation. I think that's why it's so interesting to see.
But who knows?
We have a map with three sides, especially like Lotus, not so much.
It should be a fun map to watch. Yeah, so you got T1 and their Chamber, which I think they're still playing. And then G2, I don't know what G2 have been running actually.
But if we talk on the preparation side, if they have 2 compositions ready, this would be the perfect moment to go for.
I need to find a way to like put 2 teams in so I can just look them at this way.
For Lotus, as they were for that.
So the usual shit. They beat Leviathan, they beat Cloud, they beat Fury, they beat EG. They lost to Leviathan, but they've won the rematch. So G1, G2. I'm doing it now. Like favorites, and they ran this comp against Gen G.
Yeah, the agent's very limited.
Gone. Like whatever you use is committed, and I think that was a very.
I guess they were trying to play like they were using the Chamber, and then they switched away from it.
That was you could see.
But who knows if that's like accurate? I guess.
Really.
But yeah, BRB.
From before just being able to do so many things and contribute so much
styling,
yeah, exactly. Now it's just not going to be the case here. And I think if you're T1 coming into this Lotus, despite the fact that G2, they have a pretty decent Lotus as well. I think T1's riding all this momentum. It's really going to be up to the gentlemen you see on the screen there, the coaches, to get this team ready and in sorts as they get ready for this particular map. Because T1 now, they're riding this high, and momentum, as we've seen in Valorant, can really play a role. It plays a massive role in these series, especially at these global events. Because you have to think in the back of your mind, if you're Valen and this, that guard core, you're like, oh boy, it's happening again. Things are starting to crumble, and we're struggling here. They need to figure it out here and now.
I'm just scared that Seth and Clint are going to be right about the predictions, and it's going to be the composition without the Neon. They're going back to the Raze, the and the Fade,
Xcurate's on the chamber. You called it. You said you wanted to see him on that chamber. He's having a field day. Might as well.
Hear me out. Again, it comes to preparation. It also comes to something that we were talking about before. Mentally now for G2. Scrap water just happened. Okay?
Yep.
Yes, Icebox. It didn't happen.
So they're back to their normal comp from before. All right.
A lot, and now
they're
starting on the attack. They need to make it worthwhile round after round.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a challenging one.
They're gonna nerf Viper again, aren't they? Yeah, the fucking first series, and Viper has 100% pick rate.
Paper thin on the call.
But there are also all of the free maps that Viper was never going to be replaced on.
We ask for Xcurate as well back over onto the chamber. Let's see.
Like on Sunset, you'd move away from Viper more. On Split, you could maybe move away from Viper more.
A little bit harsh for T1, but this has been where they like to play. This has been their bread and butter.
I think it's more like, it depends on what the new map's going to be like. But you get rid of Breeze, where Viper's got 100% pick rate. and you get rid of split, where Viper at the moment is like 100% pick rate. Double controller is just too good. You bring back Haven, where you can play double controller with a Viper, but I do think that like that nerf Viper won't be as good in that situation. But it's also like there's very little time for teams to prepare, and this event isn't that important to adjust to. I'd say like if you're going to change comps and ideas, change it for like the start of stage 2, because you also have a new map pool. Like on Breeze, why would you ever start moving away from the Viper now? Unless you're like FPX, where you've been very keen on doing it in the first place. This is one Snakebite Viper, yes. So this is nerfed Viper, and she's been played every single map.
That could be the more challenging part of the map. However, Rossi sliding over, Isu ready with that paranoia. A lot of util dumped here by G2 for essentially nothing, and Valen just goes in and sees nothing, and he's like, don't like it. We're not getting any contact. And, oh, there's some contact.
And there's deja vu is what it is. Xcurate finding the headshot with a headhunter there on to leave. Tap on the door. Here's all these footsteps. He knows that there's plenty more players. But still T1 not full sending the rotations. But he coming in, can't quite stabilize. Those follow-up shots. Paint shells going in a little bit deep, and shot through.
Alright, Kappe's just from heaven.
Cleans up too. Icy. Trent now
not really. Oh, not a fan of this retake.
As G2 look to try to get this pistol.
You're doing this assuming that they're all on site. I think anywhere else it works out. I guess so long as everybody sticks together, that's the main thing. But like, I think when you're retaking Lotus, you kind of want to be just going for like this or this, this.
All the information of where their players mostly are
like pick 2. Going from just one of these spaces as a team is really tough. Going through 3 places is okay. Going through all 4, like you're just making it a 1v1. It's a 2v4, so they feel more comfortable. That's true.
Slide up into A heaven from that rope, get a big double kill.
But you're still waiting for a rotate, so it's a 2v3, so it can easily go wrong.
Can't really find the angles. By that point, T1 has rotated in. The reinforcements arrive, and the round goes the way of T1 to start.
Mark there trying to delay, but Carpe just dragging across.
Nice from Carpe. Okay.
They clean up Trent as well. 2 quick kills found. Paint shells lobbed in. Valen just
like this is one of those maps that just statistically, from previous results, I guess historically, this is a map that should heavily favor G2.
Able to find that kill.
But the fact, it's also the fact that like T1 got to pick the sides because they were team A, and they picked to play on defense first.
Incredibly well. Valen will find that a limb, but as the door opens up,
which I have a sneaking suspicion as to why. I think we looked at this earlier.
Flawless here. T1 move up 2-0.
Yeah, just a very nice.
Actually, no. Like, oh, this is FPX. Sorry.
Catches the raise mid-flight.
G2 T1.
That are coming through that toxic screen very nicely.
Attackers have a G2 is really good. I was thinking of like Icebox, I guess, but yeah, they only played it once. Wait, is that even right? I thought they played a little bit more. No, they did only just play Icebox once.
Or 2 that have to be cut so that this op can come in. Of course, you got to be expecting it. There's that shot and the TP out.
Yeah, right at the base of IC.
Oh wait, actually, who was Team A and Team B?
See if he can catch anybody trying to lurk up behind that Viper wall. But otherwise,
G2 should have got choice.
Openers, some shots and a util exchange. And now shift back across the opposite side of the map, but where Rossi is looking to intercept. Paranoia, sent, swing onto the corner. Izu able to find one. Rossi gets the other. Izu will not be allowed to escape. Trent does find that kill. Sigma to try to hold them at range, but Rossi now needs to get himself out of a bit of a dicey situation. Just goes in for the challenge. Ends up falling to the paint shell, but he still secures them the man advantage. I see at 45 HP. Trent is well tagged down to 85. Playing in versus a Vandal, an Op, and a Bulldog. And all these players have full health still.
Just a slight pause, but T1 has firm control of the map. Saya over at A main.
He's in behind. He knows that they're still just going to come pushing.
Very nice. T1 win another pistol and a bonus.
It's been a A whale of a start for him is once more T1.
So this could be a bit of a problem
Things off 3-0.
for G2.
They're doing such a good
Because they have the up now too.
playing quickly off the information that they have. They're pushing out
Yeah.
of the extremities of
Look at the replay. Sorry, I was very much in thought of how the series is. So T1 with Team A. So T1 chose to be on defense first, when so many other teams would choose to like play attack, right? Which is like very like interesting, I guess.
Has a nightfall in this fourth round. A little bit of a shift of position for X.
Nade C's, Satchel over.
Going to be uncontested mostly by G2.
That's a defensive Omen smoke?
Are they going to be able to force the issue on this weaker buy with these stingers?
Just here along the door. I mean, there's plenty of noise being made here. It's Paranoia.
Hit by the Prowler. Gets one. Knows that the Raze has gone in two, I think. It might have been actually hit by the Prowler.
Right in the dome. Right.
You got free flanking, so this player just needs to hold on where they are. It's not a great angle for Sire player to be in for.
Will be able to put Carpe down. His first death of the map thus far. They continue to just swing out and look for these challenges.
Sire player has a boombot, but I like that he's just got his gun out. Because you know, as soon as he goes to try and boombot something,
Does have the boom bot.
you know that they're just both like bucked into this corner. Yeah, Sire player just buys his time, lets his teammates get into better positions, and then goes for the fight. Nice patience. Not overheating, nothing to stress about.
G2 kind of sensing that T1 is trying to play some early aggression, trying to play a little bit of traps. But this time, Izu playing a little.
Yeah, Izu wasn't hit. It wasn't mad then, so he did hear everybody come through.
Follows up, gets a bunch of them, sees the player blast packing in towards that box, I believe. Reads the positioning nicely. Only able to get two, but still.
A good timeout for T1 for them, even though it's G2 calling it, just because you see that they have like a Fatal, and then they have what other ultimate is it that they had? I wasn't even looking. Was it Omenal? Guess we can see. Oh no, we can't because we're on YouTube. Have I got my thing yet? Have I got my drop? I don't want to look.
How quickly momentum can come and go. T1, they're not looking to release it though. They don't want to relinquish the control that they have.
How do I get drop, please?
When you're in that flow state, yeah, the longer you can stay in it,
It doesn't matter too much.
T1 has definitely found it. To have a nightfall for Trent coming into this next round here for G2. So let's see if they can make X-Curate uncomfortable. That's something that can cause T1 some problems. We've seen it in Pacific, where if you can keep that chamber off balance, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey for T1, when they start to crumble somewhat. And that's something I'm looking for here. You know, you saw it with teams getting, you know, deep smokes, deep flashes to cover off some of those anticipated angles that X-Curate likes to hold. Now you got to look for those opportunities.
My B? For what reason? Yeah, it's Omenal. Omenal and Fatal.
Paranoia going to be sent in. Icy able to find that forward player. Rossi going to be taken down. Showstopper, he's blinded up. Can't quite get that rocket in deep enough. And Izu able to keep himself very healthy.
So they have to reset now. You got the chamber that's pushed up. Where's my mouse? Chamber's pushed up here. You still got the Fade ultimate. Not going to use it now because there should be an open B site. Is Secret open? Don't think it is because he had the chamber put his TP here so he can like fight and then TP out to the other side. What website do you use to see the stats on games in China? Haozhou. It's called Horn.
Notes Carpe on the opposite side of the door. Now it's just he and X-Curate to try and see if we can somehow claw this one back. Boombot cleared, paint shells lobbed in.
But it is only like it's more like stats available. How do you spell it? H-A-O.
Still so many angles to try to clear out. Headhunter
like that.
Play there from him as Carpe going to be struck in from behind. Icy now on for an ace. He moves forward, wants to try to catch that one, but X-Curate says no. Finds that kill. Now things start getting a little bit more risky for them.
Save.
They still need to hold on to these weapons. So X-Curate
They even saved the Nightfall too.
Save the operator, pulls back away. It's G2. Drift across the opposite sides of the map, maintaining their weapons, and they get themselves on the board at long last.
Yeah, and this is a good read.
It's a good adjustment because you fight for C, the defenders are fighting for C. You're going to assume that the chamber is sort of fighting on aggressive angles on A, so it does mean that B is fairly weak because there's no Killjoy utility there. There's no turret, there's no alarm bot, there's no nanoswarms.
This time around, they're able to sneak past the defenses, the opening trade as well, but still, Josh not super happy with it. It is a round, it is a win. The op still remains in Xcurate's hands. Still have the Nightfall as well, so all things considered for G2, you're in a pretty good position now.
Now they're going to be fighting A. Yeah, this is a defensive smoke. Is it... I wonder what it's for. Is it to, like, hide from haunts? Like, if there's a haunt up here, you could just sit in the smoke.
We'll go ahead and check forward. Trademark to try to slow things up on the approach. Showstopper as well. Side player looking to shove them back.
Gives you something to play around. Okay, wait. Easy's flanked.
He's not ready for Leaf out wide.
I'm stuck. I mean, this is chaotic. This is like VCT China observing for sure. Just who the fuck do you watch? Nice shots from Leaf. Josiah player alive, no utility. Might have had the alarm bot be placed. Yeah, he did. So he knows that the killjoy's nearby. Doesn't expect him left side, I don't think. Nice, Saya. One could say muddy. Oh, it's got very muddy now.
Doing everything that he could, but Saya just barely gets away with it and stops G2 from finding that second round win.
I think it's a very good
It's so interesting how fast
it's a very good start, I think, to see games go like this.
G2 reads it pretty well, but that's just insane from Carpe. Completely changes the destiny, and you're like, okay, Leaf's turn. He's hitting some banger shots. And then it's Saya's turn. He's gonna step in and just barely. One more shot, he would have lost that battle.
Pop off. You get a 2K, you get a 2K. Sharing this is extra trying to go for
check
the same timing shot. Not quite ready for the reveal on the haunt there, as Orb's going to be snatched up by Icy, just 2 away from that next showstopper. Extra just dropping back here. Up on top of dropping as the smokes continue to fly through. He has to
position, but nice opening.
Defense ends up falling, and that's going to be a weapon now. Handed over here to Trent.
C's just going to see that it spotted somebody.
Still wanting to peek off the back of this, expecting somebody to push their way over in towards Tree. But no one giving him a sightline whatsoever. The Nightfall.
Yeah, you know that the ops there, you maybe assume that you can TP out, so you're not just going to peek this at all. So even just the presence of the chamber there is doing a massive amount. Alright, nice and clean retake. I mean, against an eco, it's a little bit scary because you lose that first player pretty early on to T1.
And that is going to be them carrying on their merry way.
And that presence of Xcurate on that site, it just makes it so they can't push, and so that the angles can be pretty well read by T1 in the post plant that G2 is trying to set up. They can just start spamming them down, just shutting them down. Izu comes through stairs and just mows down too. They're not ready for the timing.
Yeah, Leaf not being past that wall quite just yet. I mean, he is. He's 9-1-1 at the moment.
He's.
I mean,
yeah, that's literally call an ambulance, G2. But it is for you.
A Viper's Pit for Jonah P. A lot of util again to try to clear Mound, but it's once again Izu by himself.
Great paranoia, hits 3 of them. And then they're happy to just peek out and fight, and then the haunt afterwards too?
They lose 2 of their players here due to T1.
That's a lovely little trap play.
With a decent little advantage, there's the cut across on the smoke, and Xcurate anticipating that second player still is not quite ready. Misses out on the timing, misses out on the shot. So he's now sent the wall falling, looking for a flick, but there's no one there to receive the shot. Carpe in the meantime does find Trent and Rossi swinging around the back, Odin in hand.
Wow, easy so far.
Continues 7-1, T1 looking absolutely incredible.
And this is the defender side of Lotus as well. They are absolutely just barnstorming them right now. And this time they show them a different look when they've given up space on Mound. Izu was playing further back the last time, waiting before they came through the door to let loose with the paranoia. This time it's a trap play with the swinging door as well. Paranoia into the Mound, catches a bunch. And it's
another timeout in the first half for G2.
Early second timeout.
It was round 10 last time, and it's round 9 here.
The timing on this one, very much understandable for G2.
I can't remember Guard's performance last time in International. Was it this bad? I don't remember it too much either.
The amount of ultimates available to G2.
Was it the second Reykjavik?
Not going to end up overcommitting these and not getting around win like we saw on Icebox. So need to have a very solid plan about how to utilize these, because it's the showstopper.
They seem like they're panicking. Oh yeah, they are. Like, people have been telling them all week that T1 is like one of the worst teams in this tournament.
there needs to be a very firm game plan here to not overcommit.
Right, it's going to be really difficult because especially like if you're G2, you're like, okay, we're in an eco round here. We've got to show
Like a lot of the stuff that T1 are doing are really really good.
That's not really that worth it.
Like just a little trap play there with a paranoia and then peeking out of doors. And then the haunt shortly afterwards too.
Extra kill, gain that extra space, get that early round advantage. But you're not really going to be afforded that opportunity if T1 so chooses. Plus, you have to figure out where the heck this operator is just in case, because you never know. Xcurate might just snipe you out of the air as you're blast packing around. Things like that can happen. Looks like it might be an A-main duel.
The Omen smoke in one way.
Back rubble. Space conceded though. T1, anticipating that showstopper is.
T1 was never that bad. They got shown by Genji and Paper X. They did lose to DFM though. I wouldn't say that they had the most convincing of group stages.
Peek out over at stairs. And given the buys, I mean, he doesn't have to really.
They were there mainly for media days. Wow. I don't remember where they placed. I can't remember what event they were at. It was either Reykjavik or Copenhagen.
Still could cut through towards that baby door. But
I think it was Reykjavik because I think the others were Exet.
Initial thought here for G2 and all this space giving up. Here goes that showstopper.
Showstopper sent. He's likely going to have to just kind of gamble for it. So he works his way up the rope. Izu just around the corner. He finally turns back.
Yeah, nice. Really good position there. Ooh, this ultimate. Look at this.
Looking to make this have an approach completely unassailable.
I mean, it just gets traded instantly. Lockdown's used. Like, they're just throwing everything at this round. Are they stuck?
Maybe just a small little cubby for him to play with to try to keep himself safe.
No, they're not.
He ends up getting detained. Now it's just trying to break.
They're just gonna get hit by it.
He is able to do so. He will be able to regain his weapon rate, but he's at 1 HP.
They're going for this. Trent doesn't get marked. Very close, he didn't get marked.
Seas does not get the grab. Haunt at the ready. Time ticking. Needing to try to stick onto this one. Rossi.
Yeah, he's on it. He's got it.
Time gonna be there. It's so very close.
Oh no, he doesn't. Ooh.
The MasterCard thrifty here. The hands of G2 as they find themselves.
I mean, G2 barely won it. Everybody died. And they used every ultimate that they had available.
It took the showstopper, it took the lockdown, it took the Viper's Pit, and still T1 wipes them all out. And it was only 0.32 seconds they had to spare. Rossi been great with that Odin. Xcurate tried to push into that Viper's Pit early, couldn't quite do so. It's so close.
Up a 3-2, very close.
But now, okay, great. Now you've got all these ults. You've got
how much G2 had to throw in. Like, you used the Nightfall, which sucks, but at least you keep it honest.
Trying to keep Xcurate uncomfortable with the
Solar Kaiju, thank you very much for the raid.
Trying to get some info, trying to keep players in place.
Welcome to Master Shanghai. Were you watching it before, or were you just playing Valorant or something else?
So, good awareness there from G2. Where that
So, strong side in B, C even.
Was gonna be.
I'm really questioning G2 scouting with Icy. Can't remember what team Icy was on before. Was Icy just on that original? No, it wasn't. Was he on G2? I think.
Try to really hold things off. This continues to jiggle peek. No one really peeking out there. No one really giving him any sights.
EG is a reserve.
Because they're pushing all the way out.
Playing Rise of the Ronin. Ah.
They know.
It was a good stream.
They're either clustered up in here, outside of A, or just outside of B.
Who was it that was on G2 Duelist Roll last year? Was it Oxy? Is that who I'm thinking of? Oh yeah, because I wasn't Icy on Knights with Scuba way back when. Can't remember. Great position for Leaf to be in. Good fights. Least gets traded. Yeah, because I recognize the name Icy, but I'm like, like Tier 2 America, I've not really watched that much.
How do they decide to hold this one off?
I mean, it's also their first like big international event. Like, I don't want to judge their whole career based on their international debut.
Looks to try to just be able to hold this one to half, and he is playing on the corner. Can play this somewhat safely, but no, he's going to end up getting taken down. Now it is all on Carpe. He finds the first. Still 2 more to try to deal with. Clear out on the haunt. Reads the Omen's position.
Oh, there's a world where that works.
Takes him down. G2 get themselves a third.
This is huge from G2.
I mean, also, I think G2 losing has just been like how the team is playing and positioning more than like individuals. Like, Leaf has been really good for G2 today, but he's also just cost them rounds flat out. Like, this position is great.
Saya just jumping up and over, trying to figure out what's going on towards Tree. Pays price for it. Can't give Leaf those opportunities. And okay, 2 rounds in a row now for G2. Starting to feel themselves a little. Starting to get that wind behind their sails again.
How did T1 13-1? I think they just tilted G2 a little bit. It was Icebox. It was T1 on their attacking side, just steamrolling the A site.
TP, but Showstopper out, sends it. That's going to be Leaf taken down. Saya looking for a little bit of
All right, that's a good trade, but what? Trent is 2 HP.
Confirm that kill.
I'm going to say somebody took a lot of damage here, but I thought it was Icy.
A 1-for-1 exchange in the end. Carpe, Marshall online. Prowler coming through, sees the jump across, tries to adjust for the raise. Otherwise, maybe could have gotten a catch onto one of the other players.
Really nice, like, just reset. Having a satchel across here with a Prowler to clear mound. Second Prowler used to take this position. There's still 50 seconds, so yeah, there's no need to rush in for G2 at this point. Opening the door, resetting, leaving one player over on C. Well, they're leaving everybody. It's just that they're faking pressure from the Viper over here.
A little bit of damage now.
Yeah, they have to retreat though. Don't like what they're seeing with all this utility. That Marshall.
Oh, and also I didn't even notice T1 are going for the like FPX wall.
So they say, okay, let's try a different direction. Let's give him another look.
Calls to go to A. Izu set up here, looking to try to get these smokes in.
It's a good call too, even though there's not much time, because they're like, well, the Viper wall's on C, so it means it's not on A, so this should be a bit easier to take. Great shot. 10 seconds. Execrate is here. He could just delay the plant. Oh, he can absolutely delay the plant here because they're low. He's just won it. G2 just took too long for going A. They had their low player try and plant, and they didn't have like control of the site. So there's just so many like big mistakes there made.
T1 now at 8-3.
How do you play it any better than that? That's unbelievable. His understanding of the timing, his understanding of the positioning. He sneaks right into that Omen smoke just a step ahead of his opponent. And that gives him the ability.
Why did they show that clip of Jonah?
And then he's got the TP ready to just peace out. Unbelievable stuff from X-Curate. And he's letting him know he's waiting.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, oh, we missed 5 seconds of the round production. No bueno. We are seeing none of the action.
And suddenly, we're all on Valen. Just a stinger in hand. Somehow he slipped the net. He does have the ult. He could
get some EMEA stuff on the production. I assume it's like Sapphire and Prius and Yeti that are doing production. Oh, nice trade. But like honestly, the way that observing has been, it reminds me of how it's been for China so far this stage. So that's why I'm a little bit like, could be China observers. I don't know.
Let's get ready to reassess exactly.
I doubt it.
Because it was explosive.
But it is funny, like,
we'll take a look at this one first. Yeah,
because China observing is just so like fast paced and so like crazy.
He is, I think, the best stinger.
It's funny that the observers have started to observe like China observers whilst they're in Shanghai.
Surely setting us up for success. No, seriously. I mean, if you're talking about setting up for
the 1v1 split cams, can you imagine? They just pull that out at the perfect time, and everybody's like, "What the hell?"
Right in their predictions, probably. But I am very happy to see, you know, that once again we're wrong, right? And I love it because the face that we're seeing, how they're so happy to just fight every single part of the map. How even when G2 gets a response, if they do something in one round, they adapt immediately onto the early round of the next one, keeping the pressure constant all the time.
Yeah.
The T1 that we're seeing him probably is not the one that we expected, but what does that tell us about G2, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's telling us that G2 right now, that loss that they incurred on map 2, that I think it just rattled them so much at this point, and really it motivated T1, if anything, because you're starting to see T1 just go for it. And you know, one thing that we wanted to point out was this battle here between Saya and Icy, and honestly, Icy was a guy that we were really complimenting going, you know, coming out of the first stage, because he was starting to find his footing, really starting to find his voice within the team as well. But Saya player and company have just shut him down. He has really not been a factor in this series.
No, true.
He's starting to find that life here. He's getting so much. He's getting so proactive because he's being enabled so well. Huh? Oh yes, Life is playing later.
Billy Check going crazy with the 9-3. Oh really?
Really has just been the T1 show from Jump Street.
Yeah, completely. And the,
You don't know what Dota is?
Right, the productivity from both of them just going head to head. It has to keep happening right now.
Yeah, it truly does. Look, G2, they need to show some life here. Let's send it back over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It's
Thank you
these.
very much. Yes, life is exactly what we are looking to see here. He's
Excuse me.
playing in the next game.
Dang it, come on,
exactly
man.
where you're going.
Come on. God, give me those.
I'm going to read your jokes about as well as T1's been reading this map at the moment.
It's almost like we've been casting together for a while.
Wow.
All right, what's the default here for G2? Fade Haunt a little bit later, not straight away. You have the Omen over here to fight with the Raze. Killjoy utility actually out on C.
Is able to take him down. Push up though. It's upper.
Ends up just being a B execute, so it goes straight through Jonah P.
Well, looking to try his luck, but with the back up there from Rossi, he's able to find an easy turns back over, finds another Excurrent, takes down Trent, and suddenly it is.
I wonder if that's something like somewhat intentional, not because like Jonah P's a bad player, but like on a map like Lotus. Oh my god, how? Oh my. Yeah, we're definitely in fucking Shanghai with maps and rounds like this.
Oh boy, Excurent, one bullet shy of being able to find that pistol round win. Leaf, he takes those.
Leaf here.
What a shit show.
Adrenaline for his team. This round looked like it was done and dusted. Yeah, but Excurent there, just running out of ammo. T1 doing a lot of good things, a lot of good trades. The early hit was beautiful. Paranoia right on point.
The Chinese team's teaching G2 in those scrims.
Phenomenal at times today. Obviously on Breeze, he was brilliant. Now he's got that
Fuck
outlaw.
me.
He's got a kill.
He does take a nasty bit of damage. The Marshal at least able to find some bit of value there from Saya, but Leaf, yep, just once again picking up that outlaw, putting it to good use.
The alarm bot was picked up or broken.
Excurent trying to play this out as quietly as he possibly can, but
Because he put the nanoswarm here, and then
yep, and he will get taken down. Solid opener.
I think he picked it up and is like maybe looking to like shuffle along with the setup.
Kill, much needed stability for
Yeah, he picked it up.
Cute attempt there from Excurent, trying to hide himself from that jiggle peek angle.
Because they saw the Killjoy over here. Maybe that's a good point. Because they saw the Killjoy over here early. They've put a nanoswarm here, so there's still some utility to work with. But they're like, there's no point. Like, the utility should get cleared. We have a player here already, so I could just avoid it getting broken.
Try to cover. Just players of G2 waiting.
Because they're looking to just take the player advantage and then just go play retaking a 5v3.
Spike in, but still 5 members.
You've put the alarm bot down now. So what, the Killjoy's just going to hold this? Like, in case they go through Waterfall, you'll know. And then everybody else will retake from this side. I think that's a good shout, actually.
He's coming through to try to buy some time here for them, but I see with that paint shell lob around the corner.
Because you can see the Viper wants to try and take space, but they just kind of go straight past everybody.
It was about to be a 180 attempt with a Marshall shot. 3 players left standing.
Plant money. It's good. It's a good eco, I think, for T1.
They managed to not give up the anti-eco.
Yeah, a good start here for G2. Good patience. T1 trying to set up a little bit of bait and switches there on that C site, trying to draw players out so you can get some kills.
Considering it was immediately a 5v4.
That outlaw, so valuable for Leaf. And Excurent again.
Very aware, Icy here. Nice.
Something a little bit cheeky.
Plant 3 kills, yeah. It's not going to be the best bonus.
Money for an op. So, all things.
Full buy does include the operator. It's crazy.
Trying to get back into that comfort zone. And it is so tricky for G2 because you have to be so cautious.
Aggressive. Omen TPing across. The Haunt coming in. Oh.
There, but it's a little bit too soon, but now with the reveals coming in, they know that they're stuck with Icy.
This is what, though? Oh my god, Icy's still just alive. I mean, Satchel could fucking kill him.
Just he and Excurent try and stop this.
It's 2v2. This is super risky. This is not. But I guess you're on a bonus, so you can go risky. He's like clearing in that position. Literally walked right into the up there.
Now he'll move forward, bring the spike over into the site where it can be planted for Leaf. Let's see what decision he makes.
Maybe we should watch it through like because it is in Shanghai. It just doesn't feel like it is. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we need to have like the Mandarin casting.
For sure. And yep, he's looking right at the one in spawn. Things just so aggressive from both these teams.
All grabbed up, but with the tuck into the corner here from Xcurate, it's really hard to try to isolate.
You got the G2 banner? Nice. I need to check if I've got mine. Because if I do, I'll probably just start watching on YouTube.
Get himself back out so that he can re-aggress against Saya player here. He's expecting it, but he's just not quite able to find the shot.
Still, 3 kills on the defense is good from G2. I like the idea. I like the aggression.
It's just a crazy start to this round. Izu TP's just to the side of Mound here, using this smoke to cover his angle. A great paranoia as well to set him up.
There's a lot of like really nice Omen TP plays and stuff. And like the smokes that Izu's doing.
He can't quite get his aim.
He's giving himself a lot to play around.
But the players of G2, we're waiting. Got some big kills. However, Saya, the final piece of the puzzle for T1 in that round in terms of getting into that C site and getting that plant down. A little bit of an early smoke, but
like I'm seeing like much better ideas and creativity from T1 today than I've seen from G2.
He said it in interviews multiple times. He feels like when he has that operator in hand, he's the best player in the world. Like that's the level of confidence that he has with it. While it was a slow
Look at this setup though.
Icebox,
One player like in secret, one behind the little cubby box, and then one behind this like column in grass.
it's been nothing but solid. Creeps his way up, gets himself in behind rubble. Oh, spot on the one, but I don't know if he's going to be ready for a potential counter swing from Valen.
Yeah, he has to fall back.
Yeah, that Valen position is good there for that.
Safety there of that TP now that he's been identified. And G2 though, not looking to try to get aggressive off of it. They're, I think, a little bit concerned that this is some kind of trap play. Instead, they're just going to be content to just wait this out, sit by Baby Door, and see what T1's move is. They're going to be reactive in this round.
They have people to like play off.
It's just behind the box. And it hasn't looked like Xcurate has really paid any attention towards that position. But as
There's 3 people already. This is a nice little setup for G2.
They look to storm into the A side. Valen, however, spraying across.
Yeah, Valen's good spot, gets traded. Nades again from good distance.
Is there. Plant now coming through. Tagged up are Rossi and Xcurate. Not even 100 HP between the two of them versus 4 players. Saya trying to be the first one to save them off.
Alright, 3v4, so you do need to like make a play here. And the retake is coming from 2 good positions.
In case that backstab comes through.
There goes Saya player.
Xcurate and Rossi now everything to do. Everything.
Really good round from G2. I really like that.
Jonah takes him out in one fell swoop. With 4 players left standing, they can even grab the operator if they want. That's going to be G2. Shortening the gap a little bit more, keeping themselves.
Really like that round.
It's now 10-6.
The patience is paying off for G2. They're doing a great job of not giving up anything early. And then as soon as this toxic screen comes down,
because even if the Omen dies there, you have 2 players that are still around like this secret area that can just like peek out and trade.
they let all of T1 pass. They don't spray through that toxic screen when they're opening that door at tree because they know that the timing is a little bit shorter than what you need to cross into the side.
Are they going to do something similar? I mean, they didn't actually show the raise here.
Open arms. Gets a big kill. Just a little bit of damage here to Jonah P. Rossi, though.
Yeah, they walked up. Rossi's got to leave.
Back away. Tag down to 85, and he's going to be hightailing it out. With the orb take, Xcurate does get this tour de force online. Poison orb to come up, and it looks like Xcurate might... Okay. Looks like maybe the call is going to be to not just blind push up through the Viper orb. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, because they're just leaving the Omen here.
Trying to clear some space, maybe see if they can draw some attention out of B.
You fight for C, you insert the Omen, pick up the orbs and stuff like that. You're on an eco.
We do have Valen over towards the waterfall side of B site. Identify the turret. Smoke's going to come out. And for now, T1's just going to use that opportunity to regroup.
Then back into defaulting.
Not a lot of information for T1.
Now they're going to like have the Omen back out to safety, insert in the chamber in B. And then everybody's going to go A.
See if you can take control of Rubble.
Trent forced away for a brief little moment, but the show.
Oh no, they just actually baited out the showstopper. But now because they had the Omen here the whole time,
30 seconds left. Rocket just going to be sent.
just going to go C, but they go into all of this utility. So G2, even though the ultimate doesn't get anything,
There's so much util waiting for them. No.
where are T1 going? I can't keep up.
Turret at the ready, but Trent, Icy, both nearby.
The fight's get one. Fake plant. You go plant, you go plant, you go plant. You should be able to. Yeah, you got some freedom. You actually get a gun upgrade from there too. Oh, no, you don't. Never mind.
And Excurate as he falls. It's now all on Carpe. We've seen him pull off miracles with Sheriffs in the past, but he's tagged up.
Nicely done from G2 again. Nice eco from T1. It just felt a little bit of a, maybe a bit of an overheat. Because you go towards C, and then you go towards B, and then you go towards A, then you go towards B, and you go towards C, and then you go back to B.
Every angle that T1 wants to take, and they're doing a good job playing together. We're starting to see some of that coordination. Leaf is coming online again with that.
But you get out the showstopper at least.
Slow things down a little bit here as T1.
But there's now a lockdown on defense.
The players being hot on G2. Maybe you could turn up the pace. I'd be fine with that because that round was rather slow.
T1 timeout?
As far as this match has.
First one in a while. I haven't really needed to use him.
That is some explosiveness.
Yeah.
That didn't really fit the bill.
Which I think, you know, probably plays in a T1's favor, right? Because of the way Pacific kind of is. We're a little bit more on the, you know, faster pace side sometimes. So I think, you know, you go into scrappier matches like that. And yeah, it didn't work out on Breeze, but since then, T1's been thriving for the most part until recently, until this side swap here on Lotus. We're really starting to see G2 get their act together and just, again, really shutting down any attempts that T1 wants to take in terms of working the map, finding any early picks, finding any early advantages. They're not giving up any, and they're hitting T1 when
I'm also the Polaris cast later, so I've got like a chock-a-block day.
To put a plant down, to set up post plants, and they're not allowing it, and that's.
But hopefully I get to catch some of like FPX Lotus.
From T1 outside of A. Showstopper.
FPX Lotus, FPX FUT.
Nightfall as well as the pit. They get into a post plant position. Granted, Leaf does have that lockdown to try to flush them out of a pit.
This looks like a fast hit to me. You got the Nightfall, you got a Showstopper. Let it rip.
Quick blast pack across.
Insta reaction. Like Ticket C sees nothing. Haunt gets a thing. Are they going to try and flank? Flanking's kind of tricky. So they're all going to go through this and just rotate, break secret, and then retake this way. I mean, that's a good adjustment.
As they're decayed, they end up falling. Another two-piece here for the Viper G2. Just like that, only 2 players left remaining for T1. Alarm bot up into the smoke.
Yeah, nice G2. Barely needed to even use these 3 players.
Utterly a wash for T1. Paranoia hits on a Rossi. He's been spotted. He'll get taken down. It is a flawless. As G2
Could be a 9-3 curse. Could be.
Closer and closer to tying things up.
Yeah, G2's just doing a wonderful job absorbing all this pressure. Jonah P also able
Poison Cloud's really nice there actually too.
And that alarm bot makes it all the easier. Excurate trying to step outside of it.
Defensive smokes too.
Play back. Give him a little bit of space.
Just if you expect them to go for like a fast execute, like you just have like the 2 smokes here. There was a Poison Cloud here.
Guarantee yourself that site. Guarantee yourself that plant. Get into the Viper's pit and then go from there. But instead, they tried to just brute force their way through with their guns, and G2's been really good in those situations here as we've gone over to their defender side of Lotus.
Paint Shell's going to be committed here onto the forward corner just to try to get rid of some of that KJ util, but as we can
I didn't see where G2 started on this round actually. Like strong side for C.
The turret set up.
And for this space, Aldrin. Prowler to try and clear C Mound.
Any mistakes being made?
Just opening the doors and putting pressure in various areas.
Once again,
but again, they're on a low buy. You know that there's one in tree.
There is a player in there setting up everybody for T1 for this push, but like you mentioned earlier, Achilleos,
he's looking at that spot.
Stopper at the ready. There's the
Poison Cloud again.
orb, playing off that decay damage. Leaf finds himself 2 kills. As Leaf will get himself a 3rd. Carpe does put him down with the Guardian, has to clear it out, but can't stabilize the aim there for Valor.
Did you hear that banging on the stream?
Another solid round here. G2 just 1 step away, 1 round away from tying this up at 10-10.
They're just doing a phenomenal job of avoiding any utility. If they do
I
get,
mean, it's just because of the building work, but I just didn't know if it was like coming through or not.
it's just phenomenal stuff right now from G2. And with how much pressure was on them coming out of that first half after that blowout on Icebox, to be able to stand tall 6 rounds to 1 right now in this half, absolutely nuts. But this is where it kind of has.
So you got the narrate horn over here that's broken. Viper wall here.
Got to find opportunities to use those in conjunction to get to a plant, to get to a post plant. And find
Nothing used over in this spot.
You still have that lockdown to consider as well. That's a real problem with that util combo. If you put that Viper's Pit down,
You just smoked C. Should get another smoke soon. I didn't see where they smoked at the start of the round either.
Coming out, suspecting that maybe somebody's going to be forward, so smoke comes in.
Yeah, I don't think the T1 could really be going A with this setup.
Crunch their way into this B site. Actually make Trent's job a little bit more difficult as he's going to be playing.
Oh, he actually gets Sire playing from B main. Plan's still going to come through, but the lockdown's not really going to put them off at all. Like, they can't play for secret. They have to just be played in B main. Which, at this point, you can... I like the counter-attack with the Nightfall. It hits all 3. Icy's on the defuse. Hod doesn't get broken. I don't know where Valen is because he was the one player that wasn't hit by it. And then just a triple peek. Really nice. But that's why they don't get the Hod, because they were deafened, so they didn't hear it come in.
Nothing else, we have seen the perseverance from G2 on this map. T1, they are far from out of the woods.
No doubt about it. I mean, this is finally T1 able to get enough space to set up this B crunch and still.
I would have thought somebody would have been looking.
By Trent and.
But I guess the person was sticking on a defuser just looking down. There was a player like behind the smoke over here, so they won't have seen it. They were deafened. And there was a player Heaven that might have seen it come out, but they couldn't get onto an angle to actually break it because they were like deep here. And the haunt like landed here. So it was a great ultimate from Carpe, but it was a really good haunt too. Easy to like criticize, like, why did nobody break it? But it's like, yeah, because they were deafened and nobody could see it actually. And the one player that could see that it was coming in couldn't break it.
Try to create some space that C-Link. Omen TP around the back. Izu. Leaf is reading this absolutely flawlessly, but it's going to be Leaf who starts eating some damage. Sai going to be taken down in the meantime.
Weird fights. Easy wins a massive one here, though.
Now he has so much more work to do. 2 players left.
T1 clearly seeing and feeling that there's an exploitation here, and he just walks out of the smoke and gets 2. Izu 1v2, 45 HP because of the boombot going off.
Izu, can he make it happen? Some shots there into the shoulder, stabilizes, but he needs a headshot.
Ooh, close. Really close. If G2 lose their frauds...
Will be the last one.
Yeah, T1 off fraud watch at least.
How he really feels as he goes back over to the defuse. Once again, 1 round separating. 11.
What a great first series to have, though.
Decent position as they are going to be calling their second timeout.
And this is a really interesting decision from the side of T1 in terms of, you know, throwing down the Viper's Pit, sending Izu with that TP.
That's going to fake the comeback now. Oh, you think that they'd screw it up for themselves?
Extremely well, even though Izu somehow almost wins it. Trying to keep him pinned, but Izu's able to find just enough timing to sneak around the corner back.
Last T1 timeout.
Still can't quite get it done. But, you know, it's just phenomenal defense here from G2. Again, they're just doing such a good job of making sure that they're not giving up anything.
Yeah, what a great first series for Shanghai.
That they need to. They're dodging.
G2 beat who in playoffs? C9 Leviathan? I'm not too sure, actually.
Extreme effort from T1 to get these rounds. Get these 2 rounds in this half. Need 2 more, but it's looking right now like they need to dig a little bit deeper. They need to get a little bit crazier.
They're about to cook something now.
Away from a Nightfall.
the biggest opportunities that they've had is towards B.
Let's see if that's going to be part of the game plan here.
So they're actually doing a Viper wall to like put more pressure there, but they could be doing like, I understand not playing A when you have the Viper and stuff set up and the Killjoy util, but like they've stopped doing C stuff altogether.
Translating to round wins. Looking like once again we're going to be setting up the G2 Killjoy utility over onto A.
Yeah, the Viper wall, like, seen some teams even just fully dedicate to this
A little bit further forward with this
overall.
At the tree door, trying to play off a contact a little bit there is Leaf, who has been also just absolutely explosive.
Yeah, and this setup does look like the Viper might be here still, but the Viper's over on C, which I imagine the Poison Cloud's here.
They just scale their way up, but I mean, look at this approach. It's a massive.
So it's like a nice little like adjustment of the setup, I suppose.
Try to see if they can get any kind of catch here. As Carpe at least will try to distract and keep attention over towards that door.
This is interesting.
Wrap around.
Like, leaving the Rays here to watch it across is good, because you see one go across, but you're up against Leaf.
2 quick kills. Paranoia is going to be good. Shot found. Izu able to come up with that 11.
Oh, great position for Sire player. It's a tilted one to deal with.
Does manage to backstab.
Izu has the spike, and a really bad position for Jonah P to be in. Both players completely separated, but they're going to go for a B plant.
Jonah P just listening, hearing, lurking within the smoke. How does he decide to play this one out?
Oh, he just gets really good timing on it.
Just work his way forward. This man is not having it.
Good eco though still for T1. Another B plant. A lot of kills.
T1 digging deep into the strategy.
T1 like win this next round, it puts G2 back onto an eco. And that could be like the series.
Fired up and feeling it. And it almost works. But if it isn't for this guy, Leaf, who's just been a nightmare at times on that Sentinel role. And then Jonah P just knew it.
T1 shouldn't play B. I guess they can't get into anywhere else though. That's the problem.
Step in and they are not going to be ready at all. They are not going to read this position. And I can just take care of business. Trent was coming on the rotation as well, but didn't need him. Absolutely brilliant from G2. They are just playing so aware right now.
It's a much needed round win because not only does it tie up the game, but it also allows them to avoid what would have been very close to a thrifty. Things were very wishy-washy for them there. Just given, honestly, a very good call.
I went to try and fucking observe then. I was just thinking about like how Josh always has his hand on the keyboard to change the observing spot. I was about to start doing it myself. So it's like, who was I wanting to watch?
G2, they have a lot of good tools nearly there. That showstopper still just one away.
G2 just having so many different defensive defaults is good though. Because it's the same wall, but you're moving a Killjoy around a lot. You're moving a Viper around a lot. The Omen's the only one that's been consistently on C. And now you're like, you're not really strong-siding this though, which is the risk.
It's been tricky for them to even get a plant down over here because of how good G2
But like, T1 have not bothered with C in the slightest. Nightfall has hit both of them.
Catching a couple players from G2, but they're pivoting over towards B.
Base taken. Here's that bot. Knowing that Leaf is going to be somewhere nearby.
By even having to dedicate utility early because they're worried that people will push out the smoke and catch them. But 5v5. I see if he gets a kill, he gets a showstopper. There's a Nightfall on this defense. It's not going to hit the chamber. It's not going to hit the Omen. Carpe, great spots. Okay. Nice stuff from T1. Just those two players that didn't actually get hit by the Nightfall. Good crossfires, just good positioning, good fights.
Every time they have a disadvantage, can they take this to overtime?
I believe. I definitely believe with the way they've been playing in this half, but what I like here is the minor adjustment from T1 with that Nightfall in play. Instead of saving it until they get to a site, they use it to clear space, give them the ability to pivot, put themselves into a post plan, and X-Cured is fired up.
Let me check it.
Saya yelling into his monitor as if his former teammates on the opposite side could hear him. Showstopper there now for Icy. Got that on the depth. Tour de force. He's gonna be able to note that chamber here on this.
There is still a buy at least for G2.
is also going to be holding on to that spike. So should the C-site get taken,
one chance, or it's OT.
Cautious of the
And it's the one time that T1 are looking to go towards C, and it's the time where the Viper and the Killjoy are there together. There's been so many rounds in between where it hasn't been.
But yep, showstopper.
Like, if they know that the Viper and the Killjoy are over on C, then you can go more towards A. The only reason why you didn't do it last time is because there was a showstopper that scared you off.
Very committed position.
But you also have your own showstopper. This is like... Trent either loses the series or brings us to overtime off the way he's playing there. Yeah, only connects onto one. Not giving the game away. It's just that the chamber is over towards A, which isn't too much of a difference from like their normal default. So nobody's rotating. Like T1 might have won this series off of that little small play. Because G2 have no idea that all 5 players are going A. They just assumed that it was the chamber because the chamber was the only one that was spotted by the Haunt, and the Haunt wasn't broken.
Icy, that showstopper, it needs to deliver.
5v4 post plant. You got a showstopper from Icy.
He drops down.
Oh, it did look like it was going to get him, but at least it gets traded.
Shots across Leaf, down to 3 HP.
Some of these fights are just tough. All right, OT.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Masters Shanghai and welcome to overtime.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from these two teams. Both have been so good at Lotus. It has been such a favored map for them throughout this stage.
Chope Masterclass. I think both teams have played pretty well. If T1 lose this series, I wouldn't say that's a choke, really. Like, maybe because they were 9-3 up, but it is Lotus.
Towards rope, but G2 so aware, so ready for it, and with both.
And I wouldn't say it's like T1 choking as much as like G2 had a really nice defensive side. I liked a lot of the stuff that they were doing.
That deciding factor, considering they were both 9 and 3 on their defenders.
Glass cannon here for Xcurate. Operator back in hand, gets himself boosted up here on top of the box. Very short TP over to the left for him. As the Haunt does get cleared.
So much attention here at Rubble. Saya trying to take positioning.
Taking an immense amount of space, but that's now just leaving Rossi all on his lonesome. Weapon comes out. Here's the Prowler, takes some shots. Paranoia looking to help force him back. Backs his way away. Paint shells now being sent.
Season 8. Snakebite was actually kind of deep, but it stopped the other 2 players from getting in onto site. Like, the Snakebite didn't go into here to stop the execution. It stopped them to actually push through. So it's made this a very, like, split execute from G2, but it doesn't matter if Leaf's coming into the site. Lockdown just buys more time. And Xcurate has an op.
Headshot on that headhunter. That's all he can really hope for, unless he can get himself into the site and recover one of these weapons.
They didn't even plant.
They're in an advantageous position for him to go ahead and
I think they should have planted. They just need time. They need time to be working. Nice try.
Headhunter. Balance swings in. The lead is there. It is G2's as they are now.
Like, start planting when there's 4 seconds left on the Killjoy ult, you know? Something like that. Yeah, he got that. Yampy got that, I guess, too. Like, Leaf saved the day there.
Towards C, little bit of congestion towards A, but T1 just a little bit slow. This is a great understanding of the way that T1 was playing.
Another timeout.
By Valen, because typically G2 has been kind of taking their time to rotate. They kind of do some due diligence. They look around the map for some utility, but this time it's just an immediate pivot, an immediate hit towards
Just,
getting out of there, getting some early damage, slowing things down.
Oh, I really wanted to watch FPX versus FUT, but at this rate, I'm not going to be able to.
However, Leaf is right back to where we saw him on Breeze. 23 and 19, and in that round, he broke things open for G2. Got that lockdown, gave him the safety to get that plant. Unbelievable stuff that we've seen from him here today.
It's just every single time it looks like T1 is in an advantage early on in these rounds. Leaf just says, no.
Nope.
Nope.
We're done.
I'm still alive. That means you die.
Can't forget about Leaf.
Everything.
Please, T1, please.
G2 just looking to try to end it right here, right now.
Go back to this wall, so they're like wanting to do more towards B.
No riskiness from them. No glass cannon. No operator. Just going to play a very straight up round.
Looking to take their time a little bit. Another early push out towards the rock from Xcurate. They're going to get the ping, the identification of Valen's position. They use that orb early to cross, take rubble control. But this is all just trying to set up and try to show that they're going for more of an A hit. Early clear the turret. Carpe just taking a scrape of damage on the way out.
Backs away. Leaf wanted to get that punish there. Trying to get rid of that. Again, lurking behind this box.
It's that same setup that they used a couple of rounds ago.
He's played this time and time again. He gets the catch. That's now the IGL. Dead on the side of.
They're having a spot here, one here, and then the fade in secrets are taking a lot of the heat.
That is a very solid first step for G2 to close things out.
Valen, just because he's on his own, is getting off site.
T1 is this far pushed up.
Valen just looking to jiggle on the angle. Considering if he wants to T-pack.
Yeah, just play safe. You got player advantage. Good. Paranoia's good. What's the peak going to be like? Peak is great. Really nice, like, set play. Like, G2 saved the day. Was it as strong of a performance from G2 as I would have wanted? Not there overall. But at least, like, the defensive side was really good on this map. But there's a lot of times where, like, G2 have not fundamentally looked that good.
I loved the way that they never gave up. They always stuck to their game plan on that defender's side. They said, we're going to give them.
But honestly, like, pretty well played from T1. I'm, like, impressed in how they did.
We're never going to give them opportunities to find.
Wait, Stunner was there, no?
Xcurate the opening to find those kills, and yes, a valiant.
Or was there somebody else?
Today, the Icebox looked brilliant. Sure. And the first half of Lotus looked brilliant, but Breeze just wasn't good enough. Their map pick, and then they're going to fall in overtime on Lotus. What an excellent series that these two teams just gave us.
A wry smile from that man there, Jonah P. He's having fun. He was venting some frustrations perhaps on stage. But even on Icebox, you know, credit to the team. Even though they were getting beaten and battered, we still were seeing smiles. We still were seeing these players vibing out on stage. And ultimately, I think that is just a product of...
No way their numbers and names line up.
Being able to compete here in front of these fans, for sure.
T1, G2.
Managed to go ahead and get that opening victory as well, so can breathe a little minor sigh of relief, because obviously Swiss stage, it's going to be a long one, but they don't find themselves with that opening loss. They don't find themselves on the verge of being eliminated from the tournament. So for G2, very solid. But
So yeah, G2 go to the one of the upper games.
And I mean, this is credit to G2.
T1 go to the lowers.
Kind of more experienced squad. Yes, they had to come up through.
Like, yeah, I think both these teams.
Like they talked about this in their pre-match interview.
Both these teams, I think FPX could beat.
As the guard with zero LAN experience.
And I think both these teams, DRG could take a map off of.
Now you can see that they've got that.
I wasn't really sure because I haven't been watching T1 that closely during like playoff, and then obviously I haven't seen much Americas because of how late it is for me. But yeah.
On your side as well.
Like, there's a lot of good stuff that I like from them, but it's definitely not clean. Dang, T1 choked so hard. I feel like G2's defense on Lotus was like really good, like really fucking good. And T1 just didn't really know what they could really do on the attack. The only side that they were consistently getting onto was the B site, and then it either just came down to like clutches or big ultimates, or it didn't turn into anything.
Head over to the stage. We got a player standing by for our Verizon post-match interview.
What an exciting...
Right, I'll leave you with this. I'm going to go for a win and I'm going to come back.
Take a victory over T1. I'm now joined by Jonah P here on stage for an interview, and Luna is going to do some translation. Now, first of all, after that Icebox and the 9-3 half, it felt like you needed maybe a miracle to pull it back and pull off the comeback. How did you guys do it?
那其实在 Icebox 在森寒东港当中的失利之后，再加上上半局当中9比3的开局，你觉得你们做了些什么才能做到这样绝地反击的回馈呢？
On Icebox, towards the end of like the last round of the last half, we were just like, you know, let's just have fun. And the main reason why we got destroyed is because our micro comms were falling off. We were not on the same page. So at the end of Icebox, we were like, guys, just focus. I don't care about winning this game. We're just gonna focus on getting our micro comms back up for the next game. And then, you know, it was 9-3 at half, and I say to my teammates, if we win this pistol round, we're gonna win the game. And Leaf, he 1v2'd, and that just like brought the confidence back, and the fire is sparked in us.
那其实，在森寒东港当中，我们会更多的去觉得是集中到游戏之后，然后我们会觉得在下一轮当中再去拿回属于我们的这个节奏和优势。那当时在那个9-3的半局之后，其实我也是告诉我的队友说希望如果我们能够拿下手枪局，我就相信我们能够赢下这场比赛。以及 Liv 他的1v2的惨局真的是打得太棒了，所以说我们能够有这样的绝地反击。
It's also been a hot minute since we've seen.
Do we have team radio like China's games? Oh, you mean like the little comms bits? I don't think so.
Back and also to win as well.
那其实也是很久没有再站在
Expected a comeback, but 3-9 on defense side. Lotus is crazy. I didn't realize you guys. Wait, is this Kippo?
Tier 1 win, and
when the fuck did you sub?
Especially since we bombed out of Iceland, it's been 2 years. I trust my guys. That's why we stuck together. And unfortunately,
A while ago, I had no idea.
There's a lot of body shooting, but we're everyone's laughing about it. Like we know. Like,
I know. I probably said thank you, but I don't think I knew who you were at that point. Is what I mean. Like contextually.
当中在世界赛上并且取得了这次胜利，但是会有一些可惜或伤心的部分，因为我们又再次对战到了 Saya Player 嘛。那在今天的比赛当中，其实会有一些
Like I knew who Autumn was.
会觉得他会比较好笑，可能会哈哈大笑一下，但是总体来说还是很开心今天这场比赛的。
Yeah, like I think a lot of the defensive stuff that they were doing. Do I have my thingy now? You are eligible. Yes. Let's go. Alright, I want to move over to watching it. That's fuck.
Finally over 12 teams, 4 regions, one trophy.
I hate when Twitch does that. Where you try to press space to pause it and it just doesn't work.
We've got 2.5 weeks.
Ryan's hair, Leaf's hair. But like, yeah, just a lot of like the defensive setups that G2 had. Because a lot of teams will do this like swap around, like strong side C, have utility on B, and then have the Viper and the Killjoy on A. But there was just a lot of rounds where they were just like here they had it, but they had like the fade from the haunt that might like fake that this isn't over here. Because the fade immediately like just haunts from this position and then resets to whole B. And like just these like the poison cloud there, the fade ult to come through. Like you're just fucked.
6 rounds to 1.
And then this round they do it again. Like G2 were just like, all right, we're gonna go for this setup. And at this point, T1 only really started to just go towards B. They weren't doing much towards C at all. I think they even might win this round. Yeah, because this is the haunt. But then you've got the strong side on A. And you could just have the Viper on C because T1 haven't been going C, so you could just stick all of the utility on B instead. Has a lot to do with what ultimates are available too, but... Oh yeah, you could just Viper Spit on C. They win that. And then there was a timeout from T1. T1 like, well, we can't really go A because the Killjoy and the Viper are there, so, and we're going B a lot, so let's do this wall. And at this point, they just put the Killjoy to it. They just put the Killjoy over towards A. And the Viper is on C.
Trying to play off the second half.
So there was just like a lot of like swapping it to like a main default and then making little adjustments based on, well, T1 are trying to go A late. So having Killjoy utility there to deal with the lurk from Excurate is good. And then you just like, yeah.
Decide to play this one out. Well, it's just going to be like that. He'll just work his way forward. This man is not having it. He ends up pulling on the back end as Rossi finds that kill. Shots across Leap. Down to
this is why I don't hate watching like meta comps on like maps like Lotus. Because you have like the general, people know like the general default positions on a map of where people play. So you have to kind of like mess with that a little bit. It's hard for T1, I suppose, to like make adjustments on attack to realize that. Basically a reference. Exactly. Yeah. But you can't do those setups without knowing what the main one is, because you need to know what the attack team is looking for. Because one thing that I think T1 could have potentially done a bit more is like try to go and scout out where that Killjoy utility is. You know, like they stopped defaulting towards C, but just knowing that if you go towards C and there's an enemy like Viper Poison Cloud in that choke, that's good information that they shouldn't be on A. And then obviously if there's like a turret, if you can hear the alarm bot stuff, it's a good way of like, you know, you default towards C. Is there a Viper like Poison Cloud there? No. Can you hear a turret? Can you hear an alarm bot? No. Why would you not go there? But if you go A, you have to get so deep. First of all, the Viper wall is almost always going to be there, regardless of whether the Viper is playing on A or not. You play on C and still do that Viper wall that goes across B main and A. I need to like draw this and to better explain it. This doesn't work anymore, and I don't know why. The developer app doesn't work. But yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm considering. I don't need a tutorial. I know this. Please. So what? You'd have Cypher. You'd have Viper. You'd have Fade, Raze, and Omen. And just show the ones on map. So what would you have? You'd have the toxic screen that goes across like this. You would have a poison cloud somewhere. You would have a alarm bot somewhere. You'd have a turret somewhere. You have 2 nano swarms. You'd have a haunt. That's kind of it, really, that I can think of util wise. Like a smoke, I suppose. Like just at the start of a default. So play the Omen towards C. Raze, it depends on like if you're strong siding, I suppose you do like this. Where you might have probably the Killjoy on the site and then the Viper playing like here. And then the Poison Cloud, you can put, like, we saw them put it in this position as they execute, or putting it here. And even some of the smokes on this retake were put, like, to cut off back sight so you can clear this before you're going elsewhere. But the thing that G2 were doing really nicely is, like, this is, like, a common... Maybe this would be a common default. Or maybe you would do that, you'd do this. Like, and these players would, like, fight for C mounts aggressively. Just to get information, maybe to get the orb and stuff. But what G2 were doing is, sure, they had some rounds like this where the attackers, if they're trying to execute, they just run into all this utility and die. But also, they were moving it so that the Viper was over here, like, and they had their Poison Cloud in C. So it was just a Killjoy and maybe the Fade over here with their utility to, like, work with. Like, the typical, I guess it'd be something like this, and then the turret here. Or maybe the turret, like, here. Let's say that you're going to play a bit more safe. So you're like here, and then you can just hide there, and then nano swarms just everywhere. But like T1 weren't sure if the Viper was here or not. And so ultimately, I just think it's better for attacking teams if we like clear all the abilities. If you default towards C, it doesn't matter where the Viper is for the most part. Like, that wall is effectively staying the same for teams. And for Killjoy, you know what side they're on because you're gonna like, hit a utility. Like, whichever way. So if it is a setup like this, and like, let's say that they're strong siding over here. Maybe it's just the Omen and the Raze, and then the Fade is doing the haunt that goes across this. So surely if you're like an attacking team, you want to be going to see a little bit more because one, you see if the Poison Cloud is there or not. Because there's no shot that the Viper would have a Poison Cloud here and then be over on the A side. There are some lineups you could do where you could do it from B. But I'd say it's very, very unlikely. But if you go up to here and you don't hear Killjoy utility and you don't see a Poison Cloud, it probably is because that's the like strong side. That's where the Raze and the Omen and the Fade and stuff are. A player's now free from teabagging. It's fun now, especially when you're watching live from the venue. It's usually frowned upon. Time for a Chinese team. Time to watch, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, I'm only going to be here for the next hour, and then I have to dip.
Right now.
Well,
that's lovely, and also that all looked very good, and I want to eat all of that. So put it in my belly. In any case, so
They get fine, right? Supposedly.
and talk about FPX. I've been so excited.
Like, you'd get one first and then you'd get fined. But I don't think it's like... I've sworn on broadcast and I haven't been fined. I haven't even been warned. I think it's just like if I do it a lot, then they'd be like, turn down the language, please.
You know, they were the first team eliminated from Madrid. You know, it had to have stung for them, but it definitely feels...
I need to run ads too, so I'll do that now. And I'll get a sandwich because I'm hungry.
Find their position a bit more, I think, throughout the season.
I mean, totally. Their stage 1 was completely flawless. I mean, yeah, they dropped a couple of maps, but it was not until the final that they got a loss under their belt. So we bring back the conversation of how much smaller that gap is becoming between them and EDG. I think that their performance, and as you're saying, the things that they're bringing new into the game, how they're interpreting things are so interesting. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with.
So, they're just so good. Just so fucking good.
You know,
and made it work.
And made it work. So that's why I'm personally excited to see what they could do, especially with that particular agent here. But this is going to be a great opportunity for them, right? Playing in front of your home crowd in an international event. Obviously, they've been playing in this particular venue throughout their stage, but you know, you're going to be going up against some pretty difficult competition on the other side there against FUT.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for them, the ceiling is still very, very high. This is one of the things that we have to be on the lookout, because they feel very, even though they do weird things, they feel very, very comfortable doing that. And that is when it gets into your head, because if you have to prepare match to match, and this is so different to what you're used to seeing in your region, they have the advantage over you, even though in paper, they have not won internationally. I mean, they've only secured one map.
Hey, well, who knows? Maybe, you know, familiar territory could be the recipe for success for FPX at a global event. But let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, who's going to be talking to some life.
If they keep doing it, the warning is kind of meaningless. Yeah, I mean, then you'd get like sanctioned, I guess.
Ahead of their game against FUT, and Luna's going to be doing some translating as well. Now, you're the only player in this tournament that consistently play Clove and make it work. How much do you think your flexibility is going to be an advantage in this tournament?
那其实说你是唯一一个选手会一直坚持去使用木蝶这个英雄，并且打出了很好的效果。那你觉得你们队伍的这种灵活性，在此次的世界大赛当中，能够为你们带来怎么样的优势呢？
我觉得我们这种多变性可以给对手带来就是不可预测的很多东西，对，就是很多元化的东西，对。
I think our flexibility is actually unpredictable for our opponent in the game.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna and Life.
Yeah, they're going to look for something unpredictable here. I mean, look, there's no doubt that we're going to get it from FPX here. But I think it's funny because, you know, you have FUT on the other side, and I remember there was a point.
At the end of the day, it's good for the game, adding drama and true rivalry.
You know? So I think it's actually quite fascinating.
Like, seeing it in games like this where people are spraying corpses and stuff is great when it's in the final third map. I think the difference between us seeing like the teabagging and the spraying corpses and stuff now in comparison to maybe before, or why Riot is seeking to like cut down a bit, it's because if it's happening every single map and it doesn't matter when it's not based on rivalry, when it's just people are doing it for the sake of doing it, it just gets a little bit obnoxious, you know what I mean? Like when it's in a big like series like we just saw,
exactly. We wanted to give
it means something, you know?
Understand what we're talking about when we talk about the triple controller. Yes, it sounds crazy, but hear me out. They will make it work. The Omer, the Viper with the Astra, with the Harbor, even not having the Viper, maybe thinking ahead and then implementing the Clove on a map like Icebox, right? Yeah. Like out of all the maps.
When is this from?
One that always keeps that 100% with Viper almost all across the globe. I think that they're becoming so creative and finding their own path, and probably I would not be surprised.
It's got to be from stage 1 because there's no like life chamber on Lotus. So I guess that's like stage 1 till now.
Case to be made where
Which is a good way to like take it, really, because there were role changes for FPX from kickoff Madrid to stage 1. So yeah, you want to make the point of like how the crazy comps that they play. Yeah, you could probably add like kickoff and Madrid, but
the options are endless, right? And there is
it wouldn't necessarily be that accurate to them, I guess.
Another layer of smokes and of utility that your opponent is not going to expect, and even if expected, it's always, you know, pain in the ass to be correct.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
So his microphone is on the fritz.
He's been having a great year in of his own right here. You know, he's been
A great stage, not a great year, QB, but yeah. Glad that we're getting some like Lysol love.
all contributing to the fact that this FPX team, right, from when we saw them in Madrid up until now, like it has truly been such an incredible turnaround for this squad that I'm actually quite excited to see what they could do here.
Hear me out, Lysor, this stage has had a complete glow up. He went from playing just a couple of agents to implement into his pool most of the controllers and doing so good in them. Like he is one of the key parts to as with all of these controllers work. He's the one that definitely has felt the most comfortable into implementing this change.
I'm surprised that they haven't gone for like talking about life or autumn a bit more.
Just behind Kong, so that goes to show you how much he's been contributing.
He went from 169 ACAs average to 214. That's just in one season. And with the KD, as we're seeing here as well, it just goes crazy. So he's definitely feeling it, and we see it on the server.
Yeah, he's certainly found himself, you know, second.
Why would they need to translate for the English broadcast? Why would they?
Come to fruition here at
Just preference.
Well, that's just a question that all of FPX are going to have to answer here because they have traditionally struggled in the past. Now, let's go ahead though.
Because if you
because they're going to be facing off.
If you try to do it in another language, you might
They wear their emotions on their sleeves and they play some damn good Valorant. So I'm excited to see what they do here against FPX.
Yeah, exactly. For FUT this entire year, I think that we have to forget about what happened in kickoff because of the opponents that they had, and just focus on what they did during the regular season and how they qualified to be here. Again, bringing in
you'd want to translate because whilst you could probably talk in English, like doing an interview where you're like trying to talk to the audience a bit more, you want to make sure that what you're saying is like
especially adapting to
in your words almost.
Going on in 2024 with most of the teams.
Because if you try and do it in English, you might say it wrong, and it's kind of on you. Whereas if you say something in your native language and it gets translated, if the translation is wrong, which happens sometimes, just like the translation adds a certain edge onto saying stuff. Because you've said it in your own language, people can understand what you actually meant.
Let's go ahead though and send it over to Insu to get some words from the FUT boys.
Yeah, like naturally, like I think people would just want that.
CNED from FUT. Hi CNED, welcome back to the international stage. It feels like coming into this, you're back to that championship winning form as a player and as a team as well. Do you feel that as well? Does that give you more confidence to come here and win the entire event?
Yeah, like we.
Thought process of focusing on Lysa was that his swaps and his changes. Wait, Icarus, are you there?
Right now, so yeah, we have a confidence to like make.
Because the fact that you answered stage 1, like, are you working production?
All right, well, we're gonna see what FUT are.
Because I genuinely don't know.
Table here against FPX, but as you had mentioned, right?
I'm not there, but I'm working production. Oh, are you in Dublin then? Are they doing? Wait, are they doing production stuff?
And when CNED is having fun, it's a problem for everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Because last year we saw him there in Navi, and he wasn't having the best of the time.
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe it is like if you want it to be like an extension of like the story from Madrid.
This year he has been doing the same. He's been being super innovative, and actually we heard from him himself that it was his idea.
Oh, Moira. Oh, yeah, I definitely recognize that username. I think we might have even met. Didn't we meet at, yeah, I think we definitely met at, Philadelphia. In the breakfast hall.
His chamber is on a different level, and I do believe it has to do with environment.
Yeah, but let's not forget though that, you know, FUT, they
Oh, you're working LA remote. That's cool.
Before they get to these international events, these global events, and they kind of just, you know.
Yeah, I guess my natural like thinking of it, like I guess like the de facto way that I go in my head with like stuff like this is like maybe it's because I'm sort of like trying to be the representative of China to an extent is like for newish regions, like start with the basics, start with like the win condition players. So, like, you know, talk about life. You could talk about Autumn because, like, whilst Lice... It's more like Autumn was the one that had the severe role swap, so Autumn moving into, like, playing more Viper and Flex stuff as opposed to main duelist freed up that space for Lysor. So it's almost kind of like a Lysor is looking so good because of the role swap, but the role swap was more to put life on main duelist and to put Autumn on other stuff. Official Ryan Left Coast stream? Trying to be. I have to go in like an hour, so I'm only able to see so much of it.
During the entirety of the year, and the way that they did it, even though they were lost, it was a 1-2. It's not like they went down without a fight. What FUT were...
But I also tried, like, I'm not criticizing the show on the desk because, like, for both Kukuka and Mimi, they both, like, reached out. Where you going? I can't talk about it yet.
The deadlock on Sunset on different...
But then after I'm doing the super secret thing, I am casting Polaris. Which, speaking of which, Bodok, if I'm like 15 to 20 minutes late, it's because I'm doing this other thing, which I've already spoken to you about.
You know, FPX have kind of been, you know, not exactly, but they have been doing more experimentation, trying out different things. So you're coming into this matchup with two teams that are really just...
No problem at all.
Really trying to stretch your...
I found out that we were doing stuff yesterday, last night.
Let's say it like this, a more experimented region, like
Organization and awareness of stuff that's happening with this stuff, like when certain teams are playing and that, is non-existent. Just, oh, you're playing tomorrow. Like, okay.
I'm glad you mentioned the old guard because, I mean, CNED,
Fine.
you know, give him his flowers, right? Former world champion coming into this one, has the experience, and you can even see like what CNED was producing in the past just last year, and then what he's bringing to the table this time around. Very, very similar situation here.
But like, I don't.
But that is exactly what you need from.
I'll explain it to you and Kara later.
You're saying that it looks very similar, but
it's. I can't wait to be able to talk about things a bit more publicly because some of the shit that's been going on these last couple of weeks are.
And again, we're seeing
I feel like I'm going on my Doom Bros era. I feel like I've just aged like 10 years in a week. That mixed with my like family dog being ill and potentially being like what's the term?
Yeah, it could very well
like palliative care essentially, but also my girlfriend's dog maybe being in yeah, it's Valorant related. But also my girlfriend's dog being almost in palliative care. Like, I have to dog sit them tomorrow. For both of them, the like backhand legs have stopped working. But for my family dog, that's been more of a gradual thing. For Beth's dog, they got home one day and their dog just wasn't walking on their back legs.
Agree to disagree. I'm just going to give you guys 3 statements, and you have to tell me if you agree.
That's such a rough break.
Pretty simple. Okay.
You're going to couch Team Secret? No. Could you imagine, no? I'd feel so uncomfortable, like, with the accusations of nepotism aimed at Team Secret. Considering I've been such a Jesse Vash fan, if I ended up coaching them, it would feel so weird.
Because he made grand finals and...
Rough one, sorry to hear. It's all good. Like, Shanghai hit at a bad time. Polaris isn't too much of an issue at all, to be honest.
Okay, next statement.
Because like, if I had to travel home, I could still do Polaris from home. I still have like the equipment. Be careful, CNED. I know where you live. I don't know where he lives. Just Berlin. He's trying to be so like. At least he thought about it.
Yeah.
Disagree. Why is that?
I think we should go A. Jesse Vash will go B. You're absolutely right. I'd be very curious to see like how Team Secret are without Warbirds, because a lot of the way that Team Secret play is very like anti-strat centric. Shocked out lineups against ciphers, for example. And some of the stuff that Jesse Vash has come up with, like utility wise, is great. Like the being in A lobby of Breeze and being able to shock out the B main trip is great. But who came up with that? Who anti-stratted that? Was that Warbird? Was that Warbirds or was that Jesse Vash?
Maybe in here, maybe, you know. It could be, it could be. Okay, next statement. Icebox?
They accidentally leaked where they lived last year. I sort of remember hearing something about that.
I need to think the pool.
There's not too much. Yeah.
How much do you like Icebox? Like if you put it at the top, then you agree, and if not, agree?
I agree.
Why do you like it?
It's like if you compare the Breeze, you know, Lotus.
You like Breeze more than Icebox?
No,
What about Ascent? What about Ascent? See, Ned likes Icebox more than Ascent.
That map, Icebox is a good map, so you know. But yeah.
His nationality and residency within Turkey has been removed.
Breeze is the best map in this game. I like it so much. I like to play Breeze.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Best of luck in your game.
Warbirds is fine. They need to stop playing all Filipinos. Now, my knowledge and experience of the Filipino scene is pretty small. But from what I have seen, I couldn't disagree more. There's so much young Filipino talent that can go on and do amazing at like a tier 1 level. And also, Filipino talent equals, in context of other regions, probably cheap talent.
And get this match started for FUT versus FPX.
If I'm an EMEA org, I'm trying to get fucking Filipino players over to us, not the other way around. I do think that, like, was Jessie Vash's wife, was Mrs. Vash always the manager of Team Secret? Because I just think for their sake, just next year, like, just put her in a non-team manager role. Like, give her a promotion, give her, like, the future of the team and, like, branding and stuff like that, sponsorships, like. Because I don't know if it's, like, nepotism as such, but it's not a good look. It's not good PR. I think Team Secret as an organization, in Valorant at least, have a lot of good faith with them. But you don't want to remove that. Because you've got talent that have pissed off the Thai audience because they've not gone for like a Thai-centric team. RRQ are okay. They're not in too much problem. Paper X are great for Singapore. Bleed are not great for Singapore.
Whether or not they could pull off a magic trick here, whether or not both of these teams can pull a rabbit out of their...
Sunset Lotus Icebox. Ooh. Sunset might be a bit of a challenge for FPX. It's a map that they just haven't played an awful lot. Lotus, triple controller. I'm so excited for this, but I don't think I'm going to be here to see it.
Lotus, because it's FPX picking that map onto them. It's very complicated to see where this is like, who is this actually?
From what I've heard, Secret does monitor his stuff closely internally.
Teams, like the regions are not comparable, but whatever they have prepared,
yeah, like,
it has to show up from the beginning.
I can't think of anything worse to be accused for stuff like nepotism and stuff when it's not necessarily true. You know?
All of those votes and try and understand what to do against every single map with those compositions.
Yeah, that's very true. And then
because you don't know if like Warbirds might have been a higher up decision because Team Secret didn't hit the goals, and so the higher ups are like, Warbirds, we set you these like expectations, you haven't met them, so we're going to try for another coach. And it might be that Jessie Vash was actually fighting to keep Warbirds. We just don't know. But because of how it looks, like the optics of the whole situation, it looks a lot worse than it probably is.
They're playing in front of their home crowd. They're representing their region here. This is their field, their arena.
Filipino younger talent can be difficult to relocate. Warbirds, I think, is visa related.
And especially after the first series that we had.
Then how come Dummy can get there? Or is Dummy like dual nationality for any, like, I don't want to presume where they're like from. Dummy's Filipino American? Ah. So they could like say that they're a Pacific person, so they shouldn't have issues with their visa. Or at least representing the league.
On the side of FPX, some chamber maybe, Harbor Phoenix, maybe they run the gay coquille, like it's
Also, that's a point.
So we're looking.
Can coaches be region locked?
Again, it doesn't matter if it's on the defense, if it's on.
Because you don't count as an import, so I guess you can coach anywhere.
Those kind of things, and like not star plays, but actually the cohesion within what you have prepared.
Who is basically going to be a little bit more drilled in this situation?
Yeah, if
as we get ready for.
Oh, they've gone back to the old comp. Sort of gone back for the old comp. Autumn on Cypher. What are they doing?
to the Gecko compositions on Sunset, but I do like.
How are they? Like, I'm freaking out about this comp. How is the that's like? Yeah, this is normal. No, it's not normal.
One of them.
FPX are doing weird shit again. This is new. This is new. Let's see what it is exactly. Fun plus Phoenix. They played something similar, but they had Phoenix. What is this comp? Phoenix Chamber Harbor. Gecko KO. Phoenix over Harbor Viper.
And they were going nuts. Yeah, they were hyping them up. As soon as the team walked out in walkouts and then out on the stage, I mean, the place went bonkers. We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I swear, just like, all right, we're playing Lotus. What are we picking? A Berlin's just. I've got the greatest idea, guys.
To be fair, I feel like they are one of the better teams in EMEA, so this is gonna be.
Oh my god, I can't leave this team halfway through. Come on, FPX. Don't be shit. I don't care if you lose, just don't be shit. Alright, love that haunt. Cascade's good. Don't like that you're fighting for mid. This is such a difficult place to fight for, and the call for FUT's an easy one. Like, if you're not tripping this autumn, you need to be, like, more aware that it might be pushed.
3 players that are pushing all the way through after that kill, and FPX haven't moved at all.
Like, we've just lost all control.
On the side of FPX already, and it's not seeming.
What are we doing? What are we looking at?
Numbers away, the defense, the spike is out in no man's land.
Oh, nice try, Ayang. How have we not got control of, like, the one agent that is normal for us? You could tell my fucking whole body language has changed now that we're watching China. Like, my adrenaline has just kicked in.
Punish it, and then they don't stop there. They just keep going. And this is this FUT team. They're so special in this.
KO is better than Fade here. I don't agree.
And then it was beautiful.
I think that, like, Gecko Fade is not too... Gecko KO is not too bad.
All that after the pistol. I mean, they're fired up, bro.
I think if you're going solo initiator, though, like, Fade is probably the best option. Gecko's too close range, Silver's too long range. Fade is punchy, because you can just prowl out of here. Right, this is better. Like, I like this. I mean, to be fair, like, you watch teams like 100 Thieves, they do this default an awful lot. Like, just fight for B main, because it's hard for defenders to fight in this space. Most teams are going to just put a trip and a camera across to, like, give up the space anyway. So you could just go and farm the orb up here. It's like A main on Breeze. Like, if you've got a Yoru, just go and keep grabbing that orb. Keep grabbing that orb. Keep grabbing that orb.
That pesky trip eventually does go down, but the spam comes through.
That's why I like a silver on this map.
So will the rest of FPX. Just don't really have anything to fight back with here.
Has Autumn ever played Cypher this whole of stage 1? No, I don't think they've played a Sentinel
I mean, this is an eco.
all of the stage.
An early mid default from the side of FPX. Then we had, you know, a little B pressure, grab the orb, try to get some ult economy going, and life is already halfway to his ult.
Pull it out for International Wild. Yeah, I mean, they had, like, Lysol playing a lot of Sentinel and stuff in stage 1, I'm pretty sure.
And utility going into this next round. I mean, they won that pretty convincingly, yeah? So
yeah, it was clean.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough
This is like a good targeted spot, I feel, for FPX.
Looks like it'll be another mid-side default here.
You got Chinese API access, right? No. If you have it, I would like it. What I do is I go through Haojiao.
Already, because of that pressure that FUT put on to FPX, just off of the pistol round.
I go through Horn.
First 15 seconds of the round, nothing being done.
Yeah, it's really just a threat. We see the same cascade up mid.
Surely they don't change Lotus comp. Yeah, surely not.
Perfect timing from the observers. There they go.
Undefeated, right? That triple controller.
And now a lean towards A. CNA feeling a lot of pressure here. The Harbor utility.
I don't care. Like, I get to see FUT and FPX play Lotus with their, like, Frankensteins. All right, good pick from Autumn.
Autumn catching the duelist on the.
Are they just not tripping this? Am I going crazy? Okay, there we go. So they're like mid-round fighting for that space and then using the trip? I guess they're like, if the Cypher's defaulting over here, they want to trip this, obviously if there's any B pressure, and then save this trip for like a post-plant.
First the clone, then the flash, and now the wall. They're gonna
This is tricky. This is scary to do against a bonus as well, but this cascade is quite nice.
Just right. He's gonna find his timing, isn't he? Not able to convert.
All right, okay, all right. Autumn, good luck. Still got your camera safe too.
Cracks is left alone. Hand off of the spike and now committed.
Well, the maps is in the top left.
Who's now 1 point away from having his ult online. Presumably going to be up into the next. The shots will not connect. FPX are
Yeah, funnily enough, the person that sent me, because somebody messaged me on Discord and said, hey, I don't know if you know, but there is a website that has like API stats. Granted, they're not great. We can't see like overall people's statistics and stuff. It's just like in individual series, as far as I can tell. But there's a website called Howshell that has it all on, so you can see first kills and first deaths and stuff. But that's great. It turns out that that person was also the person that was taking my VODs and putting them on Bilibili without asking. Because after I did that whole thing where I was like, if you put this VOD on Bilibili, I will know and I'm watching you. They messaged me being like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, you're right, I should have like asked. I'll like take the videos down. I'm like, I genuinely don't mind. Yeah, so there is somebody that is taking like, not only my VODs, but like Sliggy's VODs, TMV's VODs of like the watch parties from like China games, whether it was Evolution, whether it was Stage 1 and stuff like that. But the more frustrating thing is in the comments, somebody said, I love watching like foreigners like react to China. And they replied, yeah, it's a shame Sliggy and TMV weren't live because I prefer them. So he was taking my VODs and then bitching about me in the comments. Saying, it's not Sliggy though, is it? But they did apologize. And they did say, like, they apologized for saying that. I was like, no, it's fine. It's, like, genuinely funny. But, like, yeah, it's just one of those, like, funny stories more than anything. I don't take that shit, like, personally. But they were, like, I could stop doing it. I'm like, honestly, it's probably better if you do. Like, I don't mind. I don't think you're, like, can make that much money from Bilibili. Like, if you're making thousands of dollars off my videos, yeah, please let me know. If it's a couple of, like, one, all good. Like, one of my main things is I want the China audience to know that I am doing this. And I'm like, I'm here, I care. Don't melons this, please, for the love of fucking Christ. You lost a spike. You gotta win the fights. Oh, he's right around this corner, too.
FPX did such a good.
Why did he put the cove down and then peek out the side of it though?
Understanding where the players and the pieces of the puzzle are of FUT, but they let the clock run down too low. They waited way too long. And
is this getting the first kill as well? Yeah, live funds it. I wasn't really watching this round because I was too busy ranting about. I think he's called Clearwater or something. But like, if you're watching this like, you could put the VODs on. I don't mind.
There's no room for error. You have to be decisive.
I saw Novice on the Chinese API. No other EMEA Challengers League is on it. I'm going to take full credit for that. I have no idea. Everybody keeps asking me, like, have you got a Weibo sorted? And I'm like, I can't. It won't let me sign up.
And they, you know what was interesting? They set him up as a lurk that last round. It's not every day you see a Yoru on the lurk.
Well, I tried to be, like, for China, like, I'm the biggest supporter, but I'm also the biggest critic. I'm not going to glaze over them for the sake of glazing over them. If they play badly here, I'm going to tell people that. Is a coach not allowed to bang their desk since audience can see them? Imagine Alex. I'm pretty sure that they can. Oh, life goes down early. This execute is not great. I mean, it's tough because you don't have the raise to, like, satchel in and fight this. You don't have the gecko flash that can go in deep. Oh, Lysor! Lysor, yes! Where did that come from? Who are we watching?
But can he pull off the kills? Feeling the pressures.
Yes, Lysor! Let's fucking go!
FPX get their second.
What a round from Lysor!
Massive.
Having his teammates back the entire way. That thrash.
I just feel like you need to take that whole clip and just add the and they say that a hero will save us. I'm not going to stand here and wait. Because Lysol's getting all of these kills.
Massive round. And then taking out his counterpart of Captain. The Omen did.
That's it. That's how we win.
You could see it on FPX's face.
Maybe not on the executes of the utility because it's just missing stuff. Is it a tech pause or attack pause?
Called in this best of 3.
FUT are going to call a timeout this early.
After the chaos that was that last round.
The last
timing
two
couldn't
rounds.
be better. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, FUT definitely stole that round away when the clock ran down low and FPX couldn't get the bomb.
I felt a little assistance to follow up on the live fault. Yeah, exactly.
Predicted the series to end up.
If you run like Yoru Rays on a map like this, that could work because you can actually have the. You need somebody to like close the distance.
Both these teams are so unique in that way.
Like off of the Yoru, right?
They rely heavily on their mechanics, Doug.
Yeah.
This is actually a tech pause.
Oh, it's a tech pause, sorry.
Yeah. Hopefully we get this sorted out soon here. For the viewers out there, you can't see the ults, but I can see them. FUT have an Omen ult. They have Rocket on CNED. And they have Yedije with that Cypher ult online. Mr. Fallen is 1 off. On the flip side, Young is 1 off the Fade ult. So maybe in this round, you're probably going to see, you know, FPX taking another slow approach because they love just waiting for the first 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good game plan against a team like FUT.
Yeah.
I mean, had they maybe done that on the pistol round, maybe...
Can't you make a Weibo account? UK citizens are allowed to make an account on there. Meanwhile, I need a Chinese number to get an account. We can make an account, but any attempt to... So, I hear conflicting stories. I hear the story of, like, when you try to use your number to get an authentication code, it somehow doesn't work. You have to try again later. So, it's either that, like, Weibo say that, like, it's fine, but they're like, oh no, it keeps breaking. I guess you can't make a Weibo account right now. But also, I think the more likely reason is at midnight, every day in China, the Weibo servers give a certain amount of like resources to actually being able to ask for an authenticator code. And essentially, when I try to do it, like, you know, first thing in the morning, they've run out.
Plenty of firepower.
I don't know how that works, but they're just like... Because it says you have reached like the daily amount of asks for a like verification code. It's like, well, no, I haven't. This is my first one. What I think it means is like overall, everybody has asked for too many verification codes. So we can't give them out. Oh my god, fucking China anti-ecos. The spike isn't even, the spike is still in spawn.
Oh no, they're
what is the plan?
sitting right on top of them.
But I have like I have a Huya account, I have a Douyu account, I have a WeChat.
You would think that FPX was actually playing for that push, but it just didn't go their way.
I have a Tencent Meetings account. That's not even worth it. You know, if you were on the site to get it, that would be so much better.
Gosh, that's actually so cool because nobody from the side of FUT, they don't know where that Omen ult actually is. They don't understand that the bomb was in spawn and that he was just ulting.
Yeah, it's like FUT are going to be confused because they don't know if it's here, they don't know if it's here because they were like deep into mid. But that doesn't mean that the play is good. It's just that it's potentially worked out.
No armor to speak of, but plenty to fight back.
They're getting rifles. They are getting rifles.
Committing to this.
Oh, and that's when you put the plant down in the cove. You are about to 2v1. All right. Are they going to expect that they're just going to push for these smokes? Look at all these smokes.
As the spike ticks away, FUT with all of the owners here, they're the ones who are going to have to be proactive.
This is kind of planted for you. You still have a paranoia.
One flash to work with, too. Do they flash? Do they...
The stun goes across. Great read. The paranoia as a response is great. Oh, they almost lined up. Lysar again. Hero. 9 HP. That's all he needs.
And avoiding disaster is FPX because that was so crazy at the start from FUT. I can't believe they got those kills.
It shouldn't have been this close.
Yeah, FPX were playing for that. Like, their whole point of the default is to not die to an A fight like that and fight it together over time after that trip gets broken and the utility is used.
Like, getting stuck here is a nightmare, though.
From the side of FPX and the smoke.
That's why this A trip is so good. Because, like, if you're an attacker and you kind of get... Like, if you get stuck here as an attacker and they're, like, pushing you A or, like... You don't want to be playing here when there's, like, a showstopper on board, right? Unless you're an Omen where you can, like, shadow step into this spot. So this is, like, good read. FX like, alright, they've raised ult.
a raise ult has been used already, and we have
The camera's been broken. Oh, they've seen life.
And now you're gonna see the re-clear utility.
Rolling Thunder is in hand to use, but nobody from FUT is like in a position to play for it.
Remember the unforced errors that we saw a couple of rounds ago, where time became the difference maker. Time became the decider.
I mean, so many layers of utility to take.
Oh, why are you there with the spike? You just tried to take a fight. Well, you like engaged a fight in mid. You didn't try and take a fight live, please.
They don't even have to invest them. They just flood as soon as there's threat of the site.
Where are we going? Where are we going? What is the plan? And then the Omen can TP and you got a Rolling Thunder.
That's exactly where the hit is headed.
They have a hard read on this round.
Rolling Thunder, is it going to be a Rolling Thunder as response, or they're just going to wait for the plant to attempt to come in? No, no, there it is. That's going to stall it out. The Omen's in. Go on, Lysor. Oh no, you've been spotted, and it's just a spray through the smoke. Yeah, again, you're going to run out of time. You're overheating with this. You don't have market control because they're about to flank in. You just need to kill everybody again. You got to plant.
They've got to commit. They've got to go, and they've got to go now. Autumn committing to the spike plant, succeeding. But now
Come on, Autumn. Do it for Australia. Do it for OCE. Yes! Good lad. Good shit. I mean, it wasn't good shit at all. It was an absolute disaster class of a round. How did we win it?
Just seem to keep bringing it back. And I didn't understand this at all from Life. But I guess he was just a body bag to just keep rotations there. But again, I thought this TP from Ada Captain, that Omen ult, I thought that was going to secure the round. You have a breach there to support you with utility. But there, look at the hype from Autumn.
It's so big.
When they're up numbers like this, they need to just relax the.
They look lost, but they kill people anyway. Welcome to China.
I think you're right. FPX take the lead back.
They're on an eco again.
After those heroics in the previous round. And FUT with pistols.
What a cool lineup. I mean, FPX have definitely been cooking. They said that they were going to shock.
I mean, that line, like,
maybe bring out something to surprise.
that lineup's been around a while.
But the strategy behind it is so unique, and it makes
Like when everybody was playing like Fade Viper, like people were doing that lineup. It's a cool haunt, but like it's been around a while.
This time an early investment B, clearing of the trip. Meanwhile, Autumn has taken so much space.
This is good default though. Like you're fighting for this, like you get good control, but like it's so hard for you to take more space. Like genuinely, I think if they had like a Gecko in this comp, you'd be in so much of a better position. And like it's only worth going for this call when you've got somebody inserted here. Like if you're gonna start to pull rotations, you want the Omen or the Cypher to be like here. You know what I mean?
Utility to re-clear the areas that they pressure. And that's so strong because if FUT gets scared in this match and they don't use utility to re-clear, they're gonna have no idea where FPX is hitting.
I mean, they're actually hitting the executes really nicely around these harbor walls being available, but it's just leaving so little time on the clock.
I don't think it'll be the case this time around. But again, you're getting so dangerously close here, man. If something goes wrong, you could easily lose the round.
Sunset hasn't been a bad map for them domestically. They haven't really played it that much. That's the thing. Like, not at all in stage 1, as far as I know.
Mr. Fallen still gets his one. He got his 25 HP. Can't imagine anyone else would be swinging into this.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't really, you know. Let's all stand on top of each other against a breach. Wait, isn't there like something that could... It's fine, just do it. What's with the RG with a completely different comp? Yeah, that was right at the start. FUT using... Oh no, it wasn't a timeout. It was a tech pause.
For the actual explosion of the hit, it can easily work against them. Right. So if FPX are very confident in these moments, like I've seen them be so far in the last couple of rounds that they've won, when it's been scrappy like that, it actually works to their benefit because they're all dialed in and they're utility bombing. A lot of this game so far has been, let's see what FUT likes to do in the first 15 seconds.
Hopefully people can start to see why I fuck with this region as much as I do.
Wall A to bait out an Omen flash, whether they're using using that wall B to bait out breach stun or breach flashes.
I don't want much of pressing these days. What a general analysis of these two teams. So FPX are the second best team in China. China as a region is considered the worst out of the four, which I would agree with. However, I think a lot of people consider China to be way behind everybody else because China only got the game officially last year. So you can sort of see the FPX, like, theory-wise and, like, macro play, the big picture stuff that they do, is behind everything else. FUT from EMEA, they were third place, beat some really good teams in order to do it. But FUT are they're not, like, a big picture macro team. They're not afraid to play weird comps and different roles and do things differently. So, like, even though they're both from different regions, the playstyle for both teams is fairly similar. They both play wacky comps. They both play really antagonistic. I guess their main goal overall is to just try to beat teams that are playing normal by throwing some different questions at them. Like, Lotus will see that in full flow. The comps that we'll see are mental. Life, if you go too far, people can't trade you. Good position. I would have preferred you in this one. But against the breach, that's fine.
Kraxis has his ult, so maybe there's something that they can get back with here. It's just a question of when they pull the trigger and if they pull the trigger.
You send in a clone. Clone actually gets broken. He's able to TP out. Thrash does get Berlin. Nobody's facing. Lysa's just spraying with a Vandal through. Hard to see if anybody else is out. This is a good post plan, though. Actually, the fact that the Euros got here is really surprising and really impressive. It's a very unique post plan, right? Because everybody like tucks into here, but you're planting right in this corner. You have a bit more support with the harbor wall in order to do it. And then you actually have like a market post plan with two players.
They're going to try to exit out, but keep an eye on Life. He might be able to cut off the rotations of at least one. Will Mr. Fallen meet his demise? Yes, he will. One gets away.
And the captain has to run away. I mean, as soon as we had that Lysol round, it has been all FPX.
When you're playing against a harbor and you give sight like that for free, it is so hard to commit a retake because that wall just comes up and you're pushing through, you're getting slowed, all this other...
I'm just trying to learn how to play the game better in the nicest possible way to both these teams. Don't watch these two teams. Depends what like agents you play. It was a nice round. I mean, even the anti-eco that they had where they like actually walked into sight here and then reset and went A was good, other than the fact that they were quite low on time.
Again, the buy for FUT is not great.
It's a really good default, actually, to have this cascade here, to have this smoke. And, like, FPX are getting it. I'm actually seeing them work it out in real time.
So far, the FUT has been...
It's like when you watch, like, a gorilla use tools and stuff. You're just like, oh, my God.
They show next to nothing.
But, like, FPX were putting a lot of pressure towards mid initially, which I said is pointless because it's not a good place to fight for. But because they've been conditioning that, they've started just using this utility, and now it keeps players focused on mid. Because that's what FPX were fighting for. Whereas FPX now have multiple players, like, not in that position. They're outside B main or A main. And all it is just FPX, like, let's go fight for mid initially. And then we're going to not fight for it. We're going to use the same utility. We're basically going to bait to FUT that we're not controlling this space. This is where it could overheat a little bit. Elisa spotted him. And you got the rotate here. Autumn, like, he's going to have to rush because there's only 30 seconds on the clock. But you have to clear all of this carefully. He does. He gets cracks. He's even going to use the neural theft. Just, FUT are walking into them now. What do you mean not to watch? But I don't know if watching these teams is going to be good at like actively trying to like get better at the game. Because these teams just play so... Like, their whole point is that they're playing so off meta that meta teams struggle to deal with it.
Playing into your head. There's like 2 steps ahead. They have lurks set up everywhere. They're punishing you for everything. And when you play against a harbor in high pressure moments like this...
The best way that I can describe it, you know, like in table tennis where you might grab the racket like... If you started like a table tennis lesson and you just, you know, grab the handle like this, hold it in this way, But obviously, if you watch like, especially like Chinese like table tennis ping pong players, where they like hold it backwards, where they're like doing stuff like that. Me saying to watch these two teams is like me saying hold it like the Chinese players in a really weird way and get used to that. Like, you want to learn how to do it this way first before you learn how to do it that way, you know?
And they deposited life that last round on B, and he TP'd out. And then they re-walk in.
It's why Paper X are a bit of a rough team for people to watch too. If you're like learning the game, because they're really good at like expression on agents and such.
So far, and they get another kill.
I mean, goes to show that that trip isn't everything. Maybe switched off a bit.
Desperately starved for a round.
Trying to learn to run before you can walk type thing. Exactly. Which is why when I see teams go like, oh, we're going to try and do what Paper X do, it's the same thing. Like, you need to learn how to... You need to learn the rules before you can break the rules. And these teams are trying to break the rules as much as possible.
Moving on the side of FUT, constantly through the rounds.
Harbor wall, paranoia, dog, second dog. They're investing everything in E2J, and they still aren't fully convinced they want to hit that site. They push up mid, they get a kill towards A, and that's where they're headed.
This is very like fluid. There's no strict default to this as such. You got Ayang that's staying to play behind the wall. Unfortunate fight, not a great fight to be taking. Lysa still wins the fight anyway.
There's just no success to be found for FUT.
It's unbelievable what we're seeing right now.
How does Krax pull this off? A 1v3 gets a little bit closer, a little bit easier.
Sorry, where's Mo?
Again, the harbor wall. And they have Cypher Cam up.
Tries to push through and sends Wingman as the sacrificial lamb, but it's not...
You can't learn to play the game from Paper X. The individual plays through the roof. Very hard to recreate what to do. Hey, Komodo.
It was all a ruse. All that market pressure, everything. It was all a ruse. It was all to set up the top mid.
This feels a little bit better to watch China internationally now, doesn't it?
From A that wants to fall back and pick up that top mid.
I don't think Life's played Euro and Sunset before. Definitely not stage 1. No, he was playing... he was playing other stuff. I think he was on like Chamber for kickoff. But yeah, he might have played Euro on it, like on Attacking Soul, maybe. Like he's played a lot of Euro, and he's played a bit of Sunset, but not played Euro and Sunset. You're right. I saw someone in chat say, "Tell me you've never watched Paper X without telling me you've never watched Paper X." In your chat, you mean? Oh, you mean like in the like Twitch chat?
I think once. It's been a default every round.
Yeah.
FPX, not Paper X. Yeah.
They're winning the macro game.
Yeah, FPX. Sorry, it's just because we were talking about Paper X. Yeah, I knew that you meant FPX. Because of what the casters are saying. Yeah, I mean.
It's all a bait again. They send life up with some utility with their heart.
Berlin is just on a heater.
And this opens up a market split.
There are only 2 here, but one of them...
I mean, this trip is really nice. It's still going. Rolling FUT is going to push people back into this trip. Surely.
But Life able to hold him back, get his 2.
35 seconds. It's a 3v3. Like, I don't know why FUT are playing. Why would you ever go into these players to peek them and fight them like that? You can't do that in China. You had control of the map, and then you just give them 1v1s, FUT?
Spotted, he's been had.
Ni hao, welcome to Shanghai. This is what they do. You can't do that, FUT.
Now J in a 1v2. No real time to be quiet about it. He's gonna swing.
Oh!
But Berlin saves the round for FPX and gets him to 9.
This is what FUT did at Convergence in India too.
That they're playing around right now.
Yeah.
I think they're just tilted here. They just feel like they're overheating.
Oh, by the way, this was crazy. This in itself was insane. The flick right here.
Depends on who wins the pistol, to be fair.
I mean, the win condition was on the crunch mid.
Yeah, but this right here, they're both just standing still. They're so confident. They're like, all right, just peek us. We'll take you out.
They did end up winning Convergence, though. I would, like, Komodo was casting it, but I would say that the quality of teams at Convergence wasn't great. But I actually think that Convergence was one of the best off-season events we had, barring the technical issues. Because I love, like, what it represented for, like, the Indian scene. You have Global Esports there. You have a, like, Tier 2 Challengers League India qualifier for a team like True Rippers to qualify through.
here. That was genuinely awesome. Like, I did not pick up on the defaulting thing until Baby like mentioned it. But yeah, they were just working them with the utility there, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. I love the fact that, as you say, that Under picked it up and he was like, they've been running the same thing over and over again. They put a lot of importance into what happens into mid, and that has to do also with the composition that they're running, right? Like Burling with the Harbor, he gives them that kind of leverage to take control of mid constantly, round after round.
Yeah.
The problem is that just because they were faking so much and they were having so many different outcomes, FUT started doubting themselves.
Wasn't surprised if they found out what they need to pick up. Yeah, I mean, I think the FUT could like bounce back. You know, like a FUT versus T1, I could see FUT winning. But like this series, it really does depend on.
They were able to move around the map.
It really does depend on like how long they have. Because FPX can make out like bandits here. By the time that FUT have realized what's going on, they've already lost the first map. But I don't think that problem's necessarily going to happen too much on Lotus and Icebox. Icebox could definitely, like, maybe FPX change away from that comp to do something else. Or, but like for Lotus, if they still run triple controller the way that they have been doing, FUT should be aware on how that default works, what they're looking to do, what their win conditions are.
Let's send it back over to the casters.
The fact that Cracks ain't on KO kind of annoys me. He does like his Gecko. Like, I'm excited to see Haven back in the map pool because I do like Cracks' Gecko on Haven. And now that Gecko is a lot stronger now than they were when Haven was taken out the pool. At least in like tier 1.
We'll see if they can do so though.
Because Haven was still in the pool when Gecko got buffed with the like the flashes and the faster cooldown. But it was the off season, so we didn't see tier 1 teams play. Maybe we saw it at Convergence, I don't know actually. Actually, Convergent, I can't remember.
A convincing little sneak into mid from the side of FUT.
I think they know though. You saw the pinks come up on the minimap.
I do enjoy your content, Ryan. Keep it up. I can't remember which match I've seen you commentate on. There might be 2 pistols here. Probably some of Polaris. We did all of the Polaris games last week, me and Pavlos.
Unless FPX tried to flood, but
Hello, real Risu. Flawless pistol.
That was a beautiful pistol on top of that. They just walked straight up mid after using their default.
Haven wasn't a Convergence.
The key factor here was Mr. Fallen sitting.
When was Convergence? Oh yeah, Convergence was like January, wasn't it?
Walking and going towards that A site. If they make contact anywhere here, that fault line comes out.
Yeah, forget it. Yeah,
it's so cool. And yeah, it could be punished by.
It's quite a late off-season event.
But that's the gamble that you have to take.
Mid-December was Convergence. And we should have had Haven there. Like, the map pool changed. Haven was taken out of the map pool at the start of this year.
When the desperately needed pistol. FPX not really investing into this at all.
Yeah. And much like the opposite of what FPX is doing.
Because I don't think there was Icebox. Yeah. Because Sunset was in the pool. Because I remember what, like, seeing Vitality and FUT play it. But, like, Icebox wasn't played. Maybe it's just that no teams played Haven.
They were kind of committed to this. I don't know that they have enough room to pivot to plan B.
This is also very brave to be going to fight Ali against an eco.
FPX finding some space.
Like, both these teams should be doing the opposite of what they're doing.
Berlin's caught on a terrible
Like,
spot here.
the fact that the IGL could do that with a classic. And also, oh, the FPX Classic. We actually get to see the China Classics in Game 2.
Had a really strong approach to this attacking side. Even FUT here in this.
The Cracks played KO, not Gecko on it. Christ. He just plays what's... Like, Sky got nerfed on Lotus, and up that point, FUT were just playing a lot of, like, KO on Lotus, like solo-initiated KO. And you think, oh my god, that actually might work out really nicely for FUT in the future. They move away from it.
He goes up top mid. He gets a rotate. CNED was in mid. He can clean up the round for him afterwards.
Alright, FPX, you are on a full buy. You're on a lot of half armor.
Bonus feels like it needs to go to the way of FUT.
So you got the Fade playing far back in A.
Mosh to deny early aggression.
Yeah, Mosh just to stop people from peeking.
Point out that wall actually does connect to all of mid as well.
Yeah.
It was just missed the last round.
And you have to clear that thing 2 times if you want to get B main control.
Yeah, but they like... You can't just walk through it. There's no respect given. But I do like this crunch. The Haunt as well is really nice. Really good round from FPX. But I don't like the attack default the FUT had. But I don't know if they were expecting, because all they did was like mosh towards short. And then as a response, Ayang just Prowler's alley. So he's nothing A main. Everybody can like rotate off of it.
And that allows for this re-clear of mid to happen at any moment. It doesn't have to happen as soon as that.
They're like me. Like I was one tricking Gecko like crazy. And then as soon as Gecko got buffed, I stopped playing him. I was like, I want to be on a bad agent.
Separating these two squads.
A new harbor wall, blocking off all of mid and life.
Like now I'm playing a lot of Fade.
Just walking down.
So you're a deadlock main now. I'm an initiator player mostly. Like. Oh my god! Even I'm like, hold on to your seats. We have the spike. Oh, we don't have shit. Yet Jay's flanked all the way around.
But they don't have bomb control.
3v3. I always fancy FPX in these situations, so long as they don't overheat. Right, Gecko flash. Yeah, just back out, chill. They're all coming from bottom mid. Ayang is 18 bullets. Lysa only is 12. Life's just moved again. Oh, he's so low. He's not low at all. What am I talking about? I'm gaslighting myself into thinking that FPX could win this round.
Acquired by G2. He's got the spike. He should be able to plan A.
Decides the path up top mid as his bomb is.
You can't do anything with a Euro ultimate whilst you have it.
A 1v1 for the round. He plants the spike and now wants to go aggressive.
Go on, Life. He's not going to expect to flank around, is he?
He's going to wrap behind him.
He
has no idea. He's weak.
He did read it well, but yeah, Jay was just on the angle too quickly. Oh, good lord.
We're huge in this round.
I think at that point,
That walk down mid, doing what some would call a ranked play. He just walked through mid by himself. He didn't care at all. But on the flip side, G2 also walked straight up mid and did the same exact thing. And then it came down to a 1v1 between the two players that opened up the round for each prospective team.
big damage though. It wasn't a bonus. Well,
They go aggressive again.
yeah, big damage done. At least you have a full buy. Kinda. You have life that is just a sheriff.
On the opposite side of the map, that same harbor wall that we've been talking
The
about.
fact that he's even taking that fight when he does have a gun is ridiculous. 2G from RQ and a player from Tier 2. I mean, there's a lot of good Filipino players from Tier 2, so that's not too surprising.
And it's really kind of like they're changing the game. Yeah.
2G was like okay, but like not just a, I can't really give too much criticism from how we played against Global.
Sunset so far. These micro things that are being done from FPX, it's so hard to play against things like that because you're not used to seeing it every day.
Well, the fun thing is too is they have a.
It's okay, but that's it. Yeah, but like you're not going to get big signings that are Filipino that you don't already know about, you know? I'd rather have like unknown players to an extent to farm up because it's young talent, young cheap talent that you can cheap talent, not cheap talent. I mean, he only had a sheriff, but now he's giving him a neural theft to know exactly where they're coming from. A thrash is going to be used. They're going to wait with it. Try to wait out the C's. It does connect onto one. Paranoia, is it going to clear the right side? Looks away from the flash. Oh, and wins the fight. Observers, please. Yeshe is lurking yet again. Ooh, nice G2. That's good.
Again on the lurk. He's reigning supreme and he's warming up now.
Not cheap when you have to play league minimum. True. No buyouts then, really.
There's life within the team. I was getting very worried for them, especially after that first half and the complete dismantling that happened to them. But they're starting to bring this back. Slowly and surely. And the poise.
Where were the defense trips?
And Yedajay cleaned that up nicely. Both teams on their attacking side have been opting to go
Oh, there's a
for
gap.
approaches. It seems to be working for both sides. This time a more spread default. Getting Yedajay walked up in mid here.
Oh, great peek. Overfacing. No need to be fighting for this against an eco, I don't think.
Oh my gosh, that's now 2.
That's bomb!
Again! Again!
How are they going to rewrap this?
They're gonna get the ult for Omen and then pick it up. You can't stop it anymore.
Will it be enough?
And then Autumn just kills him anyway!
Another need for
What are you doing, FUT? What are you doing?
Just running him down right now.
what a round from
But-
FPX.
You can't play like that. Like, you shouldn't be doing that against any team. If there's one place to not fuck about, it's mid.
With sheriffs.
We're going to take a look at that one more time.
But I guess they're just not expecting...
Oh my gosh.
Like, I guess you just don't expect 4 sheriffs to be fighting you in mid. The one thing I would say, I don't know if Bodok can agree with me here. This is like FUT's first experience. Wait, was FUT at, they were at Tokyo, right?
It's that same Harbor Wall B, meanwhile.
Because they just, like, this is how Pacific plays.
They're just walking into the grinder once more.
The Omen flash was perfect.
Yeah, FUT were at, they were at Tokyo. So I'm surprised that they're, like, being surprised by this kind of stuff.
And they had no idea.
Yeah, I know they were champs, but I mean, like, have they been to any international events that have been in the Pacific region?
They find themselves in.
It's madness.
Yetujay on the opposite side of the map. From
Don't give him a 1v1. He's the only player that's been playing really well for them.
find some space, maybe get a late lurk and be able to strike when FPX weren't expecting it. But now all eyes are turned towards him.
This has been something so special from the side of FPX. Confidence brewing. Home field advantage. The crowd is hyping them up every single time they get a kill. And they're feeling that energy.
Welcome back, Mo.
Now they're just taking any risky play because they know they can.
It's a nice trap play, actually.
For stuff like this. This is like the 3rd, 4th round. Life has just solo pushed down mid. And just been a thorn in the side of FUT.
They've just been dismantled.
FUT lost map 1 versus Attacking Soul at Tokyo. Is it the only map that Life has won at an international event?
So far. But it's
This is going to be his second.
aware of it.
This should be a cue from FUT. This happened already once before.
Berlin getting the opener. The
Yes! Yes!
They all crumble. They all fall.
Yeah, Jay again is on the lurk.
Left to try to solve how they find.
Literal just singing payphone over on the A site.
The timing is not great. He's gonna get cut off. It's not gonna matter. FPX roll on.
I told all of you.
A masterclass on both halves.
And a massacre of FUT.
Oh my gosh. I don't even think FPX believed that it was going to be this easy.
Bottom my Aussie goat. And that's not me discrediting how good, like, FUT are. Lotus is going to be so much fun to watch with these two comps. But, like, for people to tell me that, like DRG, worst team at the event, I can sort of agree with. To say that FPX are in 11th place and they're not going to drop, like, a fucking... They're not going to pick up a series or even a map. Like, you have just told me that you haven't watched any of, like, Stage 1 China this stage.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy face.
Shanghai trophy is clear. My total sensible take goes to the dump because FUT decided to not plug their mice. I mean, they just got stun locked. Dive in instead of CNED. To be fair, like, we've not seen much. Like, Lotus could give us a lot of moments, but like, so far today, FPX look like the least uncomfortable. But it is only one map in. And there was definitely a lot of moments where FPX looked atrocious. Some of the decision making they made. What's the next map? Lotus. So we have the triple controller of FPX. And then... yeah. Sage, Cypher, Jet, Omen, Viper. That's your tweet. This one, the FPX one. The life moments one. Ah. FUT got outgunned on a few rounds. Most rounds. Like, that's the thing. Like, FUT, like the round where they were in a 3 versus 3, and they all split off to try and get information, and they all just lose 1v1 duels. Like, I know that you're Turkish. Oh, Icarus was on there then, just 2. No teamers won their map pick yet. That's a great start. Can't believe I have to wait till Heretics to play to tweet clips of Shanghai on the Polaris account. Oh, because of Benji. We won? We did. How the hell is FUT losing? They didn't get the memo on how China play. But also, the best part is, FPX were conditioning and defaulting like crazy. It was amazing. It's the weirdest comp that I've seen do it, but it's the best example of like watching a team do something at the start of an attacking half. Like they were basically like cascading top mid and then like Omen smoking off market and then fighting a little bit in mid. And then after a while they stopped doing that. They were just putting a cascade in the smoke, but they were putting no bodies in mid. And FUT had just like 3 people glued to mid to try and like keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, FPX are doing stuff over towards A and B. So not only are we seeing like FPX have a really like nice default to work with on attack, they're actually like for the first time conditioning a team. Because that's just one thing that we have not seen China teams do, is the whole idea of let's do something so we convince the opponent that we're going to do it every single time, and that's when we fuck them. Because you don't know if a cascade up mid is going to not only go from like taking top mid, or you could do this and then just go for an execute.
Do some translations now. You guys love to change your comp. You're very, very inventive. Was this comp on Sunset tailored for?
Is this Nathan D?
For them, and if so, why?
大家会觉得说你们阵容的变换非常的多样，那你们今天也是
Triple smokes, that's what we're getting. We should be getting. Quadruple smoke, maybe.
我们做出这个辩证，主要是关于 Viper 的削弱，所以我们在尝试来一些不要 Viper 的阵容，顺便可以出其不意。
I think we do this change is because the nerf of Viper. We are trying some comps without Viper, and also it's unpredictable of our opponent.
Oh, it was a beautiful map. Thank you.
I think if you just don't play the Yoru, if you play Raze instead. Oh, you just left him.
Hate to see kids, you know, in the streets. Anyway, here's the thing. FPX are just riding on top of the mountain right now. So well executed. And I thought that was interesting, him saying about Viper.
Yeah.
We were talking about that at the beginning of the show. Oh, yeah, by the way, Achilleos is here.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Drove across town. Hopefully traffic wasn't that bad.
It was, you know.
It was traffic in Shanghai.
It was Shanghai traffic.
Yeah, but
At
we
least
got
you got the
here.
view.
we got there.
The view's unreal.
We got here, and I got to watch
Yeah.
the majority of the match, you know, on my phone. So
And it's wild because you walked the whole way. So incredible. I mean, somehow.
Wait, wait, whoa. So they're not actually in the venue. They're doing the desk from a different place.
Saying like, you know what, we're just gonna experiment without. And
I guess there's probably no space for them, to be fair.
The teams were like,
That's kind of cool.
Are we even going to address them? Do we even have the time? He was like, oh no, we already know that it was coming, so let's just put more on our plate. Why not?
Because to be fair, the casters for China might not be there.
Lock in.
yeah, it's a big inversion compared to what it seemed like we were seeing in the first series, where it's like we haven't had that time to really experiment. We still
Yeah, but the casters are in the arena.
very important for us.
But the desk is in a different like venue, which kind of makes sense.
Here we got a little bit of extra time to just go ahead and workshop this, you know, and it's looking good. I mean, this was a bit of a rocky start for them at the start of this map. It looked like this was going to be okay. You know, FUT come in, they're gassed up. You guys are talking about how
Because they built the studio and the arena and stuff.
the #1 team coming out of the
So maybe they just didn't account for that.
and it looked like they were just going to be able to run away with their map pick, but life just started really coming online. Lysor as well. Some of the clutch moments for him were just
Lysol, yeah, literally saved it.
moments like this where life is able to just lurk up. Maybe they called it, you know, a solo queue play, a ranked play. That's basically what it is. But the fact that he's willing to go for it and also gets away with it.
How good was live? Was missing quite a few rounds in the middle. He was great. I mean, you're watching some of the highlight moments for him.
Understood that reference, so I feel good.
You could
but
be mad at
hear
me.
me out. That was amazing. The fact that he's feeling that comfortable,
Yeah.
but he was constantly being set up by Berlin. Like the harbor plays
Through the
were
harbor plays.
unreal. Like it's crazy.
All hail King Life, yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing that you know, and we've seen like experimentation with Harbor and, you know, compositions in the maps in the past from other teams, but to just see the way that FPX played that, it really just felt like, Seth, that FUT were just honestly lost. They were not sure how to deal with this, and FPX is just like, yeah, sure, send it. It's wild.
It is, and this is one of the biggest questions we had about this matchup.
I think FPX is a dark horse team and might do better than EDG.
And for FUT to really start getting frazzled by
I think it'd be really hard for FPX to get out of Swiss stage, but if they do, I think, yeah, they go farther than EDG.
Yeah, for a long time.
And then get a ticket, Saj. I mean, they were sold out, right? All of them.
Head-to-head between
Which is amazing, right? It's a great sign. Must be awkward for FUT. The only reason why it would be awkward is because this has been my problem. Like that's been my frustration, honestly. Is like
but since he's become more flexible,
the community perception around China is putting them worse, a lot worse than they actually are. Is China the worst region out the four? Yes. Not disagreeing there. Not gonna say that this is the best region right now, that it's gonna like dominate Shanghai. But I'm getting really tired of watching people that haven't watched this region at all in the stage come and tell me the DRG and FPX are the worst teams at this event.
we kind of still see those roles.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear what Guys has to say as they get ready for map #2. Take it away, Yinsu.
I'm gonna be so real with you, Ryan. I think part of the reason people clown on China so much is because of xenophobia. I've seen some really horrific things said about it, like in players. I'd agree, like to an extent. I don't think it's all that, but I do think that there is some of that negativity on China as a region cemented in just racism. Like some of the chat, like some of the Twitch chat messages I see is crazy, and like YouTube as well. I think a bit, yeah. I don't fancy DRG's chances that much this event, but like I've seen tier lists where it's had DRG, FPX, and EDG as the 3 worst teams of this event. From like, I think it was even like fucking FUT players put those 3 at the bottom. So, you know, get fucked. in the nicest possible way. It's like, I don't mind Boostio like saying his shit about China. Like that's fine. Like he knows what he's doing. He's setting it up nicely. But
going to be the type of team that will find.
It's frustrating because I'm not saying that people like. I'm not saying that China is a region that people like need to be watching. It's fine. Like, it's fine if it's on the back burner this year because we don't have an English broadcast, because things like Plat Chat are talking about it. It's fine to not pay that much attention to China, but don't avoid paying attention to China and then tell me that it's the worst region.
Who knows? She could be right here, but here's the agent select.
Yeah.
Yep, normal one, the triple controller.
Okay, let me see.
Take it away to Sage and add in a breach.
On the initiator. Okay.
Let me actually run some ads. Sorry, I gotta run them now because otherwise they're gonna come into the game. Didn't Subcaster, he didn't want to go to Shanghai because of personal politics? Yeah, Sideshow was just not keen on the idea of going and working in Shanghai, which I think is valid. Like, I would be a little bit hesitant to go to Shanghai to work, and I love China. Justin, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. Like, I love the region, and like I have no problems with like the country as such. But like, I don't know if I'm allowed my ADHD medication in China. Like, Vyvanse and stuff is just flat out illegal. I think even with a doctor's prescription, doctor's note.
This new comp is the solution that they need.
Yeah, they
And like, I can't really work without it.
So I've had a lot of, you know, like doubts on like this Sage comp that they
And like, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to travel.
have flashes and etc. And I
You
think
know,
starting
like,
on the attacking side for FUT here is really good for them because we saw what FPX can do when they set the pace.
Yeah.
13-7. Yeah, very good scoreline. FPX on defense first. FUT chose attack. This is the common FPX wall that they use. You got the Poison Cloud here. They've got the Astra Smoke. I mean, this genuinely might be the plan. No Killjoy means no Nanoswarms, which means that there's a lot of utility to just disrespect. Like, FUT, this is the map that you expect that they're going to have a better hold on what they're supposed to be doing, because they know what comp they're going to be playing up against. And the Breach is a nice addition for them.
FUT finding a couple of kills as Adacaptain gets 3 on the round.
Might be 3 out of 3 pistols lost.
Just an all-out war on the C site. And FUT just...
I think people don't want China to succeed because they fear them because Chinese teams might become the best region of Valorant in the future, just like Korean region in LoL. But also like China in League of Legends is also pretty, as a region, consistently strong. Might not be the same team each time, but it's the same teams.
You know, is Viper going to be played even? You know, what's going to happen? But teams are making it work. And Adacaptain getting 4 out of this round is a great way to set himself up and his team up for success later in these rounds. I mean, he has a potential here to farm orbs, get kills, and even get the Viper's Pit for that bonus, and that would be great.
Yeah, they like FPX have lost all of the pistols so far.
You're absolutely right.
This time a 4-1.
I have about half an hour before I need to go, by the way.
For the side of FUT. No breach utility used, though. I think just maybe 1 flash. So fault line is still up, and FPX are all going to be here for the hit.
I think, yeah, like, if FUT are smart to deal with this FPX comp, because there's so much, like, nice utility plays towards A main, is just go and C. Go C on full buys, go A on anti-ecos.
The way FUT normally like to play Lotus is they'll run a 4-1 a lot, where Yetu is like the
Undefeated on rifles. They did lose 1 rifle round after the bonus.
comp, but the approach is the same.
Nobody can help fight you. They do get him though, and then they just got B. Just an abundance of smokes. So a gun's been picked up, and Berlin's, out of all of the players, it's the IGL that's just taken the gun. And yet Jay's going on another lurk. But to be fair, he's got to go, so he can do that.
Around the world. 30 seconds left. Should be a free C site here.
Yeah, I think if FUT want to win this map, you just... nice.
All headshots.
Yeah, Jay's going to be able to just sideswipe them too.
All for CNET to just farm the round.
feeding confidence into the player who honestly has been phenomenal all year long. I mean, he's looked great in such a good form lately. And yeah, that last map he struggled, but we've seen how impactful he can be on the Jet, especially on this map. And there's not a lot of players that play Jet on Lotus to this day. But he makes it work.
Baby Bay's right. He is right.
And he's the guy that you want to be heating up for you from the side of FUT.
He's the guy you need to be heating up for you, really.
I'll look at the comments and see what people are saying at the moment.
Light armor across every single member on the side of FPX. FUT hungry for a bonus. If they can pull this off and get momentum going their way, that would be big. Meanwhile, FPX choosing to take the fight to them.
Alright, so they fought for A main because there's loads of little utility plays that you can do. Autumn can fight for this space nicely. Instant support from Life on the Raze.
Aggressive on trying to take that space, and he gets punished for it.
And they're looking to plant and then try to seep their way over towards C. So the Astra of Berlin needs to be careful. Because he's about to be two-pronged attacked.
They're about to have a pinch on the Berlin here. What can Berlin do in this moment? Once this Viper orb goes down, he's going to have to go for broke.
On the other side.
Good from FUT to just wait out the poison cloud. Like, they just know. Like, just keep going C.
Such a deep lurk spot that by the time it actually unfolds for FPX, he's
Just ban all jet viable maps on FUT. I mean, this isn't a jet viable map. They just have to make it viable.
They had an idea of where G2 was, but he's still able to capitalize on it.
Oh, that TV will be heard from CNET.
Yeah, Lysor tried being cheeky with it.
This should just be a save here, Doug.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way for them to get in on this.
Yeah, it really does feel like FUT are punishing the lack of Killjoy. Because you don't have utility to hold space for you. You just have to do it yourself with your face.
It's huge.
This is so huge for FUT.
And without any ults being used, this allows for the next gun round like a snowball to happen, right? Because now you have CNET coming up on Knives, you have Ida Captain coming up on Viper's Pit, Yedeje is already going to have his ult probably.
All FPX need is like a good round. They just need like a crazy clutch or a multi-kill. I don't know if the timeout's a bit too early.
It's going to be hard for FPX. That being said, they do have a Thrash coming online for themselves soon, which will be good. And this will be
They might do it after this round if they lose it. Because there is actually a full buy here for FPX. So I wouldn't hate it after this round if they lose it. And like the adjustment that I would want to see, I'm already seeing.
I mean, this feels like we're watching Sunset all over again. FUT are still back in.
But then you just go A. Like, you're either trying to fight Berlin, because he's the IGL, so mechanically he's not as scary.
Left side decide they want to rotate right.
Berlin is he going? Don't drop, don't drop, don't drop, don't drop, don't drop. Just chill. Stay there, Berlin. Stay where you are. It's a good position. It might not necessarily be cleared. Stay there, Berlin. Don't drop. Don't drop. Oh, fuck me, I guess.
What shots?
I'm wrong. Good Gecko flash. Ayang's just the king of Gecko util.
Play a bit more patiently. Life with a clean shot. This is where you see the force was well invested. As Ida Captain stands alone against 5, now 4.
Dropping off the Aftershock is good. Yeah, you're right.
Quadruple face.
But he was still dropping before anybody was helping.
And
He just got really good timing, I suppose.
I mean, they just have these individuals that can steal rounds away from you. Berlin has no business getting 2 players there.
Yeah, he doesn't. He still does.
The entire round.
And he got tagged at the beginning.
I will say, though, FUT are approaching the beginning of these rounds really well. They're
Yes.
understanding that FPX likes to have trap plays, and they're reacting correctly, unlike the last map.
Just because it's so, like, strong side, weak side, too. Like, if you get pushed on A, you know that Berlin is going to be on the weaker side. Wherever the Raze and the Gecko and stuff are, is the opposite side to where the Astra is. So if you get paranoid on one side, yeah, you just go C. You don't even need to, like, eke out utility here. You could just go C because there's no Killjoy. Like, the utility is being placed now. You got this late lurk.
spotted him. And now Ye2J.
Nice, Ayang. They cleared a lurk, which is good, but you still have a lot of space here.
They get enough space to commit the spike to C, and they get the pit.
Viper's Pit. Oh my god, that takes up all of the site. Look at this. Look how big it is. It looks like a country. I don't know what country it looks like, though.
This Viper's Pit is insane.
Yeah, but they have the perfect counter to this ult, and it's Ion's ult.
Thrash is good. Oh, the wingman thrown in as well to clear these positions. Ayang's utility is just too good.
The pit will go with it.
Time is getting so low, though. And they know where CNED is. He's on site. Oh, clean from CNED. Yeah, it looks like Texas. You're right.
The Jet on Lotus.
Fucking Texas Viper's Pit.
He's online. That last raise map, a distant memory.
Oh my god.
All the heads now. At the end, the one-tap dash. And he gets up. Oh.
His chair's rolling off the stage. Like, hello, excuse me, sir. Shishi. He's doing that. Is that how you say it? Thank you. This is a good timeout.
Out of a seat with fire. FUT up 3 rounds. And those are rounds that...
This is hard. This is so hard for FPX to play up against.
One of them, that last one we just saw was a perfect example.
It's so scrappy.
The plan for FUT is so simple, so I'm really interested to see if like FPX have a natural idea on how to counter it.
I don't know. I don't even know how he got that. Like through the box headshot.
It was something ridiculous. Yeah.
Makes it come down to what, a 2v1? After all that?
And then CNED happened.
Yeah. And I wonder now if FPX is realizing that everywhere that they're showing with a mass amount of players on a re-clear, that FUT is just going the opposite way instantly. And I wonder if they're going to adapt to that and adjust and maybe fake pressure this A utility and then already be cheating towards that.
Shishi, yeah.
I was about to say, as far as adaptations and adjustments go, there's one. The Odin spam. Uh-oh.
CNED go kill.
Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. They don't know.
He managed to just like moonwalk into this angle.
It looked like he was a dead man walking.
That's a defensive ult. Lysol literally gets saved by the ultimate there, but not for long. Alright, 5v2.
I cannot believe that just happened.
One way didn't work. Didn't matter.
A flawless round for FUT as they get to 5.
And you see it, though. You see how FUT are going to be able to punish the set plays that FPX are able to run here. And yeah, this is not going to happen every single time, right?
Well, and the problem was...
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and the problem was, I mean, I think it was because he was behind the Viper wall, so there's no way to see where the Dizzy had gooped.
Exactly.
But
CNED took that space so aggressively.
I mean, you heard it fire. You know it gooped, you just don't know where it went.
And how they like to use their re-clear utility.
Well, and then there was also the spam from the Odin that allowed safe passage and provided suppressive fire for him to take that line. Ridiculous, and so FPX off of that.
You got the breach ult. Like, again, you can go for a C execute, but you've left a spike in a really bad spot. Oh no, the timing could have been worse. I think he gets one if he stays where he was.
And he gets punished.
I think FPX only need 3 to 4. Yeah, as many as they can get realistically.
Try not to take any damage, but so far they've been successful in doing.
I think they take a 9-3 scoreline over an 8-4 because 4 is an unlucky number in China.
Early, but this seems to be when silliness happens. I don't think it's going to be the case this time around, though. Yeah, they've lost out a captain, but the rest of them are still healthy. They still have 3 ults to work with.
What's a lucky number in China? Like we have, like ours is like we have 7's our lucky number and 13's our unlucky one.
Rotations, they've been beating timings. They're winning gunfights now, unlike the last map.
It's an important part of the game.
8. Cool.
Yeah.
Like, one better than us.
To the hands of Mr. Fallen. FUT get up to 6.
Our lucky number is bigger than the West's lucky number.
Dre, this is what you would expect from Lotus, from the attack side. You're able to kind of feel things out a little bit more.
So A4 is both lucky and unlucky scoreline. Ah.
That hasn't
Well, they're not getting 8.
FUT have wanted to approach this.
Yeah.
It is working out in their favor.
Yeah, you're 100% right. But we do have an operator online for the likes of Life. Will this be the answer? Can
Because
he
it sounds like the word for wealth.
from the grave? Because this is getting out of hand.
Oh, Mr. Fallen's delaying this.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Like a monster.
Berlin gets 1. But yeah, it's the Berlin site, so you just go and see him. Pay him a visit.
I think he must have just spammed him through that default orb there.
But they're rotating back towards C. FPX are cracked, still with this ult. Wow. I thought they were going to invest it into this hit, but no. Hanging onto it for now. Autumn getting tagged up. And he's isolated. Really nobody.
Nice, Autumn.
Autumn's glad to do it.
Take it easy. You don't. Spike hasn't been planted. You're in a 5v2. Keep it clean. Yetajay's still alive. He will 1v5 you if he gets the chance. I don't know why I'm talking like a Swedish person. Alright, nice high-low.
Drops them as FPX get their second.
Anchoring that season.
They're just spraying corpses as well. Good job.
It was so clean. And this was that spam from the beginning of the round. Just the timing.
Oh, wow.
Poor Ada Captain.
Yetajay's aim is clean. Man, if we see FUT versus DRG, that would be a good map. Vukashi versus Yetajay, just put them in an isoball. Just let the 1v1 between them decide it.
Another op online for CNED.
I think China doesn't need import. I don't know. Oh, the satchel didn't really work. Or was it meant to be a fake? Swedish Ryan Central British Miska. I don't want to hear Miska's English impression.
They regroup as a unit.
Oh, he gets swan still before he gets traded. Nice shots from Ayang. He's got a thrash. Go, 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 go. Oh, it's through the door. It actually managed to sneak through. It's like a ferret in one of those fucking like funnel things.
Find some success, and he's got the cross covered.
The spike still hasn't been planted. You can chill a little bit more. Like that thrash was like Indiana Jones.
Keep a close eye on Mr. Fallen. He's the X factor in this round. On the swing, dropped. Yetajay now left alone. In 1v3, yeah, he managed to get the spike down, but
It's been a lot better since timeout, that's for sure.
he's not even gonna find one.
Nice, good stuff.
Poise being shown from FPX on that retake. Yeah, they could have rushed down Yetajay there when he was thrashed, but they decide to just chill out, regroup, let's re-clear heaven.
We're so back. I don't know if I've just drank too much like water and stuff, or if I'm nervous, but I need a wee again.
Aggressive lurk spots, and they have to at least be grouped up and be able to trade if something happens. In this case, Ayang just goes crazy.
It's a great shot. Even the thrash. The decision to use the thrash then is just so
Kill that he got, he pushed through a smoke from his own teammate.
yeah.
I mean, these are plays that yeah, these are Schmeeg plays.
And even little things like making sure you're facing the right side and then turning to take the shot when you have the op out so the barrel doesn't give you away and you're peeking outside of that smoke is just crazy.
And now because CNET invested in attack op, there's a double
Ops, yeah.
But I feel like FUT are reading into this and they're hitting B.
Oh, he missed.
That's where one of the ops is.
And he's got support anyway from Autumn, and he's going to showstopper back in. Oh my god.
It's not really seeming to matter. That double op setup and then the rockets at boom.
Nice high-low again. Who do you think will win, Texture versus Aspas tomorrow? I'm a big Gen G fan, so I'd say them.
Was very patient, not shooting CNET when he crossed with the wide swing. But somehow that shot on the breach didn't connect. But he was bailed out by Autumn. That was really good team chemistry and good support. Beautiful.
Very nicely done by Autumn, for
and
sure.
then Life with the re-engagement with the rocket too. What an awesome string of events. And FPX are bringing this one back. FUT need to close this half out. We've seen how powerful FPX can be on the attacking side.
CNED pop blades and has a stinger.
Bad flash.
Not anymore.
Taken out.
Oh, I mean, it would have been a shock. There's another op there. Both of the ops are there. Both of the ops are in the same fucking position.
Again. Could be finding just the right time, but the hits B. At least part of it is the spike C, but they've completely divided their attention.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Disarray. Cracks pushing forward, dropping one. And now things slow down. Look at it. FPX have to talk back and spawn.
They're so worried about all these lurks. And oh, the rotation coming out.
Why the fuck would you double up one side?
So deep into heaven there on the
Especially the side where you have a poison cloud thrown to put up when you're in an emergency.
Berlin still with the op, and he's the
Oh my
last one
god,
alive here.
the headaches are back.
This is ambitious.
Just from the sheer shouting that I'm having to do watching these guys play, I swear.
There's nowhere to go, my friend. Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, they built up some stability, so they will have a full buy going into this next round. But FUT, they're playing the win condition beautifully. They understand that FPX doesn't have a sentinel. They don't have any info on every single lane. And on a map like Lotus, if you try to hold every single lane, you're just going to get overwhelmed.
Right,
you cannot do that.
Dude, that second shot, I mean, like, it looked like it grazed the ear.
Yeah. And I love how there was like a little no-scope duel in the smoke there when Cena dashed into it, grabbed the op. Berlin goes for the no-scope.
Right there. Last round of the half. CNED with op still in hand. His life has joined him. And once again, there's aggression on both.
Oh my god, the aggression for sure.
Here the op shots continue to rattle off. A threat and a warning on the other side of all of this utility.
Oh, he TP'd right into the corner. Get out, get out, get out.
Timing, but Ion pays forward with his life.
He still dies anyway. Oh, it is going to be 8-4.
Punishing that A default that FPX have been doing so often.
Oh, he's ahead of this. Berlin's ahead of it. Oh, Berlin's ahead of it. That's the pit.
No shot.
And Autumn is nowhere to be found. He's so worried about Yedege as he should be. But this time Yedege opting to just come back with the team.
Stun's ready to go across.
Just so ridiculous to deal with.
And then Yeteje's in a great position to play when this goes down. Yeah, Yetege is just like support there. All right, 4-8. Pretty good. Like, it could have been a lot worse. See what the attack does now.
We've seen him play that you have to respect it, and by him, just the threat of him doing that is enough to tie defenses.
Yeah, and when you don't have a cipher of your own to kind of check that, it's tough to play against. That being said, FPX is good on the attacking side, at least on the last map that we saw. And they're going to have to shine here with this triple controller. They're going to have to...
Berlin of all places is destroying an EMEA team.
Maybe get their own lurks in. I think that should be the recipe for success for them if they want a chance to bring this map back.
All of these players on FUT are living in Berlin. But Berlin is living in these FUT's players' heads rent-free.
That one exciting, though. Exciting way to start off on Lotus here. And, you know, I think it's safe to say that both teams really just pushing.
Right, I'm going to go to the toilet. BRB.
Opening matchups, which is exactly what you want to see at a big global event like this.
Yeah, exactly. It got too close for comfort, I have to say, at some point. I think that Nathan had a very, very good timeout and got some solutions for FPX, like the op-on live that we saw, like canceling the rounds time and time again. Also, we saw some instances where FUT were a little bit thrown off by the Astra being there and maybe not expecting that amount of utility, but there were also so many instances where they were prepared, and we got to see Charles Neddington just being him.
Yeah.
Just incredible performances. I mean, one of the things that Baby Bear was touching on is we don't see that many duelist players opt to go for Jet on this map. One of the only other ones that really comes to mind, something on PRX, but that's in a double duel setup. But yeah, I mean, the thing that's been talked about time and time again is just how much more comfortable and lively CNED has been in the last several years. We saw that from him ever since he joined Na'Vi. Now he's just been absolutely thriving. And to see CNED pop off like that so hard that the admin has to go recover the chair for him.
Yeah.
It's just, that's a scary thing to see. If I've had FPX on the opposite side of the stage, I'm getting real worried.
After that play, I would have thrown my chair away as well, but it would never happen. No, I love to see, even with that, it's just an 8-4 half. I think that especially on the attack with all that utility, and again, the way that Berlin is playing, this is going to be very, very complicated for FUT to keep up.
Yeah, they win themselves 2 rounds. They're right back in this bad boy, and then FUT's going to be in trouble. Let's see how this second half plays out. Send it back to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thanks so much, UB. You're right. It's really just 2 rounds that kind of get this to be so much more competitive, and because of that, all of the focus goes towards this pistol. Yeah. If FPX are able to convert, we've got a game on our hands.
Another slow approach. Don't want to get caught out by a breach trap, a breach stun. And this is a very unique Viper Orb from the side of FPX.
But the benefit of running triple controller is that it's okay that you can't really scoop it up anymore. You have so many other things at your disposal.
Looks like FUT our position for this fight. If anybody walks through, that fault line is being held right now from the side of Cracks. It'll go all the way across from heaven into the tree.
Off of the cam. There it is. The cam triggers the fault line.
Very smart from FPX to bait that out.
Oh, CNED. Oh, that was filth.
That was disgusting.
Berlin just destroyed him.
Sorry, I'm back. I might need to like dip now though, so see this pistol and I'll leave.
Sight goes towards B as the spike is in tow. Ion committing to getting the spike down. You see the paranoia coming through, but they've got what they wanted. They're getting the kills as well. Mr. Fallen down to 15 HP, out of Captain Healthy, yes, but they're so outnumbered. And there's still so much left to do. A Sheriff in hand for the Omen, instantly dropped out of Captain, manages to get his 1. Still 3 to be found on the other side, 40 HP. Time is short, surely they swing on this, they get the kill. Massive pistol for FPX.
And I'm sorry, but you're just not winning a 1v3 when you're up against all 3 controllers.
Yeah.
So difficult. But the real star of the show here.
Finally a pistol round. Yeah. We're on the money now.
This was, oh, what a shot! That was crazy. And then these post plants. If FPX are able to get the bomb down, the smokes that you have to just cover every single choke.
Berlin is very good.
It's gonna be insane. And I think this is why FUT did opt to use the breach instead of the Sage, because if they had to run through these smokes dry in this series, it would have been over.
Actually seen a bit more Outlaw used as well.
Away from 2 members of FUT. Cracks and Yedije are gonna have to wait till next round to play again.
They're really setting themselves up nicely for a bonus here. 3 rifles and an Outlaw. You know you're gonna be able to buy a 4th. So assuming no takes place, which is
Life was behind him.
they're gonna have, yeah, what, 3 rifles and an Outlaw carried into the next, so they're gonna be able to buy their 4th.
And Life is gonna plant the spike as well, and potentially even go hunt Mr. Fallen.
Berlin might be the one to catch him.
He will have Rocket online for the bonus. Look, he's just toying with him.
Autumn's the one that gets the kill. So a little bit
6-8, good stuff.
They're the 2 rounds that GB was talking about. They're the ones he was looking for.
And this round right here, if FPX can steal this one away, we got a game on our hands and things will get scary for FUT. Nice shots.
Yeah, Life has been really impressive this series.
He's 1 off of that showstopper. And I think you're not going to see anything special here from the side of FPX. I think you're going to see a very steady default for the first 15 seconds, waiting for an aggressive play. There it is.
There's the aggression you were looking for.
What do they do off of that? No space gathered on that ace side of the map.
And a ton of damage dealt onto Life. 51 HP, no armor. A tough spot to be in.
I mean, this smoke on the A side of the map is so unique. It denies the A stairs info from the side of FUT. They're not able to know if somebody crosses A like that.
What is that? Outlaw skin? It's a new one, isn't it?
A lot of C pressure was being made just now, and they opt to go back. Reconnecting with Berlin.
Mr. Fallen's the only one who's here, and yeah, there's a trip to help out a little bit. That jump spot must have seen something because you've got Cracks already rotating back over with a fault line in hand. Life committing his ult. And he's going to get so much space off this. FUT deciding they don't want to fight. They don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
They'll rather fight for the retake. Cracks has his fault line back up. A paranoia.
Probably why they put the pictures and stuff out early, because it was going to get shown, which is good, actually. I mean, esports is marketing. Show off the skins. Get people to buy the skins. If anything, they should do it more. Nice and clean.
Lysor just insta 3 players. Wasn't even close. And I like the approach from FUT. I like that they gave sight because of that showstopper being online and the fact that they got out macroed. The movement was just not there. They didn't have the players to hold the actual site. And they want to do a cohesive retake.
Starting to get messy for FUT. Yeah, it's going to get a bit nervy.
You know, I was saying, you know, how strong FPX's comp can be on those post plants because they have so many smokes. They didn't even need them. They just had crossfires on the site. And
Oh my god! Oh, he collided them with the outlaw.
Surely there's a timeout on the other side of this.
It's slipping away.
Momentum is reaching its fever pitch here. With the crowd.
One of the few players that actively is using the outlaw like against ecos. Like, this team is so like ahead in some things that they're doing.
Vandal.
With how good he's been with it, it might be a downgrade. Who knows?
Yeah, that's facts. And this should be a thrash online for the next round. The snowball is real. This is what happens when you win bonus. And a big reason why they won that
1-6 to 8-8, yeah.
in those
Now they're on the lucky number.
getting that showstopper online for the bonus round. And yeah, he didn't kill anybody with it, but he secured a free site and gave his team a chance at winning.
Oh, and then even when he was playing in Hell under ropes, yeah, they saw him when they were flooding out from heaven. So that drew the attention of 3 members, which allowed for the 3K to come from stairs.
Yeah.
Because everybody...
I wish I could be as good as Gecko as I am. Practice. Yeah, his timing on stuff is crazy.
So far and probably moving forward on this half.
Yeah, you have the Thrash halfway to another showstopper.
If they handle it correctly, you're absolutely right.
That is unreal. Yep. If they win this round with just a Thrash invested, all of a sudden you're going to have Viper Spit coming up online. Then you're going to have the Astro Wall. Then you're going to have another Rocket. Life is halfway to another Rocket. CNED will have to pick up an op, though, to answer.
Or at least attempt to.
Yeah, much like how Life had to pick up an op on the defensive side. He has to be the man to bring them back into this game, because it feels like FPX is in the driver's wheel.
Mr. Fall. That is not what they were looking for.
This is that smoke I'm talking about, though. Nobody does this. I've never seen that.
Nobody in America does this.
CNED tries to get the punish, but he just gets insta.
Surprised that there wasn't a timeout. Or was there? I wasn't paying attention. I don't think there was.
Believe so many layers. Oh, they're not even trying to pick up the op. They're not concerned about it at all.
This is all ultimately set up for a B split. This is why.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, smoking that isn't so unfathomable.
I mean, if they get bombed down on this B site, if they opt to truly go there, it's going to be so hard to retake for FUT.
There's a lot for Atacaptain to figure out.
It's a free site.
He got tagged. The ball line's going to buy a little bit of time, so Life cannot hunt him down, cannot get the kill onto Atacaptain, but they're going to get the spike. He's so far up. This is really dangerous on the other side of the smoke.
Hell of a flick.
Atacaptain is perfect.
Come on.
And he's far from done. Potentially.
Live just waiting for a potential reload. Now he's going to do it after the mollies separate him.
And trying to create some space. But again, Life is waiting.
He's trying to get out to save. They can't. They can't.
But FPX take the lead.
The pressure that FPX is putting on right now is too immense for FUT. They cannot handle it. And going down numbers like that early, especially
All right.
all these smokes that are going.
Great after plan by FPX, yeah. And I mean, they know that they're like in with the confidence, right? That FUT are starting to sweat and struggle a bit more.
I mean, listen, when you get punished for it, it can look real bad.
But when you
don't, you win matches. And that's that timeout you were speaking of.
Man, perhaps around late, but they do call it. And it'll give them a chance to think things through and perhaps talk through strategy for this round.
TRG versus Team Heretics.
As soon as we get back into the action, we can have the discussion around what ults are online, but I think you're right. Dre, if they continue to be this aggressive, if FPX continue to push the pace, to aggressively fight into smokes, to aggressively catch timings, this triple controller comp,
In this timeout, like the first timeout as well. This time I should have come a lot earlier from FUT, I think.
What's transpiring? They understand that life has been playing like this and pushing through smokes and everything, but you don't know when he's going to do it or where he's going to do it. There's so many smokes on the field, and right now, FPX are just so fast when they're peeking. They're instaing. It's not a question. Their crosshairs perfectly set up, but just have no answer.
It may not come this round. It may come in the next because you see the ults for FUT. They've got, what, 3 of them really close to coming online?
Oh my, another
Yep, again. Nicely done.
To go their way, but if life continues to tee off,
Is there a world of DRG beating Team Heretics? I'd say it's very unlikely, but I think they could take a map. It is also Team Heretics not playing at full strength, so you never know.
into the next round, because I think here, if you're FUT, your objective is getting the ult online for Ada Captain, and then potentially for Cracks if you can swing it.
Yeah, most definitely.
But life is aware of the fact that that's the prized possession. I mean, an exchange of weaponry.
You know, we're doing this before with Autumn.
Even the flash, I mean, as soon as the one-way goes up, they're just...
Clean.
Good night.
Just got overwhelmed. He just got overwhelmed.
Spike is left.
Bullet between his eyes.
I mean, yeah, you just go reset to A. You are going into the Cypher if you go towards A.
And the lurk dying front B. Autumn is able to just walk all the way up.
They are going into the Cypher site with 30 seconds on the clock.
It's another complete dismantling from each lane. Yep. Much like Sunset. Yep. It's actually so similar how they're playing this default on attack. A 4-1, they pressure, they manipulate rotations, and then they...
Oh, utility goes down anyway. That's 10.
I mean, both these teams have had great success on their attacking side, but FPX is on a different level right now.
They don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon either.
I mean, they're going to knife him. They're going to knife him.
They're going to try.
This is...
They're going to even boys are glad.
Suspect we're seeing right here.
Oh, yeah. Get him, boys.
Mr. Fall needs to die to bomb here.
I think he'll succeed. He somehow managed to slip the net and get away.
It's not even around where they could get Autumn to kill, so you'd have Viper's Pit, but they're like, nah.
Imagine?
Surely not, no. that would have been so hilarious, though. It would have been even more funny.
Knives. They want one.
Team that is toying with you like this and clearly running at you with knives.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, that's not a good feeling to have.
Oh, that gets in your head, man.
But FUT they need to let that...
Very clean. Very, very clean.
This map. They need to get angry. They need to dig deep. And they need to show why they made it here.
That's all well and good, but FPX have won 6 rounds in a row.
And they're ults.
They have 2 ults online. They've got another one just around the corner.
Oh, the punish already.
This is a must-win round. It's a must-win round. They have to convert, and Yetujay's already fallen.
Already up. Good shot. Aftershock gets a kill onto Autumn. Yeah, Lev Gen G should be a really nice series, too.
He has found so much success. He's playing in the smokes, but they know. Up-trained.
Christ.
Life down.
And everybody spread out 2v4.
What a maniac.
But it's worked.
Yeah, it has. It has. FUT this time too smart to let that work once more. Saw them spamming the smoke the entire time as well. They're so aware that that could be a possibility.
And they were right.
Even a smoke to TP into. Cute.
They've got to be careful here. A 2v4.
Is that just smoke like he's sitting it like this?
Way of FUT, but they lost so many numbers advantage rounds in the previous map.
They are cooking.
These micro plays, like just that smoke being there and giving Berlin a little pocket to play in and potentially have players from FUT like overlook that. I mean, these are it's so unique to see a team doing things like this and how frequent they're doing it as well.
This you can't be going for this retake through this. You've got the op that's watching.
And have seen it turn.
Oh, just as he adjusted.
Just to hit the shot, and not a moment too soon.
All right, nicely done from FUT. Close.
And life back into the likes of FUT. Big kills there from Cena. That quick scope. He may have missed the first shot after he opened that door, but this quick scope right here, that was so nice.
Yeah, NT.
Go the way of FUT for the first time. They finally get a first.
Yeah, after the timeout and the full buy after the timeout, it's a bit better.
A man advantage, and now they have 5 ultimates online. CNED opting towards the C side of the map again.
No op on the other side to challenge. He's gonna get that line for free.
He's done playing around.
Mr. falling over shoulder there to help, and Crack's not far off.
Ooh, nice shot from Yeda J.
Massive opener.
That was it.
And immediately resetting a FUT.
Still need to convert though.
And with CNED having this line, this deep C line, I mean, FUT have all the info now. They're aware that FPX is throwing a lot of utility towards this A side of the map. It allows them to lean majority of the players there.
Thrash online for Ion. Yeah, this looks like it's going to have as a B split. You see all the Asher utility, the smoke's going up, the cover being created. Autumn has this pit. But you've got him at, yeah. It's
Rolling for the paranoia. Pushing him off.
they're going to flood into it. Can they navigate this pit?
Oh, Machi gets one, but the wall's going to go down. Oh, he's still alive.
A 2v2.
2v2 run. Go see. Run. But they're leaving Berlin.
No way Berlin is here right now.
Oh, he's a genius.
Oh, he's been spotted.
He's a madman. He's a genius.
46 HP, 10 seconds left. The shot from
Berlin 1v2. Viper's pit, but he's going to be through it. Oh, he's not. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He's so far ahead.
Yeah, DJ with so much to do. And Berlin holding the line decides to tuck tail, reposition, get away. Buy some
It's not planted for Yeda J. It's not planted for Berlin anymore. Like, Yeda J is just going to push and clear all of this. Oh, just as he was shuffling forward. Nice try.
That was an intense round, but it goes the way of FUT. Yedije coming up big there in that 1v1 with the wide swing, clearing that angle. A lot of players in that scenario may think, oh, maybe he's wrapping around CT already.
And time is short.
I can't really leave it any later, though. That's the thing.
Great play from him from start to finish. I mean, that's a nasty shot. Seriously. And Berlin with this one too.
That's what got it that close. I mean, that pit going down.
The gall you have to walk forward in the Viper's pit there. I mean, they're really just playing loose right now. Maybe they need to hone it in a little bit more though in these rounds. That Thrash just hasn't been invested yet. I feel like Hyung has been sitting on that for the last, like, what, 3 rounds?
Leon and Nico now? Oh, they still have money.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a change of pace perhaps after this timeout from the likes of FPX. Maybe flip the switch and just do an execute something else.
Which we haven't really seen them do, what, all series?
No, not at all. But to be fair, I mean, when you win that many rounds in a row, doing the same thing, you don't really need to do anything different. But they must change things up now because it just looks like FUT have a read.
I will say this though. One thing that FPX did do successfully there is they got all those ults that we were talking about that FUT had in 5. They just have 1 now. So they managed to get through a lot of that stuff. Kind of set themselves up nicely for the closing of the half. For the closing of potentially the series.
Oh, they almost lined up.
Wow. It's seen it. It's not
Good thing to do when they've just did a timeout too.
And with that shot being committed there, Yedeje is tucked behind this wall, but he doesn't like what he has. He does not like what he's seeing. He backs up.
The freeze from FPX right now is ridiculous. Concerned about what might be on the other side.
The problem is, Doug, is that they haven't pressured C at all.
Yeah. Oh, CNET's going to strike again, isn't he? He's got the line. Wall goes up. Thrash goes out, and he's got to give it back.
It does actually hit the Cypher, but is that bait for the op? No, it didn't work.
A blunder. Remember, this was a 5v4, and that was the pain point for them on Sunset.
This is not a great position for Life to be in. Autumn fighting here too is also not good.
Good fault line there.
They just want to fight so badly, and I think FUT understands.
Yeah, like it's not a good position of the map to fight on.
I guess it's not, I mean, just in time, I suppose. The aggression might just be their downfall. As FUT are glad to play.
Yeah, it's like this space is just so hard to contest for like either side. It's such a 50-50 position. You're better off just giving it up for the defenders. And if you're a defender, you're better off not retaking from there.
That was where the opener was too.
Yeah.
A peek out from B main.
I mean, he only saw his elbow. And then this. It's perfect. It's a perfect adaptation to how FPX have been playing these post plants. Just have CNET hold the line while the rest of the riflers scale up. And if any shenanigans happen from the likes of FPX, like somebody pushing through a smoke or somebody over peeking, CNET can punish.
CNET's there, yeah.
Oh, he's so confident right now.
He's taking the game into his own hands.
This should be a good indicator for FPX, though. The Omen one-way...
Basically, FPX needs to play away they usually don't. You think it's an advantage for China that Swiss is in the VCT China venue? Yeah, I also think it's an advantage that it's the Swiss stage. Just people having a lack of time to prepare against some of the shit that FPX are doing.
FPX get the first blood and stabilize the round.
I can't believe they're going to try to push back into C. They know the op is there. Lightsword pays forward with his life.
Yeah, I imagine it's fine to be playing it from the seats you'd usually play the stages through.
Everything fully spread out.
Quite literally, like home field advantage.
Counterintuitive to tap that door unless they plan on ending B potentially.
Oh, he just loses the fight.
Just takes the head clean off of Captain.
They invest to Astral too.
You are giving up a lot of space backside though. You're hoping that they do what they're about to do.
They're going to end back B and they're so far ahead of this, they won't even hear it. At this point, they don't know if the spike has been planted A or not.
What a ruse.
That Autumn is still here deposited.
The trap has been set. Do they know? CNET's quiet with it, the tap of the door, and CNET's the one who gets punished. That was the cue for Autumn to turn around, and now he knows there's another one there.
What a call. What a lovely little adjustment.
Trying to wrap around him. You see some pressure coming in.
Just feel it may be a little unfair, but that's just me. I need to see how DIG perform first before it's a direct advantage.
Through all of this, what in the world was that?
What a transfer from Life. And he's hyped.
Depends if it's like Bodok, I guess it depends if they do it in the future.
FPX.
Like with Champion Soul, if there's like a stage, like the first stages of that are from like the typical Pacific venue, that feels fine.
I need to see this again. This 2K. Yeah.
Even Lysa's like, Jesus.
That worked. works.
So sick.
20 and 16. Straight into the next round.
We're missing a lot of early parts of a round here.
FUT with Op in the hands of CNED still. Who's kind of been the win con these last couple of rounds for FUT.
Yeah. This time he started towards the A side of the map. He's been playing C for the last like 4 or 5 rounds.
They're going for broke here too. Dre, they invested everything in this round.
Yeah, if you're just up on this corner, you see the Viper wall go up, you're assuming something. So who do you lose? You lose life.
Side of FPX to re-clear that rubble area.
This just gets slowed down so much when you don't have life.
FPX in these rounds when they've gone down a man have not really had an answer. Unlike the last map of Sunset where they were down 4v5, 3v5 even, and then amongst the chaos that pursued, they would
Up against a pretty weird buy too. Operator on CNED, he's in B.
Competitive in. But lo and behold, they managed to do so. This is going to be a full hit A. A tap at the door.
It's a fake with the wingman.
A sidestep to avoid some of that utility. Mr. Fallen trying to play his timing just right. Manages to do so.
Good fights.
This is that chaos.
2v3 and one's an op.
Op still in the hands of CNED. Oh, he gave his position away. Almost lands the shots anyway. But the round just
Unlucky.
their way.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't really the best buy to be working with either.
It was getting scrappy there towards the end.
Hey, these last couple rounds have been scrappy.
Yeah, the back and forth. I mean, a spam kill
FPX can still buy here? I think so.
into this round. That's how close this game has been so far.
Fights have been weird from both sides.
And again, FUT is too dialed in on these moments in the retakes. They know that FPX like to overextend on their post plants. And they're punishing them for it actively.
Cena just stayed.
The disrespect.
That's crazy. The dash expired. And now he gets...
Look at the trips. 2 towards C.
They're all still so close here. I mean, you've got, what, 3 members B? 1 other C. It's just Mr. Fallen who's A. Does that smoke out from Lysor towards A manipulate rotations? It seems like Ada Captain is cheating towards A. That one smoke might have been enough to create a window. But even
This is so well read if they keep the Cypher here.
And not only that, but Yereje has
Could be everything.
1 low, 1 high to deal with this Raze ultimate. Look at that. Little high trip there on the box.
Life
disaster.
Life holds a spark. There the
He goes the other way.
He gets a kill on the cracks, but it's traded. A 4v4. A little commotion at the beginning of the round, but it slows down as F2J gets a little bit too antsy, a little bit too aggressive.
The spike is going to get stopped. He gets traded out anyway. 4v2. 20 seconds.
Try to close this map and take us to game 3. But this heavy of numbers disadvantage is so difficult to weather. The spam through, fortunately.
Nice. OT. Suppresses himself.
The pathing that he chose there to punish cracks, that was insane.
2 overtimes in 5 maps today.
But instead, the rocket came towards that water area and took out the breach. And once that utility is gone, it's nearly impossible to retake. You have to run through smokes dry. It makes it so hard.
That's just not a fun game of Valorant to have to play.
No, not at all.
So you get an extra timeout now for both teams. But
wow. What a map so
one's going to beat you straight away.
I mean, what a series so far.
Yeah.
China showing their muscles. Yeah, I mean, told you that they were catching up with people.
Second one has delivered much in the same way. A timeout to kick off this OT too, just to let things settle in a little bit. Just to build some suspense and tension, like there hasn't been enough.
Oh my gosh. This has been so
The first series win that they've had as a China roster.
struggled on their defensive side. I mean, both teams have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I ever doubted them. The trap plays have been insanity.
That was different.
Yeah, there were a couple of aces in the first series, but no ace in this series. Excurate got the first. Leaf got one. Might have been in some others, but I can't remember.
He had a lot of success with it.
The question is, what line does he take? It seems like C is where his interests are headed. Meanwhile, FUT not really sure.
This is good though, because like they know that like if we're pushing and being aggressive one place, they're gonna push the other side where the Astra is. So having the op be towards C could be nice.
Okay, they do this really aggressive angle where they take this angle just like this, and then there's a nebula that covers his exit. Oh. This is what I was talking about, similar to what they did on Sunset. Life has taken such a deep line. And he's just continuing to go forward. That should allow the rotations to...
Is Secret open? I mean, I know it's going to be like A at least.
Life does have a satchel to go past this trip. And if he does, he has a free flank.
And even if they clear the trip, maybe you expect one, but two? They're so far up on this.
Eyesore. He's alone here.
Yeah, but he takes a step back. Yeah, wisely.
And he's had a rough map so far.
You break the trip.
Meanwhile, the trip was cleared. They've spotted the second. That's going to go down as well.
It's Secret's open, and this is the gap that you've given up. This is a really nice adjustment from FUT.
The attacker spawned, and I don't think they know. Oh,
yeah, because the camera spots them.
Just on the other side of the smoke. Autumn's the first to fall.
Does he expect another, though?
Hey, he has no way to look for it anymore.
Ada Captain has a flank.
Yeah, dude, check falls.
This is so tricky. Everybody's split up.
Goes into astral mode as it's a 2v2 that's left for the rest of the round. Life
is just sticking it.
He's got it to half. 3/4. The spam's coming.
Oh, nice try.
Before it goes off.
I think just breaking this trip and not being able to adjust around normally, it just gave like this little pocket, this camera from the J, and then being able to sit in secret is so strong.
Sometimes you can't even tell who has the advantage.
No, not when they're that close.
But Ada Captain with this flank, he walked all the way through Broken Door into heaven and wrapped CT. That was the clutch moment.
Yeah, not only him getting that light flank and then him pushing the defuse. Life was what, 3/4 of the way there?
Yeah.
It's just so long for them to break the trip. Yeah, and it's just like the adjustment from FUT afterwards. Like, okay, they could flank us. Let's go take some space elsewhere.
And much like the previous round for Life, takes an aggressive line, even's willing to be bold enough to check B here.
Wow, so interesting. Seen that to tap that door there.
He doesn't even have his dash procced. He almost went all the way into spawn without an exit strategy.
Yeah. I mean, he understands that FPX is scared of him right now. They haven't really been putting the pressure on him to truly get him off of this line. Even when utility is used,
Flash missed, so he can just go back.
And this is what allows him to be so confident and retake the angle.
Trying to bait this out by opening the door, but he's sticking to his guns. Really good position. Now he's in trouble. He gets out because the door was about to close. If you had flashed earlier, you might have been able to get good timing.
Rotations have been baited out, but
it's taken a minute off the clock for FPX.
Aren't reading this right.
30 seconds left. Closing moments of the round now, again potentially of the map, and it's still a 5v5. We've barely really heard bullets be exchanged.
Again, it's a fake. It's not, the wingman's not there to plant.
He's gonna get the timing, isn't he? He's still at large.
Oh no. Nice try. Third map at least. Unfortunately though, I won't be able to watch it, annoyingly. Yeah, good comeback from FUT, but still not as like clean as you'd want. Yeah, the fact that they went to overtime is a good showing for FPX.
And they were just destroyed. They were distraught.
Icebox is on the other side of this. A little
Like,
teaser.
hell of a showing.
Normally runs Clove on that map. We'll see if they do it on the other side.
Yeah, let's see what the hell they actually try and do and try and run. But yeah, I gotta call it there. I'll be on Polaris later. Raid, Sliggy, TV. We live to fight another day. Yeah, I mean, it was a really good map. I think FUT had a really good read on what FPX was trying to do and a bit more of a battle. But yeah, so I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow. I wouldn't say it's likely. But I'll keep you posted, like in the Discord or on Twitter and stuff like that. But for now, I'm going to send you Sliggy's way because I got to go do stuff. And then we're back for Polaris later on. So fingers crossed FPX could pull it over the line. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. See you soon.